Canada. Flag bearer, female national champion, Caroline Reason-Thibault.
Chile, flag bearer, female national champion, Simona Quintana.
China, flag bearer, male national champion, Ant Haynes.
Colombia, flag bearer, female national champion, Maria Quintero.
Costa Rica, flag bearer, male national champion, William Sanchez.
Croatia, flag bearer, male national champion, Augustin Velichnik.
Cyprus, flag bearer, female national champion, Thelma Christoforou.
Czech Republic, flag bearer, female national champion, Sonia Karaskova.
Denmark, flag bearer, female national champion, Julie Hogo.
Dominican Republic, flag bearer, female national champion, Shirley Bueno Reyes.
Ecuador, flag bearer, female national champion, Andrea Rodriguez.
Egypt, flag bearer, female national champion, Ea Fouad.
El Salvador, flag bearer, female national champion, Patricia Trujillo.
Estonia, flag bearer, female national champion, Anastasia Pranichne.
Finland, flag bearer, male national champion, Jana Koski.
France, flag bearer, female national champion, Carol Castellani.
Germany, flag bearer, male national champion, Joshua Wichtstrup.
Ghana, flag bearer, male national champion, Edem Ahiaku.
Greece. Flag bearer, male national champion, Lefteris Theophanides.
Guatemala. Flag bearer, male national champion, Marlon Azardia.
Guyana. Flag bearer, male national champion, Dylan Mahadeo.
Honduras. Flag bearer, female national champion, Gabriela Perez.
Hungary. Flag bearer, female national champion, Laura Horvath.
Iceland. Flag bearer, female national champion, Sarah Sigmundsdottir.
India. Flag bearer, female national champion, Sanjana Sivaslapathy.
Indonesia. Flag bearer, female national champion, Citra Ramania.
Iran. Flag bearer, male national champion, Payam Saljukian.
Iraq. Flag bearer, male national champion, Mustafa Elari.
Ireland. Flag bearer, female national champion, Emma McQuaid.
Israel. Flag bearer, male national champion, Yuval Regev.
Italy. Flag bearer, male national champion, Stefano Milurini.
Jamaica. Flag bearer, male national champion, Sean Bryn.
Japan. Flag bearer, male national champion, Shingo Morimasa.
Jordan. Flag bearer, male national champion, Amin Atala.
Kenya. Flag bearer, female national champion, Sheena Miller.
Republic of Korea. Flag bearer, male national champion, Jimun Sung.
Kosovo. Flag bearer, male national champion, Robert Barisha.
Kuwait. Flag bearer, male national champion, Khalid Al-Jarala.
Latvia, flag bearer, male national champion, Ulis Ubaniks.
Lebanon, flag bearer, male national champion, Mustafa Awada.
Lithuania, flag bearer, male national champion, Arminas Balavicius.
Luxembourg, flag bearer, male national champion, Connor Nellens.
Malaysia, flag bearer, male national champion, Edmund Tun.
Malta, flag bearer, female national champion, Jessica Borshkiko.
Mauritius, flag bearer, female national champion, Melanie Yip-Woon Sun.
Mexico, flag bearer, male national champion, Darwin Perez.
Morocco, flag bearer, male national champion, Karim Elimi.
Showtime, baby! That's it! That's it! Woo!
Mozambique, flag bearer, male national champion, Pop Santos.
Namibia, flag bearer, female national champion, Laura Erlang.
Netherlands, flag bearer, female national champion, Leonie Henrich.
New Zealand, flag bearer, male national champion, Luke Fiso.
Nicaragua, flag bearer, female national champion, Fernanda Saavedra.
Nigeria, flag bearer, male national champion, Uji Ozawe.
Norway, flag bearer, male national champion, Nikolai Fiodel.
Oman, flag bearer, female national champion, Pasent Medhit.
Pakistan, flag bearer, male national champion, Bilal Tariq.
Palestine territory, flag bearer, male national champion, Hamzi Tarifi.
Panama, flag bearer, female national champion, Luanette Elveo.
Papua New Guinea, flag bearer, male national champion, Kila Kilavarave.
Paraguay, flag bearer, female national champion, Carol Calling.
Peru, flag bearer, female national champion, Sofia Bermillo.
Philippines, flag bearer, female national champion, Kristen Lim.
Poland, flag bearer, female national champion, Gabriela Magawa.
Portugal, flag bearer, female national champion, Sara Pinto.
Qatar, flag bearer, male national champion, Khalid Al-Hamadi.
Romania, flag bearer, female national champion, Juana Catalina Kelmus.
Russian Federation, flag bearer, male national champion, Alexander Elin.
St. Lucia, flag bearer, male national champion, Hesky Flavian.
Samoa, flag bearer, female national champion, Maria Neve Clark.
Saudi Arabia, flag bearer, female national champion, Amal Al-Sharani.
Senegal, flag bearer, male national champion, Moody Prore.
Serbia, flag bearer, female national champion, Tamara Trombetish.
Singapore, flag bearer, female national champion, Landy Ng.
Slovakia, flag bearer, female national champion, Karine Friova.
Slovenia, flag bearer, male national champion, Alex Kostamaj.
South Africa, flag bearer, male national champion, Jason Smith.
Spain, flag bearer, female national champion, Sarah Alicia Fernandez Costas.
Jamaica. Flag bearer, male national champion, Andy Andrews.
Yes. What a moment.
Suriname. Flag bearer, female national champion, Afa Zolman.
Sweden. Flag bearer, male national champion, Lucas Hogberg.
Switzerland. Flag bearer, male national champion, Adrian Moonviller.
Syrian Arab Republic. Flag bearer, female national champion, Ala Honora.
Tonga. Flag bearer, male national champion, Andre Alipate.
Trinidad and Tobago. Flag bearer, male national champion, Mateus Otero.
Tunisia. Flag bearer, male national champion, Mazuchi Mutez.
Turkey. Flag bearer, male national champion, Atesh Baran.
Ukraine. Flag bearer, female national champion, Gana Almazova.
United Arab Emirates. Flag bearer, male national champion, Mahmoud Shalan.
United Kingdom. Flag bearer, male national champion, Elliot Simmons.
Uruguay. Flag bearer, male national champion, Santiago Comba.
Venezuela. Flag bearer, male national champion, Omar Martinez.
Vietnam. Flag bearer, male national champion, Keith Neon.
Zimbabwe. Flag bearer, male national champion, Jean-Claude Jardin.
United States of America. Flag bearer, female national champion, Danny Spiegel. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your 2019 CrossFit Games athletes. 489 representatives from 114 countries. And if you could please keep that applause going for our founder and chairman of CrossFit, Greg Glassman. Another big round of applause. Got it. I'll wrap it.
For individual event 1. For individual event 1, I'd like you athletes to turn around and face the screen. We are going to CrossFit.com for today's event. Run 400, 3 legless rope climbs, 7 snatches. 185 for the men, 130 for the women, 4 rounds, 4 time. The snatches are squat. Go warm up.
There you have it. These incredible athletes from near and far have their marching orders. Be sure to stick around. The action kicks off right here, 10:30 a.m. at North Park. See you then. And let's send these athletes out with a bang. Big round of applause.
Line. It's a beautiful morning in Madison, Wisconsin as we get set for a new edition of the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. A new era begins this season. I'm Jeff Brightwell alongside CrossFit strongman and Games veteran Rob Orlando. And Rob, beautiful weather today as we start a new era in the CrossFit Games.
Yeah, it's super exciting. I'm so happy to be a part of it, Jeff. And here we are walking into the 2019 CrossFit Games, and we're going to watch 14 teams throw down.
A new team competition this year, Rob. The teams qualify through the various sanctionals held around the world. in the seasons prior, you had a handful of super teams, if you want to call them that, and a lot of true-grown affiliate teams. But for the most part, out of 14 teams, 13 are super teams. We do have one team that has all their athletes from one affiliate. But CrossFit Mayhem, maybe not that idea of invincibility this year with so many Games veterans.
I think that it's going to be fun to watch over the course of the weekend because so many of these athletes that are competing on the teams they're good enough, they're strong enough and fit enough to compete as individuals, and yet they've made the decision to go team. So I think Mayhem Freedom's going to have to watch out this weekend.
Well, as we take a look at team event number 1, it is Assault Bob. It got released last night. And Rob, as you take a look at this, it's going to be a little bit of cardio involved in it, but some strength in that big Bob push.
Yeah, what we're looking at here, Assault to Bob is our event 1, and it's 3 rounds for time. And each athlete is going to have their own air bike. We're going to do 18 or 25 calories for our males and females, and then 30 toes to bar, and then we're going to push Big Bob across the floor. There's a 17-minute time cap, but the interesting part here, Jeff, is that everybody's working at one time. Usually there's a conveyor belt style, but here we're going to see everybody working at once.
See the lane assignments there. OC3 Black in lane number 6. They were a podium finisher a season ago, so it will be fun to watch them. That's a team that's been together for quite a while.
Another team that I'll be watching out for, because he's a good friend of mine in lane 7 there, is CrossFit Alioth. And Phil Hesketh has been a good friend of mine and one of our strongman coaches for a long, long time. So I'll be personally watching for them all weekend.
Take a look at Invictus X. They were second at the Granite Games. That qualified them here. And they have Games veterans, Margot Alvarez, Christy Aramo, Holden Rathwell was on this team a year ago, and of course Sam Dancer.
10 seconds. Stand by.
And we are underway for the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games, heat number 1 of event number 1 of team competition, and we'll start it out with the 25 calories for the males, 18 for the females here on the Assault Bike. What a way to get started.
Yeah, we're just going to come out swinging, and what we're looking for here, and you can see some of the athletes taking a really aggressive approach and others a little bit more relaxed on this, but we're looking at 25 calories for our men, should be in that like 40 to 45 second range depending on how hard they're pushing, and same thing for the ladies, 18 calories, but you'll see those hands go up in the air, and that signifies that we're down to the last couple calories for each athlete.
Following this, it will be 30 toes to bar, and from what we understand, does not have to be synchronized, but each athlete will have to finish the 30 toe to bar.
And you can see the judges standing right there looking at the monitors. Those hands go up. That tells the audience at home how many calories are left. And you'll see those athletes start to advance forward, and now they're going to move on to 30 toes to bar each person.
In lane 4, that was Pro Wad out of Quebec, Canada, and there are your leaders along with them. That is Invictus X in the green tops, and they will synchronize those toe to bar. And the smart thing to do here, as you know, is to have a plan going into it instead of trying to rip out 30 straight. Know how you're going to break them up as a team.
And Jeff, I noticed there they got no rep. It looks to me like these have to be synchronized. We didn't get a very detailed briefing. I think we found out about as much as the athletes did. So these athletes have to synchronize when their toes touch the bar, and that it adds a layer of complexity to it. But at this stage of the game, with these 14 teams, getting your other teammates to sync up with what you're doing, it's not that difficult. You'll find yourself falling out of rhythm every now and then, but it's pretty easy to kind of get that back.
So again in the green in the middle of your screen on the synchronized toes to bar, that was Invictus X. But now we're going to move out. I believe this is going to be Pro 1, and they are formerly known as Pro 1 Montreal in the past. Their 4th games. They were 14th a season ago. Lorraine Allard, Manon Lesour, Joe Scally, who is a familiar name, a 2015 Games vet, and David Fontaine, their team. And so they are out there with the early lead.
And Jeff, let's talk really quickly about what is Big Bob. Big Bob weighs 667 pounds. It's almost 10 feet long. And these athletes are going to have to push that thing across that AstroTurf, and you can see it's so taxing on the legs and upper body, but really taxing on that lower half. And keep in mind that this is only the first round. They're going to have to get right back on the assault bike, and that just attacks the legs all over again.
Well, we looked at this event initially, Rob, as the air bike calories in the total bar, not knowing how far they would have to push Big Bob, wondering, you know, a 17-minute time cap was pretty liberal, but as you see how far they have to push this Big Bob sled, you know why we have a longer time cap. They have to go halfway down the field and then back.
Yeah, you can see our leaders just getting across to it looks like the second half of the second length there. And, you know, we're 3.5 minutes in. I have a feeling like we're going to see a decent amount of teams hit that 15, 16-minute mark, possibly some of them getting time capped, only because it's so hard to push that big bobsled, because this is taking an awful long time to get across the floor.
And the team you wanted to watch, CrossFit Allianz, looking like they're making a little bit of a move. They have taken the lead over Pro Run. You look at the header at the top of your screen. Highlighted in blue will be your leader, followed by second, third, and so on with the amount of reps they have fallen behind and the time. So about a 10-second differential right now between Allianz and Pro One, who has some games experience. Formerly Pro One Montreal. You take a look at Invictus Boston, formerly known as Invictus Back Bay. They qualified through Reykjavik. They were second. And they also went to Wadapalooza and the Mid-Atlantic. So again, this is the leader, Pro One, out of Quebec, Canada. They qualified out of the Brazil CrossFit Championship, their fourth games, 14th a season ago. First in Brazil, 6 in Dubai. They had 4 event wins.
And Jeff, I'm just looking down the sea of faces there as we're looking at the athletes, and this is just 4.5 minutes into event number 1, and it's a very stark contrast to what we saw hopping on the bike to start this event. So it's only going to get worse. I think round 3 is going to be pure punishment just for event 1. So it's going to be a long weekend for some of these teams.
Anyone who does sled pushes, whether you've been able to get on an apparatus like a Big Bob sled or just done a sled by yourself, it takes a lot out of you, Rob. It's hard to hide in the sled, just like it's hard to hide on the air bike that we see here using your arms and legs. The total bar really is probably going to be a little bit of the recovery within this event.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. You have the potential on an event where you've got this assault bike first or you've got the air bike first. You really have the potential to ruin the event for yourself. If you come out too hot, you'll blow up and potentially not recover for the duration. Ideally, what you want to do is come out at a pace that you know you can maintain. So a decent intensity level that you can repeat over and over, as opposed to coming out so hot that the wheels come off.
So it looks like that's the X-Terminators who qualified through the Down Under CrossFit Championship. On the left side of your screen is Rob Forte, who is a game veteran 8 times. He's been 7 times an individual, shirtless there with their printed shorts. So X-Terminators, Alive again, is going to jump back in the lead. So a really nice race here on the Synchro Total Bar. 30 of the Synchro Total Bar for these teams.
You can see they're making short work, really quick transitions and rest. They all hop down in unison, shake out the hands, and then get themselves ready. You can tell that this is not something that's new for them. The capacity, 30 reps, it's not high volume. It's not crazy high volume for this level of athlete. So you can see them just kind of regrouping as a team, and then they'll hop back up and make short work of that next set.
Again, 100 points on the line, and with 14 teams, there is a 7-point differential this year, the scoring system, as long as all 14 teams are still alive. Cuts to be made when it drops down to 11, then to 9, and so on. But for this event, 7-point differential, still, this is just the first of 2 heats here in event number 1. Rob Forte will keep an eye on his teammates. He looks off to his left. And that's what you want out of one of your teammates. You've got to keep an eye on everyone else, know when they're going to break.
Yeah, there's always one person who's the communicator. They're the one who's going to steer the ship. and there they will control the flow. And Rob is such a veteran. He's a guy that I've worked with a couple times on strongman seminars, and he's just got a ton of experience at the highest level. So he's the guy that you want on your squad.
So we see the breaks there, and again, as you see the Exterminators, led by Rob Forte, up front. He's alongside Zeke Grove, 3-time Games veteran. There's a slight lead from Alioth, who is at the bottom of your screen now, trying to get to the turnaround line.
And you can tell Big Bob has been taking its toll on these teams.
We saw Invictus X earlier. They have fallen off the pace. Alioth was second to Invictus X, but they have stayed up at the top. They now have the lead. They're tied with the Exterminators. Pro Run just a rep behind, so just one of the links away.
And there we're looking at Invictus Boston, Craig Kenny, super strong. Their whole team is super strong. We got to watch them compete in France, where they finally earned a spot. So they're also one to watch, especially when it comes to this kind of grunt work of the sled, of pushing this thing across the floor. They'd be a team that I'd be looking out for.
Now, when you push this, Rob, with your teammates, you see the guys getting their heads up under there at the front, Rob Forte and of course, Zeke Grove. If you can get a little bit of a lift, which is a lot easier said than done with all the weight plates stacked, especially up at the front. You take a look at the 6 reds up front and the 4 blues as well. It's hard to get the skids off even on the field turf, but if you can reduce a little bit of the friction, that helps on the push.
You know, earlier when we first started this thing out, one of the notes that we had gotten was that the Bob weighed 667 pounds. Well, we were way off, Jeff. It's 1,177 pounds. So completely different scenario. Obviously, it doesn't change what these guys have to, these teams have to do with it, but it is way heavier than what was posted.
So again, we've got Alioth and the Terminator. 7 minutes until the cap here, with Alioth continuing to lead slightly. Wondering what Alioth is. They qualified through Dubai. Actually, they're out of Dubai in the UAE. They qualified through the Lowlands Throwdown. It's coined for the brightest star in the Big Dipper. And they've got 4 athletes with the game experience. Mia Ackerlin, Krostad, Phil Hesketh, Alexander Alebro, and they've all had some games experience, whether it's been on a team or as an individual.
Well, Phil, like I said, is one of these guys. Phil Hesketh from Alioth is one of these guys that I've known for almost a decade now. He's been on my seminar crew for quite a while. I've watched him grow up. He was just in his early 20s when I met him. And, I know that him and Mia are getting married shortly, and they're going to be moving to Sweden. So his time in Dubai is coming to an end. But he made it to the games once as an individual, and he's been hindered with injuries here and there, trying to get back to the games as an individual. But I'm glad to see him back out on the floor with his team.
You can really see the toll that the combination between the air bike and the sled is now starting to take on the teams. As Craig Kinney and his Invictus Boston team now making their way back. Here's where you really play mind games with yourself, though. Rob, you get on this air bike for the final time. You know it's the final time, but it really does hurt a lot. 3rd time you've gone between the Big Bob push and the air bike.
It's really tough, especially, if you're looking at an assault bike and the bottom left number is your watts, that's like a lie detector. It tells you how hard you're pushing. And if you take a couple strokes off of the pedals, that number just drops down to nothing. And you have to mentally and emotionally keep yourself motivated, because if you're looking at Rob Forte right there, it looks like he's had enough, or maybe he's done with his calories, but it can be really disheartening to kind of crank away and watch 1 calorie tick by.
And probably a very smart move by Rob Forte there. And the males on most of these teams may be and likely will be able to eat up their 25 calories before the females are able to eat up the 18. Get as much recovery as you can. That way you can maybe carry a little bit more load on the Big Bob push.
Exactly.
Exterminator's making a move. That is pretty good there by the Exterminators. Third round through, coming off that bike for the third time. Looks like they're trying to eat up chunks of about 10 toe to bar at a time. Sets of 5 here. Again, if you look at the top of your screen, the team in blue, Exterminators in the lead. Following that, teams in red go second, third, fourth, fifth. It'll tell you how many repetitions they are behind. Again, we still have one more heat remaining here in Event 1 for the team competition.
And I think you called it, Jeff, that the toes to bar, it's 30 reps. This is an opportunity for the legs to relax for a second and for the athletes to really catch their breath, even if it's just for a short burst. They can get themselves grounded and get ready to get back to work on Big Bob.
So Invictus Boston currently in 5th place. They're 22 reps behind. There's Craig Kinney out on the right side. Kelsey Kill, the female on the left in the T-shirt, and that's going to be your captain for this team. Caitlin Cassis in the pink top was on Invictus X team a year ago. She moves over to Invictus Boston. Invictus, of course, has 3 teams under the Invictus banner, one coming up in heat number 2. 3 minutes away from the 17-minute cap.
And this is kind of what we thought, Jeff, just looking at round 1 being, in that 4.5 to 5 minute range, that getting through in 17 minutes, just because the sled is so heavy and it's taking so long to get down and back. I think it's going to be it'll be a stretch. I think we're going to see some DNFs, but right now we're looking at Rob Forte driving that thing across the floor.
Right now they are on the sled. Looks like Alioth behind them is going to be on the sled as well. So they've got to get Big Bob down and likely back to that start line. And this is where the Exterminators, if you're in the lead, you have to keep an eye behind you. See where Alioth is. If you're going to stop and break at that line, you don't want a team to come back and overtake you. And what these teams have to remember too, Rob, there's still one more heat to go. So you can't just beat the teams here. You've got to beat those teams in heat number 2. Now, if you win this heat, you're probably safe, but there will be cuts throughout the competition this week.
For sure. I've been in several competitions where you come out of the gate with a win and with a heat win or an event win, and it just sets the momentum up for the rest of the weekend. So I think these athletes are looking left and right and trying to jockey for position, but it's so valuable to come out of the gate with that first win.
Well, the race now is going to be the Terminators. They are up top, and they're the forefront of your screen. Directly behind them, just off to your right, is Alioth trying to get to the end of the field here at the North Park Stadium in Madison, Wisconsin, trying to get a heat win. And it's going to come down to who can just tolerate the most pain here for this last segment.
And it's hard to describe the discomfort in the legs as you're driving this thing, the lactic acid buildup. It just feels like it's going to blow your quads and your glutes out completely.
The Terminators have a pretty good lead. Alioth broke, and they did one of the worst things you can do if you're going to come off, whether it's a barbell or a sled, is to make that walk around. You want to stay where you are. It makes it a little bit easier to get back on the sled or a barbell or whatever you're doing. But it looks like the Exterminators are going to have a Heat 1 win here in event number 1. They're waiting for the skids to get all the way across, and there they go from Australia, the Exterminators, and they do it in 16:25. Alioth is going to have a nice finish as well. They'll get in under the cap. It looks like we may just have these two teams finish, Rob. You called it. There are going to be a lot of DNS as Alioth is in at 16:43. Yeah, only 2 teams are going to finish it here, Rob.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I expected. Just looking at round 1 taking, closer to 5 minutes, and you know that the pace is going to fall apart.
Well, a combination of air bike and sled pushes. The Big Bob in this instance is devastating, as you would expect, with the Exterminators, winners in heat number 1. They'll have a time to beat of 16:25 for heat number 2. And the advantage in heat number 2, you know the time you've got to beat. You know if you're in heat 2 and you finish the event, you're going to have a good chance to advance, whether they make cuts after event 1 or if they make cuts later tonight. Let's take a look back here at the Exterminators, Rob.
And Exterminators, they did a great job pacing early. Rob Forte was steering the ship the entire time, but Zeke Grove is no slouch either. Those guys were just locked in.
And so the Exterminators, again, they win heat number 1. Heat number 2 will be coming your way here momentarily from the North Park in Madison, Wisconsin. 7 more teams trying to get to the top of the leaderboard.
Stand by. Here we go, ladies.
Heat number 2 is underway of event number 1 here at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. Jeff Brightwell alongside Rob Orlando, and we'll see this Assault to Bob, which we just saw in heat number 1. And this air bike cow, big bob push, very devastating, Rob.
Team event number 1 is it proved to be really, really hard, and it's exactly what we thought, Jeff, was that we saw a lot of DNFs. Only 2 teams crossed the finish line and under the 17-minute cap, so we'll see if Heat 2 is any different.
There is Mayhem Freedom, a 3-time Affiliate Cup champion. They're going to go for their 4th this season, but it's going to be a lot bigger challenge. As you see CrossFit Krypton now on the front of your screen, that is Alex Smith. It's going to be Games veteran there. He has been here as an individual, as a team, big gymnast. Of course, his brother Ben got the wild card spot. His dad Chuck has been in the Masters competition in years past. Very athletic family and a very good affiliate in CrossFit Krypton.
And I think what we're looking at here, Jeff, is some of these, they were a little bit smarter on the pacing maybe. They came off the bike in about 1 minute and 15 seconds for our lead team. And I think in Heat 1, maybe first day jitters, but they came out a little bit hot. Not that makes a huge difference in an event that's 17 minutes long, but I think pacing early is going to help here.
This is Team Don't Stop, and the sunglasses there, that was Travis Williams. He was on Don't Stop, but he has rebuilt this team. He's the only returning member from a team last year, Rob, that was very up and down. They did have a event win, some top 5s last year, but they would be either in the bottom of the valley or at the top of the mountain. If they can get some consistency, that team could make some noise.
Well, Jeff, this year with only 14 teams competing, I think you really can't have that valley, right? You need to be at or you need to be well above the top 5 or 6 teams like every single event. You really can't have that one where you come in last or dead last or second to last. You need to earn all the points, especially with knowing that there are cuts coming. So I think it pays to come out early and get that a first event win or something close to it, and then hang at or near right at the very top.
30 synchronized toe to bar. These teams will break them up likely in sets of 10 on the first round, and we'll see where it plays out from there. But Mayhem Freedom and Don't Stop, as well as the Central Beast, your top 3 getting on the sled.
Jeff, Big Bob here. Let's do a little chat about what it is. Big Bob is almost 10 feet long, and for our 4-person, it is 1,177 pounds. So that's that's quite a bit of weight that they're having to move across the floor. But they're actually making short work of it. They're coming up on the 3-minute mark, and it looks like everyone is doing. They're moving smoothly. Given that it's only round 1, there's still a long way to go. But right now, everybody looks like they're doing pretty well.
Rich Froning and Dre Strom, the 2 males for Mayhem Freedom. Rich Froning, of course, you know all about him. 9 games, 4-time individual champ, 3-time team champ. But Dre Strom's a guy we have seen at the regionals 6 times. He's always been hanging around, close to making the games, kind of that top 10 spot in the regionals, but now part of the Mayhem Freedom team.
And it's great to finally get on the floor, and especially with somebody like Rich, who's just, he's such an all-star, one of the biggest stars in the sport. So it's great to see him out there on the floor.
Right now, those dark T-shirts at the top, Project X, just a couple of feet ahead of everyone else. Now we can already see in round number 1 how devastating the Big Bob can be. A lot of early breaks here in heat number 2. Again, these teams trying to beat the X-Terminators, who had a time of 16:25. Don't stop at the bottom of your screen making that push. Here's Travis Williams, and Don't Stop. I'll be the first back to the bike. Go ahead, Rob.
Well, yeah, we're looking at about 4 minutes and change. And what I'll be watching, Jeff, is to see what the split looks like for the same team going into round 2. So if you come across, and I'm always doing math anytime I'm doing a workout, where I'm constantly doing splits to see, all right, am I maintaining my pace, or do I need to pick it up? Can I pick it up? So a 4-minute first round, like I would like to see them do round 2 and maybe only lose 30 seconds, lose 45 seconds. If you start to lose 2 minutes, then you're looking at a potential DNF on a 3-rounder.
Well, back to round number 2. Again, 25 cals on the air bike for the males, 18 for the female. We saw it in heat number 1. We've seen it in team competition before, Rob. The males, if they can get to their calories first, will power down. You talked about the wattage earlier. Try to get a little more recovery. Maybe they can pick up a little of the load once they get back to the Big Bob.
Yeah, if you can buy yourself even an extra 10 seconds on the bike, so if the guys can finish their 25 calories and then just coast out while the ladies finish up, that 10 seconds is huge. I think mentally it's as valuable as it is physically to get that little bit of recovery before you go over and do toes to bar.
Front of your screen, that is the 3rd team out of Invictus. You can call them the original Invictus out of San Diego, California. They got here through Dubai. They were the 2014 Affiliate Cup champions. Of course, that was a different roster under this Invictus banner, but Lauren Fisher, Reagan Huckabee, Rasmus Anderson, Tommy Venus, all at least 1 games appearance. So the team started to make their way back to the Zeus rig, and it's going to become a mainstay even since we were in our last few years in Carson, California. It made its way here to Madison, Wisconsin, and we'll start with the synchronized toes to bar.
And what we saw in the first heat was breaking them up into sets of 5 or 10. That seemed to be kind of the numbers that most people chose. And you can see there, I think that was about 10 reps. You see everybody drop down, Rich take a look around, shake out the hands, and then pick things back up.
Well, right now, again, 16:25, your time to beat. Mayhem Freedom is in the lead with a 7-rep lead over Don't Stop, 10 over the Central Beast. We're nearing the 7-minute mark. So Mayhem Freedom on a pretty good pace here to maybe get an event win. Still have to get the Bob down and back, do another round, and that final long push all the way down as you see Travis Williams just to the right and his Don't Stop team. He put this team together this year with Jennifer Smith and Alexis Johnson and Roy Gamboa, making his 5th game appearance. He is 4-time individual with 1 event win. But here comes Mayhem Freedom, your defending Affiliate Cup champion. They have been to the games 5 times prior. Once back in, I believe it was 2013. That was a total different roster, but in this incarnation over the last 4 years, they put together 16 event wins. That's the most of any team.
We've got a pretty commanding lead, although now everybody's starting to play catch up here, so they'll see that lead shrink down a little bit. And I think what everybody always talks about, spectators and friends who know him, Rich is one of the best pacers out there. He's the guy that he's constantly looking left and right and making sure where his team is and where he is personally. And you can see him just glance over his left shoulder to see. I think he is almost always in the driver's seat, making sure that everything is in sync and he's doing what he needs to do to put his team or himself in a position to win.
That was CrossFit Vinyl, Jim. You just saw there one of the 2 teams still back on the toe to bar, and Rich Froning and his Mayhem Freedom team with a pretty good lead. They are taking a break. They have made the turnaround line, and now they'll be able to really survey that field, as you talked about, Rob, see where everyone is. They're not even at 9 minutes. They're going to have a pretty good shot at beating that time to beat at 16:25. They'll look over at the Central Beast and team Don't Stop. Don't Stop. There's Travis Williams in the front, just in the middle of your screen behind them. The Central Beast, unaffiliated out of Blue Ash, Ohio.
And Jeff, this is the point that I was talking about earlier. So round 1 took about 4 minutes and 10 seconds for the fastest team in Heat 2, and right now we're coming up on 9 minutes. So this heat has this round inside this workout has already taken a full minute longer than the first round. So you can imagine that round 3 is going to be more of the same, and that's where you start to get into the potential for a DNF, where you got 4 minutes for round 1, potentially 6 minutes for round 2. It doesn't leave a whole lot left on the clock to finish the workout.
Remember, X-Terminator's at the 16:25, and Eliath was at 16:43. Only 2 teams in Heat 1 finished event number 1. So just finishing Heat number 2 is going to put you in pretty good position. It's going to give you a top 9 out of 14 teams. And if you look at what the cut sheets are going to be, not necessarily after this event, but the next cut will be to 11, whether that is after event number 1 or if that is later this afternoon and into the evening, the next cut will be down to 11 teams. So if you do finish here, you're in really good position going into the next event or events, regardless of what it may be later this afternoon or this evening. So Mayhem Freedom, your leaders over Don't Stop. Project X at the top of your screen tells you the leader, how many reps behind the other teams are. And now the final round of the 25 or 18 cows on the air bike, the 30 toe to bar, and the Big Bob push.
And for most of these, the males and females, I think we're looking at about a minute and a half to get the bike ride done. And most of these guys, I would imagine the men are pushing somewhere around 450 to 550 watts at this stage of the game, potentially a little bit lower, depending on how fatigued they are. But knowing, for me, anytime I go into a 3-rounder, once you get into the 3rd round, you've crested the top of the hill, and it feels like you can kind of pick up speed on the backside. So I think mentally and emotionally, it always feels good to get into that 3rd round, knowing that the finish line is coming.
So again, about 5 minutes to get to the 16:25 mark, which is the time to beat for Mayhem Freedom to try to get yet another event win. And if they do, it's going to be their 17th event win all time, which would just already add to the record of 16. And it looks like they're going to ask Rich to get back on that bike till everyone is done.
Yeah, the athletes are not allowed to move forward until everybody's completed their calories, and you could see Rich, he was ready to move on. So, but his judge said, nope, you gotta hang tight here until everybody's done.
So there goes Mayhem Freedom. They will be on to the toe to bar, and then the long push with just over 4 minutes remaining to get to the time to beat and get an event win. Of course, they added China Cho this year. She came in from California, a 6-time individual in the CrossFit Games. Member of the 2015 CrossFit Invitational team, so she's got a little bit of team experience. Of course, her husband, Freddie Camacho, has been a Masters athlete before. Dre Straub is one of their athletes at CrossFit Mayhem. Savage was on the team a year ago, but China Cho really the brand new member to this Mayhem Freedom Club.
And anybody who's been around CrossFit for a while, of course they know China Cho. She's been around, it seems like, since the beginning. I mean, I've seen her face in and around competitions going all the way back to 2009, 2008 when I started this thing. So she knows what she's doing out there on the floor. She's super competitive, tons of experience, and she fits in perfectly with that team.
Boy, Mayhem Freedom has built up about a 20-rep lead. They're 19 over Krypton right now, and the Central Beasts, who are vaulting back and forth between second and third. Krypton has just kind of been hanging around. They've snuck up, moving up in the heat here. Again, if Krypton can finish, they could have themselves a second or a third place overall in event number 1. Final long sled push to the opposite end of the North Park Stadium here in Madison, Wisconsin for Mayhem Freedom, trying to rack up another event win, and they've got plenty of time to do it right now, Rob. Really no reason to rush at this point with just under 3 minutes to get that sled to the other end of the field.
No doubt, and you can see the clock right there in the screen for a second. You can see a clock. There's usually on the game floor, there's usually a huge clock for the athletes to see and the spectators to see what the running time is, and there is no doubt that Rich is eyeballing that clock, and Mayhem Freedom is eyeballing that clock right now, saying, look, we've got about 2 minutes to get across the floor and take this first win.
They have 2 minutes, 10 seconds. I would imagine they'll take it a length at a time, maybe a little bit less. Stasia Brzevich and China Cho will grab a breather. And that's what you want to do when you take the break. Stay on the Big Bob. You don't want to walk away from it. Just stay on it, sync it up, and go. And now here come the Central Beast. CrossFit Krypton getting on the sled on the right side of your screen. But here come your leaders right now in heat number 2. And I would say so again, Rich Froning. His team will take just a little bit of a break, and now here comes Mayhem Freedom again.
Just a huge, commanding lead over even second place. They are in the driver's seat. They've got it looks like about 30 or 40 meters left to come across the floor. And I imagine 2 or 3 more breaks, and they still have a minute underneath the time to beat. So they're right there. They've got about 20 meters to go.
Well, Mayhem Freedom right now, Rob, sending a big statement out to the rest of the teams. With the new format, all of these teams are kind of the super teams. They were built with a lot of experience, a lot of games athletes, wondering how is this going to change the competition this year? Will it make a little dent in the armor for Mayhem Freedom? But right now, Rich Froning's Mayhem Freedom team really sending out a statement to the rest of the athletes and the rest of the teams that the format may have changed, but the result obviously has remained the same, as they will get in at just under 16 minutes at 15:55, and that will be event win number 17 for Mayhem Freedom.
They just did such a great job, and they beat the time to beat by 30 seconds. It took them about 2.5 minutes just about to get across the floor. And with 40 seconds left, you can imagine how many more teams are going to DNF. And it's bad news knowing that, at some point the field is going to get cut to 11. So it really hurts to DNF this first event.
Really big here for Krypton. If they can get across the finish line before 16:43, they've got less than 10 seconds. They've got to get across. They could wrap up 93 points, and they will. Let's see what the official time, and they will have second overall. CrossFit Krypton, who hung around and made a late push in the last round, will get 93 points on the board through event number 1 as the Central Beast trying to get in under the cabin. It looks like they're going to fall just short. So only 4 teams finish this event, Rob.
Only 4 teams out of 14 finished the event, and it's kind of exactly what we said in the very beginning, that the sled push was so taxing and the time cap was set pretty aggressively. It makes it hard to finish that in 17 minutes, and these athletes are at the top of the heat. And, you know, they're not able to get that work done. And I think a lot of it comes down to Big Bob.
So Mayhem Freedom gets their 17th event win all time. They'll take the early lead, and that is a big, big statement. And Rob, let's see how they did it.
Well, looking back here, I mean, it looks like everybody's kind of on autopilot. Rich is definitely just chilling out on the bike. They're chipping away at the calories. And then once they got into the toaster bar, I noticed they were taking out bigger chunks than most of the other teams. I think in round 3, I counted 13 or 14 reps out of the get-go. So maybe they were taking bigger chunks, knowing that they were going to make up some ground there. But they were in the driver's seat. Once they got to Big Bob for the third push, there was no looking back. There wasn't anybody even close.
Well, as we said, a new format, but the same result, and big right there for Rich Froning. Let's go down to the field and Nikki Brazier.
The 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games, you guys were able to pick up speed even in that last heat, or in that last round rather, getting to Big Bob faster than you ever had before. How did you find the strength and the ability to do that after all those rounds?
We were trying not to let the girls down because they were finishing before us. China's like, come on.
A little faster now. Now, this has been a different season, a different approach to the games than we've ever seen before. You guys have had the ability to train together for a while. How did that set you up properly for this? Yeah, we get along great. Everybody communicates really well. We kind of let China take the lead on the communication on the total bar, and then it was just when me and Drake could push on the sled. Well, congratulations, guys. Way to start it off. Thank you.
That is CrossFit Mayhem Freedom. They have an event win, their 17th all-time. As you take a look at the standings and the event results, that's what it looks like. Mayhem Freedom has 100 points. The Exterminators will come up with a 93, followed by Krypton and Goliath. That's your top 4 with one event already done. But it was a devastating as we thought, Rob, between the air bike and the Big Bob. But Mayhem Freedom, a familiar spot on top of the standings.
They came out so strong, and that's a great position to be in. 100 points up, event 1, rolling into event 2 for Thursday.
So one event down. We'll see how many events we have left for today. Right now, it's still to be announced whether we may have one more or potentially 2 more events remaining for the teams. No, the individuals will be coming up right around 11:36. Also, you can go to Morning Chalk Up on the Facebook page or the YouTube page. They will have live shows. They had one this morning. They'll have a midday show and one later today from the Beer Garden in Madison, Wisconsin. Keep it tuned here for the Morning Chalk Up's presentation of the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. Welcome back to the North Park Stadium in Madison, Wisconsin, as we get set for individual action for the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. I'm Jeff Brightwell, my broadcast partner, Games veteran and CrossFit strongman Rob Orlando. Well, Rob, we got to see a new era in team competition now. As you look at this field of play, a vastly new era in individual competition.
Totally different. For the first time, we're seeing just a sea of barbells and 50 ropes hung up. We have 3 heats of 50 men that are going to go through event 1, and that it's the biggest field that we've ever seen because the format completely changed this year. But this is an incredible event 1 for our men.
Going to have a 20-minute time cap here for event number 1 and 4. Frankly, a lot of these athletes, it'll be the 20 minutes they're on the floor, but being a national champion, it's much like the Olympics, Rob, just a chance to be on this competition floor. Very special moment for all of these athletes.
It's one of those things that you can just, it's a tick mark. It's a thing that you did, and you can tell people for the rest of your life that you got to go out on the floor on the biggest stage for this sport.
Let's take a look here, Rob. 4 rounds. It was the main site workout. A lot of rumors started swirling. Would this be event 1? And indeed it is.
I love it that they're going right back to CrossFit.com where this whole thing started, and we're going 4 rounds for time. For our men here, it's going to be a 400-meter run, and then 3 legless rope climbs, and that'll be to about 15 feet, and then 7 squat snatches at 185 pounds. And the field is going to get cut in half after this event. We've got a 20-minute time cap.
3 heats of 50. It's going to be a long list of lane assignments, but interesting and neat to see all the different flags and all the different nations represented right there in lane 14. You just saw there is one familiar face in heat number 1. That is the second wild card, and that is Ben Smith. He put it out on social media about 4 or 5 days ago that he didn't qualify through the Open. He's had some injuries, some other things going on, but, you know, he felt like I could throw down, and the community response from the CrossFit community so great. I think a very deserving wild card spot for the 2015 Games champion.
Love to see Ben back out there. And as I'm watching the list of names scroll through, you know, so many of these guys never heard of, and, you know, but Ben Smith's name jumps out. It's great to see him out on the floor, and it's also great to see some of these athletes get an opportunity to compete against him.
Well, we are underway, and we're going to start it off with the 400-meter run, a new course that we will run this year behind North Park Stadium. And they'll be actually running into our old stomping grounds, Rob, the old TV compound. They'll go through a little bit of a swell, so there'll be a little bit of a dip in the run before they come back on the other side of North Park Stadium. But a 400-meter run to start things out.
And there you can see that little dip where they've got to run up the ramp. And, you know, right now, first round, opening jitters, not that big of a deal. And it probably won't be as these guys go through this first event. But after, you know, the 2 rounds of 14 squat snatches, running that last 400 meters is going to hurt. And these guys are going to have to dig deep to get it done under the 20-minute cap.
Oh, this is not where it's going to be won or lost, but I tell you what, if I was a national champ in this heat, Rob, I might sprint the first one just to say I had the lead at one point in the CrossFit Games. Come back in the stadium first when you got three legless rope climbs awaiting you.
Just lead them back into the stadium. At least you're on camera for one quick shot and you're out in front.
Well, you and I both coach. You've been on the seminar staff. There's, you know, some of the big guys, there's a lot to be said about winning that warm-up run every morning.
Oh, of course. Look, we talk about it all the time. It's okay to go ahead and win the warm-up. For a lot of people, that might be the only time they come in first, and that's just fine. Go out there and you hammer the warm-up, pal.
They'll come back to their corresponding lane after the 400-meter run. Now we go to 3 legless rope climbs, and you look at this event, a very good combination between some gymnastics, body weight skill we see on the legless rope climbs, and then you're going to get into some a little bit heavier squat snatches for a lot of reps. It's going to be 28 squat snatches, and if you get through this, it's going to be 12 total legless rope climbs, who we already see giving some of the athletes a little bit of trouble in round number 1.
And this, Jeff, you and I talked about this off the air earlier. It's just like where are people going to get hung up here? And what we're going to see right off the bat is the struggle on those legless rope climbs for some of our less experienced athletes. You know, if you don't have access to a rope, and some of these guys might not have access to a rope, I think it's difficult to imagine climbing 15 feet and getting up there without using your legs and doing it round after round. So we'll see some separation here for sure.
That first athlete you saw a couple of seconds ago, Kila Var from Papua New Guinea, made a nice job of coming down the rope and then stopping himself to get back up. But now we're going to get into some of these athletes into the 7 squat snatches. It's going to be 185 pounds for these males. And the key here with a 20-minute time cap, Rob, don't rush it. Very, very important. Take an extra 5 or 10 seconds. Will benefit you if you can complete the rep rather than starting to accrue a lot of no reps.
Absolutely, Jeff. I think one of the things that, and as the camera pans back and we start to see some of those barbells fly around, my gut tells me that we're going to see a ton of no reps out on the floor. That I think 185 for a lot of these guys is going to be, it's going to be a tricky lift. You can see the athlete in the green shirt on the left of your screen just missed that one. We're going to see athletes miss these 185 squat cleans because it's just an uncomfortable weight, even in round 1. Forget round 4, but you'll have to get through round 1 to get, to advance forward. And I think what we're seeing right now is Ben Smith making short work of round 1.
Well, I don't think this is any surprise to any of us. Ben Smith with a substantial lead already out on the run, and no one within sight of him coming out of the North Park Stadium. Got that at-large bid just a couple of days ago.
And my guess is that he probably did those 7 reps touch and go. Either that or they were super quick singles. So this is, kind of autopilot. But Ben also has to be aware that even though he's racing guys that aren't keeping up with him, he's also racing heats 2, 3, and 4. So he's still competing against Matt Fraser and everybody else who's following him. So he has to go out there. And in some ways, it's really tricky because what kind of a pace do you set? It's hard when you're so far out in front. You really you're on an island. You have nothing to gauge yourself or your speed by. So I think it's a tough position for Ben to be in, but he's such a seasoned competitor that he's going to go out there and set the pace that he can manage round after round.
Probably the pace he's going to set is how fast can I go and keep moving without having to redline and stop during this event. Again, the top 75 to go, but you got 75 pretty good athletes going to make this first cut. But Ben Smith, and he had about 150 meter lead in that 400-meter run.
And I think round after round, Jeff, that lead's only going to get bigger because he's not going to slow down a whole lot. This weight is so light for him. He's such a good Olympic lifter. His legless climbs, you can see him just ripping right up the rope, hand over hand. I think that his round after round is going to look a lot like round 1.
And this is really key for heat number 2, Rob, to have someone like Ben Smith in heat number 1 with this wild card, because it really does give you a true indicator of the time that you may need to set in heat number 2, because we're going to see a lot of people cap out here in heat number 1. But with Ben, if you can get somewhere around his time, you're probably going to have a pretty good chance to make that top 75 cut.
I think you're exactly right, and that's a great point, is that, when you're in heat 2, 3, 4, knowing that Ben goes out there and sets a time of, call it 15 minutes, if you can be anywhere near that, I think you can be pretty confident in your time and your score overall.
Quick work for Ben Smith, who is now going to make his way back to the barbell for the squat snatches again at 185.
And let's take a look here if he does. No, he's going to do them all as singles, which I think is smart. You don't want to really do any of the work necessary to lower the bar to the floor and go touch and go. So, he's doing that quick single, catch it, drop it, reset, take a breath, and do the next rep. And I think that's a really smart approach. Unless you needed to go touch and go and to sprint to a finish, it doesn't really pay dividends to do it that way.
And more athletes make their way in to start round number 2 of the legless rope climbs. They're already in round 2 on that 400-meter run. But one of the thrills you talk about, we've seen Ben Smith a couple times. What if you're Shakir Alouni?
So Ben has currently finished 2 rounds. His third and fourth round will be on the other side of that chess piece.
On the snatches behind. Good rep. Handle left for him. Working on that third round on legless rope lines. Yeah, we're well past that halfway point. 10 minutes and 30 seconds elapsed. Now this 20-minute time back. And here he comes, Larry.
Reaching that barbell for the third time. That last barbell, correct myself, will
For the final round. Right now, though, it's all been all snatches and almost all done. I think he's scoring another rep. Very short breaks for Smith. And a thumbs up from his judge. Before he begins the fourth and final round. For about 12 minutes.
And there he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Ben Smith. Making his way out on that run for the final time.
on from Vietnam. The national champion. Trying to fight his way up that legless rope climb. With 13:30 on the clock.
Jeff Brightwell back with Rob Orlando here at the Reebok CrossFit Games. This is heat number 1 of event number 1. Ben Smith, the leader, in a little technical issue. Glad to be back here in the morning chalk-up presentation of the CrossFit Games. And Rob, no surprise here again. Ben, as we talked about, if he could get somewhere around the 15-minute mark, would provide a good measuring stick for heat number 2.
That's a great benchmark to set, and it's what the guys in Heat 2 are going to be watching to see. They want to know what kind of pacing they should use. My thought on this event was that you'd probably run about 1.5 minutes to 1:45 on the 400 meters, so you got about 7 total minutes of running. These legless rope climbs should be about 1 minute per, so you can start to break down the workout piece by piece to see how long should this thing take, and if you really wanted to push, how quickly could you get it done.
So a little bit of a final chalk up there for Ben Smith. And if you're curious about what it's like today in Madison, it's really a perfect day for competition. Just 73 degrees and sunny skies, just a couple of clouds out there, but a nice day in Madison. And very unpredictable, Rob. We've seen all kind of weather. It was a little warm last year. The year before, we had that cold front come through on the obstacle course day. And here comes Ben Smith off of the rope climbs and back onto the squat snatches.
And I think what
he
we should
will
expect
touch
to
it.
see
He's
there.
through.
Go ahead.
And Ben Smith will have the time to beat it. And I don't think that is going to be any surprise, as you have a 20-minute time cap. He has these final 7 squat snatches at 185.
And each one of these looks like a warm-up. You can see him get a quick pull, dive underneath it, catch it. And, you know, he's had some knee issues, but obviously, you know, we've fixed that, and now he's back in action because these reps look just like round 1 15 minutes ago.
Just a few athletes on these snatches, and some of these athletes still may be in round number 3. Again, 50 athletes on the floor, and there goes Ben Smith. He's going to make the sprint a familiar run for Ben Smith as he is in around 16:29. So that's going to be your time to beat with 2 heats remaining and some 100 athletes remaining. So pretty good pace to beat, and you called it, Rob, a little bit under 17 minutes, about 16:29 unofficially for Ben Smith.
You know, one of the advantages, and it can be a disadvantage sometimes, but one of the advantages to having done this for so long is that you can assess the workout and say, all right, I think this is how long this piece will take, and piece by piece, where are you going to rest and how are you going to break this thing down? So you can kind of say, all right, this is going to be between a 16 and a 17-minute workout, depending on how hard you want to push. That can also be a detriment, though, because you can set this mental time cap in your mind, and you know, you should really come out and move a lot quicker, or you should break, you know, where you didn't think you needed to break. So it can be a little bit of a double-edged sword, but this played out pretty much how I thought it would. You're 16, 17 minutes, and I think some of the later heats, maybe they'll push it knowing that that's the time to beat.
And now what we'll watch here, Rob, is to see if any of the other athletes are able to get in under the time cap. If you're able to get in under the time cap, you never know. One of these athletes potentially, I think you'll see an athlete or two out of this first heat be able to make the top 75. What I'll be interested in seeing over the course of the next day or so is, will we have one of the Cinderella stories that's able to sneak into the top 50 after that second cut, whether that is tonight or whether it is sometime tomorrow. Right now, we do not know when a second cut will be made.
there's a lot of things that we don't know, and there's still so many question marks. And there's, if you look at the game's website, so much of it is TBD. It's to be announced or to be determined. And I think it plays into some of the mental anguish that the competitors are going to have to go through because they just don't know. It's also, I think, if you qualified from one of these spots that you came in first from a country that it's not really well represented, and you've got your opportunity out there on the floor. This is the moment. So you go out there, you lay it all out, you do what you can do, and you embrace the experience itself.
Right now, it is Ben Smith, the only athlete that has finished here in heat number 1. We'll see with less than a minute remaining to go in the time cap if we have another athlete. And there's Ben Smith, and that's the CrossFit way. He's going to go back and support the guys that are next to him. In lane 13, that looks like that was Edmund Tan out of Malaysia. He's trying to help get through these last few squat snatches here with 40 seconds remaining in the cap. Moving the marker in lane 29 is Subio Aldondo out of the Dominican Republic. A lot of countries we've never called before here at the CrossFit Games. And as Greg Glassman said, they're heroes to their community and their countries. 15 seconds remaining.
You can see the frustration there, just not being able to get up the rope, and it's just experience and strength.
That's a 20-minute time cap. So Ben Smith, who got that second wild card spot, a Games veteran, former champion, the only athlete in heat number 1 to complete it, and he did it in 16:28.29. So that's going to be your time to beat and a good mark for heat 2 to watch. Your top contenders, will be in heat number 1. So heat 2, that's kind of the swing heat in here, really where we think that top 75 is going to fall.
Yeah, we just don't know for sure, but that's kind of the guess, is that heat 2 is a swing heat for sure. I think you nailed it with that, Jeff.
Well, Ben Smith, give some congratulations to the other athletes here, and Ben Smith right there, and here's how he did it, Rob.
He was way out in front. It looks to me like it's probably his second run. So he had just finished 7 squat snatches at 185. But he was so far out in front, like I mentioned earlier in the broadcast. He's just out there on an island. There's really nobody to put any pressure on him whatsoever, which is it's hard sometimes to go out and set the pace. But when you're the wild card, that's just what you have to go out there and do. And Ben being his 11th time at the games, and I think he's got the experience level to know what he's capable of. And he ended up crossing the line in 16:28 and setting the benchmark for the next heats.
Well, again, 2 heats remaining, approximately 100 athletes remaining in these heats of 50. But Ben Smith, the only athlete in heat number 1 to complete event number 1. 2 heats remaining here from the North Park Stadium at the Alliant Energy Center. We'll be in the stadium, I believe, a little bit later tonight. But 2 more heats coming up here from the Reebok CrossFit Games. Welcome back to the North Park Stadium in Madison, Wisconsin. Heat number 2 of event number 1. And we saw the first heat go, Rob, and it's 4 rounds for time.
Well, event number 1 is we're going to make a huge cut here. We're going from 150 athletes down to 75. And what we're looking at is 4 rounds. Each round is a 400-meter run, 3 legless rope climbs to 15 feet, and 7 squat snatches. And for our gentlemen here, it's going to be 185 pounds. Lots and lots of athletes in Heat 1 got capped at our 20-minute time cap. But Ben Smith set the time to beat with 16:28.
Well, we've got a few names here in Heat number 2. As you see, there's Brent Fikowski in lane number 33. So Brent Fikowski has been a podium finisher. Will Morad making his return. Bronislav Olinkowicz, who we've kind of seen on social media, make some big weights here. And it's a good combination between being able to move your body weight on a legless rope climb, but can you also lift some heavy weight? Now, we saw Bronislav Olinkowicz, his name popped up there. We know what kind of weight he can move around. Is he capable of doing these rope climbs? We have Hunter McIntyre, the wild card. Obviously, I don't think the rope's going to give him a problem. How's he going to be able to move a 185-pound squat snatch? That's to be seen here as they line up. Well, ready to go on the start. And there is Hunter McIntyre, the first ever wild card to the CrossFit Games. And he will be in lane number 1. We'll keep an eye on him. Brent Fikowski in this heat 2 is for Ryan Satter, Will Morad. And they'll all be trying to beat that 16:28.29 of Ben Smith to try to advance in the top 75.
And you can see the field staying close together here. There's, I think, Hunter McIntyre out in front, but he also had the pole position. He was sitting at position number 1, so he has the shortest distance to run. And that'll balance itself out over the course of these 4 rounds. But what I would expect to see here is for them to enter back into the stadium somewhere around 1.5 minutes to 1:45 and get to work on those 3 legless rope climbs.
Well, if you look at Ben Smith's time of 16:28, you're looking at a shade over 4 minutes per round. Of course, your first round or two likely are going to be a little bit quicker than rounds 3 or 4. But you talked about in Heat 1 when Ben Smith was going about the event. Can you keep a consistent pace? Can you maybe not ramp up too much in round number 1 and keep that consistent round over 4 times through?
I think that the more seasoned athletes, the ones who've been competing for years, and who do a really good job of keeping splits when they do workouts in their gym, I think they're going to do well here, because you should be able to come out and say, all right, I need to be, and these guys are all coming in at 1.5 minutes, so that's a 6-minute mile pace, which is aggressive. We'll see that slip in round 2, 3, and 4, but you've got to be able to maintain intensity. What you don't want to do is come out so hot that you pay the price and you can never recover over the course of a 15-minute workout.
Now, in games past, when we do the legless rope climbs or another rope climb of any kind, you have to show control on the way down, have to hit that black crossbar where the rope is anchored, and that is Hunter McIntyre on your screen. Out of the U.S., the wild card, a professional obstacle course racer, 6-time world champ, 4-time national champ, and a lot of people were wondering what's going to happen here. Some of the community, kind of rewarded him, thinking he could do well in the games. Some did not like it. And there's a chance to test his fitness and see how he really stacks up here.
And for the spectators at home, there we go. We're looking at Fikowski make short work of that 185 barbell. This is something that he's probably done 1 million times in practice and in different workouts. So this is no big deal, and he is a master of pacing. So you can bet that he's got an eye on the clock and he's doing splits in his mind, thinking how fast can I push, and when should I start really pushing hard? Because these guys need to race, because there's a heat following them. So they're not just racing the 49 other people on the floor, but there's another 50 that are going to take the floor after them.
Fikowski just missing the podium with a tiebreak a season ago, but he has been a podium finisher and a games veteran, trying to make his way back to the podium this year. Got to get through the cut of the top 75, which I don't think he's going to have any trouble doing here this afternoon, and we'll see what happens this evening. If we make another cut tonight, we are unsure if that's going to happen tonight or tomorrow. So the first grouping of athletes back on the 400-meter run. There goes Brent Fikowski. A little bit different course. They'll run through the swell, so a little bit of up and down, then back through the old television media compound before they re-enter the North Park. And again, when they're on the run, at least early on, even though you may be ahead of someone, you may actually be behind, because as you mentioned, Rob, they'll have to run back to their corresponding lanes.
And right there on your screen, you can see the guy with the T-shirt. That's Josh Miller. I got to watch him compete in France, and it was such an incredible opportunity for him. It was his 3rd try, and it was the French throwdown was the very last sanctional to get an opportunity to go to the games, and he was able to secure a spot. So it's great to see him not only at the games, but actually doing well in this event. He's up there in the lead here, or in 2nd position.
So this is the run on the beginning of round number 2 of 4. Here comes Miller and the other athletes. It's a second heat of 50 athletes. Top 75 will advance. And they'll be back to the 3 legless rope climbs, and then on to the squat snatches. Again, 185 pounds is the weight for the male athletes. The females later on will go, I believe, at 125.
And Jeff,
Brent
they pulled this
re-entering.
workout. They pulled this workout from CrossFit.com. So this is just a workout that was posted to CrossFit.com. This is what the CrossFit community is doing. Obviously scaled to be appropriate for your strength and skill level. But CrossFit.com posted up a great workout, and that starts off our competition.
Well, Ben Smith and Miller, not Ben Smith, excuse me, Brent Fikowski and Miller right now at the lead as McIntyre just got back to his rope. So you see some veterans, some guys who have been around the games and the regionals with the lead, but McIntyre right now in 3rd. But there's Brent Fikowski, got to the rope first, along with Miller. So it's going to be Fikowski and Miller, your top 2 so far in heat number 2. Got a 20-minute time cap in event
You can see Fikowski stepping up here, catching his breath a little bit. But these squat snatches is doing a great job. Will Morad, current leader, doing a great job of making quick singles, not taking too much time between his reps. You can see he does a quick single, he'll shake out the hands, and then he'll get himself organized for that next rep.
So Fikowski trying to wrap up this and get on to round number 3. Again, this is heat number 2 of 3 heats. Top 75 going to advance on to the next event or events later today and this evening. And interesting, Rob, where these athletes will get stuck. We saw it in the first heat, some getting stuck on legless rope climbs. Stronger athletes get stuck there. Your body weight athletes, some of them getting maybe stuck on the squat snatches.
It's a great event for a couple different reasons. One, you've got that cardio element where we're going to run a mile. But two, you've got this high skill gymnastics, legless rope climb that requires some strength, and it's going to punish some of these guys that are 220, 230 pounds. Anybody who's in that Clydesdale category is going to pay the price on those rope climbs. But on the flip side, it should help you when you come to that 185 squat snatch. So this is a very fair and balanced workout to come out in event 1.
There's Brent Fikowski. You just saw James Newberry, who is a Games veteran out of Australia, make his way onto the run. But Brent Fikowski and Miller were the first of the rope and lane, in round number 2 as we go back to the backside of the North Park Stadium here in Madison, Wisconsin. Again, about 73 degrees and mostly sunny now that we're in the afternoon here in Wisconsin.
That's such a treat to go out and compete when it's 73 degrees, sunny, dry. The days of competing at the Home Depot Center in Carson, California, where, man, it was just like an oven 24/7. You go out there in the afternoon and bake on the floor. So 73 and sunny, I would take that any day of the week.
Athletes probably don't want it to get much warmer than it is right now. It's very comfortable for the fans at North Park, but once your body warms up, it gets very hot quickly. So the low 70s is where you're going to want it to stay. By 3 or 4 o'clock, the high only going to be about 80 today. So not an oppressive heat by any means, but it will get warm later this afternoon. Once we see those individual females get into their competition, that temperature will begin to creep up a little bit. And Ben Smith, 16:28.29. That's the time to beat, the only athlete to finish in heat number 1.
It just shows you how difficult it is. You can be the best from your country and get out there on the floor of the games, and then 49 people DNF in heat 1. So it's so difficult. And this workout in particular, it's heavy enough that it's going to stop a bunch of people. And those legless rope climbs, we saw it in heat 1. It stopped people right in their tracks.
James Newberry in the background with the dreads. There's Brent Fikowski on the right side of the black tank top. Boy, things go so smooth, Rob, for most of that rope. It's always that last foot to try to make that touch.
No question about it. And I was just going to say that, one thing that we haven't touched on at all is how grippy this event is. That you've got that squat snatch, which is, you're grabbing the bar, you're trying to hang on tight. Even if it's just for a single, you've got that taxing on your grip, and then you've got this legless rope climb where you're carrying your full mass and you're trying to get up the rope quickly. So you can see him shaking out the hands because that pump is real.
James Newberry making his way back to the barbell. We saw Will Morad, who's been away for a little while with some health issues. Glad to see him back on the floor at the CrossFit Games. Morad off to the left side, shirtless in the black shorts.
In the party shorts right there, compliments of Reebok. You can see you're running two side by side.
Morad of the Middle Tennessee area in Brentwood. in the Nashville area. Newberry off to the right, shirtless with the dreads, really smooth in that transition.
I was just going to say the same thing, Jeff. You caught it there. You can take a look at when these athletes dive underneath the bar, their arms are completely locked out straight, they plant the heels and come up out of the bottom of that squat. And the faster they can get themselves underneath the bar, the easier it is to catch it with your arms fully extended and then stand it up. So you'll see that the stronger the athlete, the more seasoned they are, the better the mobility, the easier it is to get in that overhead squat position.
James Newberry on his way to move his chest piece. Brent Fikowski under 5 reps remaining. Just a couple more on his snatches. Earlier you saw Christoph Kerner out of Austria make his way back onto the run. But there goes James Newberry back out of under the Zeus rig, and then we'll get back out of the North Park Stadium. Again, 4 rounds for time, 400-meter run, 3 legless rope climbs, 7 squat snatches at 185. There's Will Morad in the black shorts. James Newberry right behind him in the green and black camo print.
You can see Newberry shaking out the forearms, trying to get the blood coming back, and you know that you're going to go right back onto that rope climb where it's only going to get worse.
Now Brent Fikowski will make his way back to the run. Again, the 20-minute time cap. That looks like Eric Toth out of Slovakia there in the pink shorts. I believe that's who we have.
The way he's running, it looks uncomfortable. It looks like he's, it looks like he either strained his lower back or, I mean, maybe that's just the way he runs, but man, he looks uncomfortable.
Meanwhile, Newberry and Morad look very comfortable, still very upright. Morad trying to shake those arms out. Newberry looks really good. I think he made a really nice improvement a year ago. We've seen him at the CrossFit Games before, maybe in the bottom half, but you got to remember on the after day 1 last year, I believe he was right around the top 10, if not in the top 10. So we'll see if Newberry can make maybe that next jump here this season.
It'd be great to see we see his name all over the leaderboard all the time, but it'd be great to see him, kind of make those improvements year after year and keep putting himself in position where he's still running with the big boys on the last event on the last day.
Again, the only thing that we know here today for Event 1 is we will cut down to 75 athletes. We do not know how many events are left in day number 1. We don't know if there could potentially be another cut after this afternoon or this evening. But your current leader is James Newberry. Brent Fikowski had the early lead, but Will Morad and James Newberry have made a push. Hunter McIntyre was out to an early lead, but we've not seen him for a little while.
I'd be curious to see exactly where he is on the floor and how things are going with that barbell. Because, like we talked about, the run and the rope climb is probably not a big issue for him, but the squat snatch at that weight is technical enough and it's heavy enough that, if you haven't practiced that in the gym, you're in big trouble out there on the floor.
So again, we'll see if these athletes, these veterans here, Newberry and Smith and Morad, if they can get to 6. Shake out the arms, chalk up as Fikowski makes his way up.
And you can see
Newberry in the background, shirtless.
Fikowski comes down the rope so fast, and that limits your time under tension on the hands. It's trying to save whatever grip you've got left at this point, but you can see how fast he just comes ripping down the rope with just enough grip with the feet to slow him down.
I'm not sure if you're noticing this, Rob. Newberry very consistent in his rope climbs, up and down. We saw him on the run, very comfortable. Fikowski, a couple times, we've seen him come off the rope. There he goes again, doubling over. Brent, that's what I was looking at. Brent looking a little bit more gas than some of the other veteran athletes here.
Yeah, for sure. Newberry's had the same pace from start to finish, and right now it actually looks like he's picking up his tempo. No doubt he's taking a look at the clock, and he knows that he's got about 50 seconds if he wants to beat Ben Smith's time of 16:28. So Newberry, is making short work of these 7 reps, and every one of them, they look perfect. He's diving underneath that bar, catches it with his arms completely locked out. I think this is number 4 right here. So if he can maintain that pace, I think he's got a shot at taking away the best time from Ben Smith.
Will Morad on the right, James Newberry on the left. The one thing these athletes know, with Ben Smith being the only one that finished in Heat 1, as long as they finish, they're advancing after event number 1 in the top 75 with only 50 athletes remaining in Heat number 3. And here comes Brent Fikowski in the background of the black tank top. There goes James Newberry, and he's going to be across. And Newberry, the new time to beat, right around 16:23 unofficial time. It's going to be tight for Fikowski. We'll see how many Morad has left. It's under 5. His judge's hand is up. So we're only going to have anywhere from about 2 to 4 athletes in the first 2 heats finish event number 1. Morad's going to be real close. He's going to be the 3rd athlete in the first 2 heats to complete event number 1, and Fikowski may end up capping out with. No, he'll have time. He's still got about 3 minutes. So we're going to have 4 athletes. There's one in the background. We'll have about 5 to 7 athletes, I would guess, finish this. So Fikowski's going to get in at a little over 17 minutes. So now we have 4 athletes who have completed this. Ben Smith, James Newberry, Will Morad, and Brent Fikowski. So they for sure know they are going to make the cut.
Yeah, and you can see Fikowski throw his hands right into that ice bucket there, trying to get the grip and the forearms to relax. And maybe that was just the issue for him. His hands and his forearms just completely went, which made the rope climbs a lot harder. I would have looked at this workout on paper, and I would have kind of put it together as a wheelhouse for somebody like Fikowski, where he's got those long limbs. I've seen him jump and touch, so jump on a rope climb, do a legless climb where he jumps from the floor and does one giant pull and can touch 15 feet. So I would have put this right up there with like a wheelhouse, and to see him labor a little bit, maybe the hands just gave up on him.
We're going to have some national champs advance in the top 75. On the right side of your screen, who collapsed in the pink shorts momentarily a while ago, was Michael Smith out of Ireland. So he is through. So it's going to be good to see through the top 75 some of these national champions make their way and advance. We're going to have several now, about a minute and a half remaining in the 20-minute time cap. So Belovic is trying to make his way through. The Lithuanian.
You see him get stable there at the bottom. He did a good job of catching that rep because it looked like it was going to fall forward, but he got stable at the bottom. Let's take a look here and see if he can catch the next one. And those look good. He did a good job getting himself locked in at the bottom.
Arminas Belovicius is in at 19 minutes. 1 minute remaining in the time cap. So as long as you finish this, I think you're probably pretty safe on advancing to this afternoon. There'll be a few athletes that hit the time cap that will advance to the top 75 as well. I don't think we're going to have a total of 74. We're not going to have another 20 athletes in this heat finish. 30 seconds remaining. That's Alexander Anasgasti out of Spain. Less than 5 reps remaining, and he's going to be high enough, too, even if he caps out. He should advance within the top 75.
You can see at 10 seconds left. You got to get those reps done. There you go. Attaboy.
Well, he just earned himself another event, maybe 2 more events, so this trip well worth it. He's going to stay alive here in the CrossFit Games. And that's going to be a big thrill for these guys. But James Newberry gets in there along with Ben Smith with the top 2 times, 16:21:19. That is the new time to beat. And he didn't jump out quickly. He had a nice pace, very consistent through the 4 rounds. We saw a couple of the other guys get out very, very hot, but Newberry right there about round 2, we saw where he kind of emerged as a leader and kept that pace throughout.
And he was really consistent. I was keeping track of his splits, and I didn't see much fade at all. I think he did a really good job on the rope climbs of saving his hands, and on every single run you could see him shaking out the forearms, trying to get himself loose. But his running posture, look at how relaxed he is, taking that big breath in, making sure that he's got the right tempo and the pace so that when he gets back into those rope climbs, he can get right to work. But his climbs were so consistent. We saw a lot of athletes struggle, but he was really consistent on the rope climbs, and the squat snatch just wasn't a big issue for him. So James Newberry coming in with a time of 16:21, and he takes the heat win.
And he went over and talked. I don't know if you recognize that. Our own Brittany Klein from Morning Chalk Up. She'll be on at 2:45 of Justin LaFranco and Tommy Marquez updating you from the beer garden on site. But here we are in event 1. That was heat number 2. Newberry wins this heat and now has the overall time to beat. Well, Morad finishes. You see about 10 athletes able to get themselves in and beat the time cap of 20 minutes. So if you beat the time cap, you're going to advance. And one of the guys who you're watching, Hunter McIntyre, not in that top 10, so not sure if that wild card's going to make it out of the top 75.
Yeah, that workout was punishing for somebody who's never thrown a barbell around. So we'll see what happens going into the next event.
So the athletes of heat number 2 will make their way off the North Park Stadium floor. Heat 3 is coming up momentarily from Madison, Wisconsin.
Representing the U.S., Scott Panchik. Representing the United States, Zachary Bunland. Representing the United States, Street Corner. Representing Australia, Phoenix Brown. Representing the United States, Samuel Quant. National champion from Sweden, Lucas Hofer. Representing the United States, Eric Carmody. Representing Canada, Alex Puyol. Representing Australia, Dean Linder-Leighton. Representing Canada, Patrick Bellner. Representing the United States, Saxon Panchik. National champion from Finland, Donna Koski. Representing the United States, Chandler Smith. National champion from the Russian Federation, Alexander Elin.
Welcome back to the North Park Stadium in Madison, Wisconsin. We get set for heat number 3 of event number 1. I'm Jeff Brightwell with Rob Orlando, and for the third time, we're going to see the main site workout of the day, Rob.
Well, First Cut, this is our men's event 1. We're going 4 rounds, 400-meter run, 3 legless rope climbs, and 7 squat snatches. And for our men, it's going to be 185 pounds. But, Jeff, the thing that's really important here is that half the field is going to be gone after this event. So we've got a 20-minute time cap. We had a handful of athletes finish in the last 2 heats. I expect to see many, many more finish it, and some will potentially taking that top spot of 16 minutes and 21 seconds by James Newberry.
A heat of just under 50 athletes in heat number 3. You've seen 50 in heat 1 and heat number 2, but you're going to see a lot more familiar names as you go through the lane assignments here. Alex Vigneault is back in the CrossFit Games. There's Travis Mayer in lane number 32. Jacob Hetner, of course, Matt Fraser in lane number 26. 3 straight championships for Matt Fraser and a new format. Bartek Lipka in lane number 39 out of Poland. That was Bronislaw Olenkowicz's teammate a couple of years ago that I saw over in Sweden, a big lifter, but we'll see how he is able to manage the run and the legless rope climbs. A big combination here, and I like the combination, as you've talked about, Rob, is you can't be just a big lifter because you're not going to get through the rope climbs, and you can't be a body weight specialist and get through the rope climbs and then get stuck on the 185-pound snatches. It's a good event to really showcase your overall fitness.
I completely agree, and this workout was taken directly from CrossFit.com, and I think this workout is it's a perfect event start for the CrossFit Games in 2019 because it's so fair and balanced. That the person who's got the best overall fitness is the one who's going to take, who potentially is going to take this event win.
They'll start it off with the 400-meter run as our final heat lines up. We are underway. Jason Smith had lane number 4. He had the pole position out of South Africa, so he'll be out in front, but you'll have to run back to your corresponding lane. So right now, all these athletes even, regardless if you're up front or in back. We'll start to see the separation once we get into the second of 4 rounds. They'll run through that bit of a swale and back up behind the back of North Park Stadium or re-enter on the opposite side. Again, mostly sunny skies, about 73, 74 degrees here to start the morning and early afternoon competition in Madison, Wisconsin.
I'll tell you what, Jeff, they're off to a crazy pace. This is a sub 6-minute mile pace for anybody who's keeping track of what this 400-meter run might look like. But you know, what we saw in Heat 2 where athletes coming back in at about a minute and 28, minute and 32, they were starting to climb the ropes. I think we're going to see much, much faster times in this first one, and you can see them coming back into the park at a minute flat. So the pace is really, really aggressive here from the start.
Sean Sweeney, of course, a fan favorite in the white hat, putting on a show, getting the crowd into it. Odd to see him in the baseball cap and not the cowboy hat here for event number 1. Here's Pat Vellner. So they'll all make the left-hand turn, and again, 3 legless rope climbs. You'll have to touch that mooring that holds the rope on the crossbar on the Zeus rig. Oh, Matt Fraser, I believe that was his second legless rope climb.
And obviously, what we've seen in the first 2 heats is completely different now, where the athletes are just climbing up the rope like they're using their legs so fast up and down. In heat 1, we saw lots of struggle. So I think, obviously, the names are more familiar. These are the more competitive athletes, and they're going to do this workout much, much faster, much more efficient.
Fraser gave a quick look over to Sean Sweeney, who had about a 10-foot lead, but here's where Matt Fraser feels extremely comfortable. Former resident athlete at the Olympic Training Facility, an Olympic lifter, suffered a back injury, then found CrossFit, and he has been outstanding. And again, 5 podiums, 2 seconds his first 2 years making the games, and he's won the last 3 CrossFit Games. And you talk about a guy who's probably just lifting a little bit of warm-up weight right here, just quick singles for Matt Fraser.
You can see every one of those looks comfortable, easy. There's no stress at all. It's just a question of pacing more than anything else. It's how quickly do you get back in the bar. But that's a 2:48 first round, and let's see if he can. Let's see what kind of pace that is overall, because I think that's about 30 seconds, or about 30 or 45 seconds quicker than anything we've seen so far.
James Newberry was about a 4-minute 5-second average around at 16:21.19. But Vellner, Sweeney, Fraser all back out. Those are your top 3 here in heat number 3. There's Chandler Smith, a fan favorite. We saw him at the regionals a couple of years ago, and he was able to qualify himself. He qualified himself through the Rogue Invitational this year. So Sweeney out in front of Vellner, and they're very close in their lane, so that's a good indication. But Fraser, right behind him, is in the middle lanes, and he is about to pass Sweeney and Vellner, so he's going to have the overall lead here once he gets past them. And in fact, he may now. He'll reach his lane a little bit quicker. So those 3 bunched up. Sweeney in front of the white hat, Fraser, of course, in the jersey, and there is Vellner off to the right side shirtless.
And some of it might be a little bit of a mind game, just saying like, hey, let me get close to Vellner and Sweeney, and let me push the tempo a little bit, and let me make a pass, let me send a little bit of a message. But got 4 minutes into a 15 or 16 minute event. I think there's lots of time left in the clock. But what you know about Matt Fraser is he's probably not going to slow down much. If anything else, he tends to pick up his tempo, and he creates more and more space round after round. So I think if you're Vellner, you've got to keep him close if you have any shot.
Sweeney's in lane 6, Vellner's in lane 12, Fraser's in 26. He'll get back to his rope first. As he veers off to the left, Vellner will be next.
Tremendous athlete. Fraser strikes first as he makes his way up that rope, tagging the top of the Zeus rig and coming on down. Meanwhile,
And so Fraser is up. There goes Vellner back to the mat. Fraser back up to the rope. Again, have to touch the mooring, the black part of the crossbar, and then make his way back down. Sean Sweeney, very proficient.
You can see Fraser doing a good job using his legs to help climb the rope, even though it's a legless rope climb. You can see the athletes basically running in place as they go up the rope. That helps transfer the weight so that you can move your hand up the rope at the same time.
So Vellner in the background, and here's Fraser in the foreground. Sweeney would be making his way into the picture as well, back off to the right. And there is Sweeney in the white hat. But Fraser and Vellner, rep for rep on the squat snatches. Sweeney's going to be about 2 reps behind as he gets his first in the background of the white cap. Chandler Smith off to the right side in the black shorts in the background.
These reps are just so smooth. You can see just how efficient he is. Just drops down, arms locked, stand up, rinse and repeat. It's fun to watch.
Cole Sager in the green shirt hanging around the leaders as Fraser will move that piece up, and he is your current leader. Vellner off to the left side, finishing his last. So it's going to be Fraser and Vellner, your top two, here in heat number 3 as they begin round number 3. And Rob, they're still staying on a pretty good pace. You mentioned it in round 1. Could they stay on that a little bit over 3-minute pace? They're about a 3-minute, 10-second pace at this point.
Yeah, it's just a testament to how well they know their own pacing and ability, that they can come out and sustain that output round after round. And I think what we'll see is there might be a little bit of a slip in round 3, but usually as a competitor you can pick it up a little bit in round 4, knowing that the finish line is right there. So I'm watching out to see this round. This is the swing round. It's like the round of 15 in any 21-15-9 workout. You get through that, and then the home stretch is right there out in front of you.
Well, Fraser about a 7 or 8 second lead on the run, and then you add the fact that he will get to his lane a little bit quicker. So he's probably looking at about an 8 to 10 second lead right now on Pat Vellner. So about 6 seconds on that left-hand turn on the back side of North Park Stadium. And here comes Sean Sweeney. He was up there at the leaders, but he is starting to fall off the pace just a little bit. He's in no danger, of course, of falling deep enough not to make the cut. In fact, he's probably going to be in the top 10. 2-point differential for the top 75 in the new scoring system. Anyone below the top 75, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be competing after this first event.
Yeah, it's a dramatic cut, but that's okay. It's part of the process, and for some of these athletes, the real victory is just getting to go out there and take the floor. So it's just part of the process, and if you want to stand on top of the podium, you've got to be able to come out here and swing with the guys that are going to set this kind of a pace.
Here is Chandler Smith, of course, a member of the U.S. Army. Had that accident a few years ago working on the tank, or I believe it was his pinky, knocked the last digit off that. Had to amputate, but he's made his way back. That was after that first regional appearance when he and Ben Smith went at it on that deadlift event down at the old Atlantic Regional.
I'll just put a little dirt on it. It'll be fine.
So no trouble with the legless rope climbs for Matt Fraser.
And you can see Matt take a quick glance over to his right side to see if Vellner was anywhere near. And there's only one person in that line. There's Vellner stepping in the back of your screen and top of your screen, blonde hair, stepping up to his barbell for the first time in round 3.
So it looks like about a 2-rep lead for Matt Fraser's Chandler Smith back up the rope. And this is really big for Pat Vellner, more so than Fraser. You expect Fraser to be out front, but Vellner, we know, has had some mishaps early on day ones of some games in the past. So to be in the top 10 after event 1 would be really big, because he's climbed his way back from some finishes that were outside the top 30. In the old format, there were only 40 athletes. So even a top 30 in event 1 out of 150, you're still doing pretty well. But if he can be in the top 10 overall, it's a lot better start than he's had the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, I've actually personally watched him at the Northeast Regional when they had that, and I've seen Vellner come back from these horrific starts, only to come up with a good finish. But there you see him in the top of the screen, blonde hair. He just landed on his butt, and that's the second miss that I've seen him make, where he took a knee a few reps before. So let's keep an eye to see how he does here, if he can stand that up, and that's a much better looking rep. The last one spit him out from behind, and he ended up on his rear end.
Sean Sweeney in the back of the white hat, just getting those squat snatches. He has a little issue as well. So Matt Fraser out alone on his final run. Get right now on pace to easily get the event win.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very comfortable event win. His second round of snatches took all of 42 seconds.
Chandler Smith now coming out of the stadium. Bartek Lipka was making his way out as well from Poland. So here comes James Newberry, but, excuse me, not Newberry, but Pat Vellner, but he is well behind. Newberry has the time to beat at 16:21.19. Boy, you really see the athletes now laboring just to get up a small hill right there on the fourth round.
It's a slightly different
small
pace
hill that first round. It seems like a mountain by that fourth round.
Absolutely. It makes it such a big difference, and you can see how hard the athletes are working to make it up and around now, and it's really just it looks more like a death march than a sprint like it did in round one.
Boy, Smith really laboring there, starting to see some athletes pass him. Here comes Matt Fraser. He's going to have about 4 minutes, a little under 4 minutes when he gets back in the stadium to have the event win. And 100 points to start out the week.
And that should be enough time because his second round of snatches took 42 seconds and his third round of snatches took 45 seconds. So I don't think this is going to be a problem to walk away with 100 points.
So there's Vellner, there's Chandler Smith. Lipka into the background. Well, Vellner running with the arms up. Smith trying to get as much blood on those forearms that he can. Kept them down for the majority of the run. And hand over hand goes Matt Fraser. So one rope climb left before the final set of snatches, then on to the finish mat.
And you can see Fraser just chalk up, take a little bit of a breath, but he knows he's got so much time left in the clock, and there's just 7 snatches to finish it out. So he'll walk away with 100 points, and there he is making that last touch at the very top.
All right, so we just heard Chandler Smith able to get ahead of Vellner as he comes crashing into the crash mat there. He'll have to chalk up again. But Fraser, your clear leader, and he continues to just pull away. So we'll see if Chandler Smith gets to the barbell before Vellner. They have a rope climb each remaining. But now just 6 squat snatches remaining, and now down to 5 for Matt Fraser. So Vellner is off of the rope. We'll see where Chandler Smith is if he comes up behind him here in the background. And there they go. Smith on the left, Vellner on the right. Meanwhile, Matt Fraser just wrapping things up for another 100 points. But there's your race for second in the background. Smith got to the barbell first. He has a 1-rep lead as Fraser will get 100 points, and he'll beat the time to beat by James Newberry by about 1 minute and 11 seconds. 15:10 the unofficial time. 16:21. And Smith and Vellner going at it. So Chandler Smith is in. He'll get ahead of Pat Vellner.
That was a great race, and one of the things that I saw was that Vellner missed a couple, at least 2 or 3 snatches in round 3, and that cost him dearly. That was quite a lot of time. He had to recover before he could grab the bar again.
Really nice race run by Chandler Smith just to stay tight with Pat Vellner. Now Vellner really struggling here on this final round of the squat snatches. But he's still going to be in really good shape after one event. You got a 20-minute time cap, about 2.5 minutes remaining. And Vellner's going to get in. So he fell off the pace of Matt Fraser, which, let's face it, Rob, most people do fall off the pad of Matt Fraser. He gets into the event. Chandler Smith makes a big statement, and Smith, I believe, is going to wrap it up with 98 points. That's pretty big for the game's rookie to come in and get a second place right off the bat.
That's huge. It's such a mentally, it's such a good win to come out there and take 98 points away from some of these games veterans, some of these guys that you would have thought would have smashed this event. It's such a confidence booster going into the next event.
John Sweeney was up among the top 5 early on. He's still going to be in good shape. He's likely unofficially going to be good enough for a top 15 here in this first event of nearly 150 athletes. And really with just a 2-point differential, it's not that huge of a deal as it has been in the past with a bigger point difference. Top 15, you're still in pretty good shape. Sweeney comes in. Still about 2 minutes remaining here in the time cap as we see the athletes continue to make their way in.
Athletes working on the snatches. 2 minutes remaining, just under 2 minutes. Holzberg approaching his barbell.
Just under 2 minutes left. And we'll see a lot, obviously a lot more already have finished and under the time cap in the final heat, which we expected, as they'll go crashing into the end zone here at North Park.
Yeah, you can see the athletes in the center of the screen. There you go, Matt Fraser dumping water all over his head, and you got the other athletes that are throwing their arms into that ice bucket, trying to get their forearms and their grip to recover. And man, it looks unbelievably painful and uncomfortable and grippy, and it's exactly what Event 1 should be. So I think it's great to pull this right off of CrossFit.com and put the athletes through a grinder right away.
Simon Bantilia out of Sweden in the pink shorts trying to get in, and I think he's going to be far enough that he's going to advance. Yeah, he's going to finish the event, so we know he's advanced, and we know in this heat, Lucas Hogberg is going to get himself in. If you finish this event in Heat 3, you are in with only a handful of athletes finishing in the prior 2 heats. So a little over 30 seconds remaining in the 20-minute time cap. And the unknown and the unknowable, Rob, we have no idea how many events we have left. Alex Vigneault is going to come in here, this at least for this afternoon and tonight, much less the remainder of the games.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you got to prepare the best you can leading into the competition, knowing full well that you have no idea what's coming at you.
Eric Carmody is going to cap out, but I think he's going to be fine as far as the top 75. He was in the last set of snatches, so I believe he's going to be good enough without much issue to get into that top 75. But Matt Fraser, not really a big surprise here, Rob. He had the early lead and just continued to expand that throughout the event.
From start to finish, Fraser, he didn't lead the first run out, but going out into his second run, that's where he took the lead from Vellner and Sweeney, and it was just all Matt Fraser from that point going forward. And his tempo never changed. I was keeping a really close eye on how long it was taking him to do the snatches, and it was about 40 to 45 seconds round after round. But we could see Fraser here running solo. He's out by himself with Vellner just behind, maybe 10, 15 meters behind, but that lead kept getting bigger and bigger. Every time Frazier got to the rope and then extended to the barbell, his lead got bigger and bigger to where he ended up running the last 400 essentially by himself because there was no one close. And you can see the work here on the barbell, as efficient as it ever is. There's no missteps, there's no missed movements. He catches every single rep completely locked out, just making short work of it, taking the event win with a time of 15 minutes and 7 seconds.
It's about a minute 14 ahead of James Newberry, who had a 16:21, and about a minute 21 of Ben Smith, who was the only athlete to finish in the first heat. As you see, whole Pat Veltner in the background trying to make the save.
I give a lot of credit to Ben Smith for going out there and setting a time of 16:28 in a field of guys where there was nobody to challenge him. So he ended up still putting up a really competitive time, even on heat 2 and heat 3. So I give him a ton of credit going out there and setting a good pace.
Few no reps by Veltner there, trying to stay close with Matt Frazier, and probably just got a little bit out of his tempo trying to keep up with Matt, but he makes his way in again, 15:07.
Well, what
and he has
an
the event
awesome
win.
way
Let's go to Nikki
kick
Brazier.
off day one for you here at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. Now, we know how incredible of an athlete you are and how capable you are, but you came out here with nearly 150 other guys, and you knew that cuts were coming. So how concerned were you about this new format?
I was comfortable thinking, if I don't get injured, I'll be fine making it on to the next round, but just want to start collecting points as early as I can.
Definitely on your way. Now, you were able to qualify for the games at the very first opportunity back in Dubai last December, so that's extended your training season. How did that prepare you?
My training seasons before I liked them, so I tried to keep it as close to that as I could. So I competed at Rogue, still did the Open, just kept things the same.
Well, it's great to see you back out here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That is your event and overall leader through one event here in Madison. We have also received some breaking news that Frederick Agidius has withdrawn from the games. He had qualified after becoming the national champ of Denmark, but has had to withdraw. But here are your event one results. Frazier, Chandler Smith. Boy, we talked about that, Rob. How big is that for Chandler Smith?
That is such a huge second place to come out there and 30 seconds or so behind Matt Frazier and to beat guys like Panchek and BKG and James Newberry, Cole Sager. I mean, that's an all-star list right there, and you beat many of those guys by a minute, almost a minute. So just really strong showing for Chandler Smith.
How about Ben Smith? Hey, if you want me to throw down, I'd love to come to Madison. 8th place in event one.
Not too bad. Like I said, especially in a field, in a heat, rather, where there was nobody to challenge him and he had to set his own pace. So way to go, Ben Smith. Good work.
Well, that wraps coverage up for individual men. Individual women coming up at 2:18 Eastern, 1:18 Central from the North Park in Madison, Wisconsin. We'll talk to you then. And again, at 2:45, we'll be back in the Beer Garden with our morning chalk-up show, as Justin LaFranco, Brittany Klein, and Tommy Marquez will update you midway through the afternoon. Welcome back to North Park Stadium in Madison, Wisconsin, as we continue our coverage through morning chalk-up of the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. I'm Jeff Brightwell. I'm joined by Games veteran, CrossFit Strongman Rob Orlando. And Rob, we have seen event one with the men. It was the main site workout of the day today, and it's going to be the same event for the individual females as we start out here in Heat 1 of 3 heats.
Ladies event 1, Heat 1 here. What we're looking at is right from the CrossFit main site, which you just mentioned. They pulled this off of CrossFit.com. It's 4 rounds of some running and legless rope climbs and squat snatches. It's going to be a great first event in our Heat 1. We'll get to see some of these ladies throw down.
Again, it's mostly sunny skies. We're going to get up into the mid-70s here as we get into the mid-afternoon in Madison, Wisconsin for the individual women, but still pretty good weather today, especially considering no rain, nothing like that, because you're going to have to use your grip a lot of hands in this one between the legless rope climbs and the squat snatches. 50 women here in heat number 1. We're going to cut it down, as Rob said, to 75 after the 3 heats. Didn't see a whole lot of men finish under the time cap. Will be interesting to see how many of the females are able to get in under the cap. There's what they have ahead of them, Rob, and unlike main site that had 125 pounds for the females, it will be 130 pounds for the females here in the games.
Again, this is 4 rounds, and it's 400-meter run, 3 legless rope climbs, and 7 squat snatches for our ladies. It's going to be 130 pounds, and our time cap is 20 minutes. And Jeff, my gut tells me that in this first group, this first heat, we're going to see, just like the men, we're going to see quite a few women who get time capped.
Well, Rachel Garibay, right there in lane number 4, is going to be the athlete, the one recognizable athlete that's had some experience. She was on Team Don't Stop last year, finished very high in the Open. She qualified through the Rogue Invitational this year. And as you mentioned, we saw Ben Smith, the only athlete in heat number 1 for the men, able to finish. We don't know a lot about these national champions and these qualifiers here, but I would imagine Rachel Garibay would be one that would finish here. Potentially could be one of just a handful that are able to finish in heat number 1. But it is great to see, as we look at the lane assignments, all the different flags from around the world. Very inclusive here this season to see so many people from the CrossFit community around the world here in Madison, Wisconsin. So about ready to go here in heat number 1. And we are underway in heat number 1 of event number 1 for the individual women at the North Park Stadium in Madison, Wisconsin. And they'll start it off with a 400-meter run behind the stadium, a different course than we have run in the past. That will go down a little bit of a swell here. There's Rachel Garibay on the pink top, back up. Not a big deal in round 1. It'll be a little bit bigger hill, at least in their eyes, in round number 4.
Yeah, this run took the men in heat 4 of our men. It took the men about 1 minute and 15 to 1 minute and 20 seconds to get to the ropes. Expect that to be a little bit slower in this first heat of our ladies, but you bet they're gonna be in and on the ropes somewhere around the 2-minute mark, and that run is gonna get harder and harder as they're gonna need it to recover in between all the grippy stuff that's to follow.
Now, they'll run back to the corresponding lane, so even though an athlete may be in the front right now, doesn't necessarily mean they are ahead. We'll start to see a little separation through the second and third of 4 rounds here. So your first few athletes that will get back into the stadium will be Emily Rolfe from Canada, Rachel Garibay, Erin Vandenstreich out of the USA, Michelle Moran out of South Africa, Chanel Monroe out of the Bahamas. They were in those first 4 or 5 lanes. They'll make their way back in early as well. Now on their way to the Zeus rig. We've seen it in games past, going all the way back to Carson, California. 50 ropes up there. It's going to be a lot of legless rope climbs here. 3 for each of these competitors, 12 total for the event.
And it's quite a few, especially for in our men, heat 1, what we saw was a lot of struggle on the rope climbs. For any of the athletes that were on the bigger side, the rope climbs were a real problem. And on the flip side, for any of the athletes that were smaller, the ropes were easy, but the barbell was heavy. So this is a very fair and balanced workout, and I think, good on CrossFit and Dave Castro for pulling this workout off of CrossFit.com and making this event one.
So they'll have to make contact with the rope holder, the black mooring there, not necessarily the blue crossbar. There's Rachel Garibay in the pink top just on the right side of your screen. I believe that's Emily Rolfe on the left side. And it is out of Canada. And the black top and the green shorts.
And Jeff, you can see two different styles of climbing that rope. Garibay was swinging her feet at the same time, trying to use the momentum of the feet to drive her body upwards to make the hand-over-hand connection. And the athlete to the left was using her legs like scissors to run up and down. So she actually looks like she was running up the rope. So two different styles. And usually what we find is to get up faster is to run up the rope. But when you hit a point where you can't do that anymore, you're going to use the swing like we're seeing the athlete right there just underneath lane 8. Use the swing of the legs to just inch your way up the rope a little bit at a time.
That is Fazat Madat out of Amman. Got close. You see it so many times with the athletes. Get so close. It's just that last pull where you have to release one of the hands and make the touch. We're starting to see some of the athletes, including Rachel Garibay, on the way now to the squat snatches. And again, it's 130 pounds, 5 more. Usually the competition barbell's a little bit different than your normal barbell, so that's your 5-pound weight difference. So they'll move their chest piece. And in lane number 5, that is Erin Vandenrich out of the U.S. with the early lead.
And that split, Jeff, was just underneath 4 minutes. That was very similar to the men's split. We saw some of the guys, some of the faster guys were making their way back out for their second run right around the 4-minute mark. So that is right in line with what our guys did. And that speaks well to how fit and how strong she is. She's going to go out there and hopefully she can maintain that pace round after round.
So now on for round number 2 in the 400-meter run along the back of the North Park Stadium. And this will be their first turn to the back straightaway. Emily Rolfe with the pass out of Canada. And she is in lane number 3. There are, I believe, 45 athletes here in heat number 1 of the females. So Rolfe is in that first lane. So lanes 1 and 2 and 49 and 50 are vacant, but she is in the first lane as far as occupied lanes. So Rolfe with the lead and starting to open it up a little bit.
She looks really comfortable on the run. Her stride is great. She's got relaxed shoulders. You could see, I saw her once or twice just shake her hands out a little bit, and that's what we're going to see more and more of the athletes doing as their grip starts to fail from the rope climbs. That's the real taxing part here, is just your ability to pull and hang on. So the athletes are going to try the best they can to keep their grips relaxed while they're running.
So Rolfe in the lead, and you saw Rachel Garibay just a second ago in the pink top sitting in 3rd right now. And the pink top of the pants still not in view. But Rolfe continues to expand that lead early on here in the start of round number 2 onto the legless rope climbs. Erin Vandenrich again out of the U.S. currently in 2nd place. And then Garibay in 3rd. But Rolfe in the green shorts making your way back to the top of Zeus.
I tell you, the rope climbs look great from both of our girls here. You watch them climb up. They keep their arms bent, and they're using the big muscles in the lats to kind of yank their way up the rope. They're using their legs like scissors to draw momentum as they move up. But let's take a look as they shake their hands out, try to re-grip, because you don't want a missed rep here. And we can see those arms stay bent at about a 90-degree angle. She's using all the muscles in the lats to do the pulling.
And Rachel Garibay has made her way back to the Zeus rig. Again, sitting in 3rd unofficially here in heat number 1 of event number 1. And with her experience, may just be trying to pace this out through the first two. We'll see what she does in rounds 3 and 4. Can she have the experience from Team Don't Stop a year ago, able to go individual this year? She could have gone individual last year. She qualified high enough in the Open to make the regionals, but opted to stay with Team Don't Stop through the regionals and then on to the games.
You see both of our ladies here taking a big, long break because they did 2 rope climbs apiece. And the last thing you want is to make it 90% of the way back up that rope and to have to come back down or to miss and land on the mat, because that no rep is so valuable and so costly when it comes to the fatigue factor. So you want to make sure that when you grab the rope to go up, that you can finish that climb.
And it's worth taking an extra 15, 20 seconds between a movement like a rope climb just so you don't get that no rep. A no rep's going to cost you probably, I don't know, Rob, what would you imagine, at least a minute of time in this event rather than taking an extra 10 or 15 seconds to let that blood get back into your grip?
That's exactly right, Jeff. Like if you miss a climb, if she was to not touch that right there, that you know that's going to take at least a minute to recover. There's no way that you're going to get the blood and the grip back in your hands in order to get back up that rope. So now you've just cost yourself a minute. So it's smarter, and usually the more seasoned, experienced athletes know that maybe if I backpedal a little bit here, pump the brakes, it's going to save me time overall.
Nice job on the kip there to complete that rep. So here's Rachel Garibay playing the game very well. She's moved back ahead of the other 2 competitors, Emily Rolfe and Erin Vandendrich. So Garibay, she knows how to play this game.
You just got to keep them close. You got to keep a pace. And I used to compete against Dave Lipson, and he was the master at that. Like, him and I would always battle back and forth at the Northeast Regionals, and it just seemed like the 2 of us were always side by side, and he always seemed to edge me out. Anytime we would compete against each other at workouts at my gym or at regionals, he was really good at pacing me and or making a pass in the last couple seconds. And I think the more seasoned athletes, the more experienced they are, the easier that is for them to do is to watch the other competitors and know when they can really push.
And believe she was able to get contact there. That's Michelle Moran out of South Africa on that rope climb. Back to Rachel Garibay, your current leader here in Heat 1 of event number 1. 100 points on the line here in this first event. A 2-point separation between your top athletes. Top 75 move on to this evening. And we're past the 10-minute mark of a 20-minute time cap. So very likely that Rachel Garibay doesn't make the cap, but makes the top 75. We've had a fairly good amount of those situations in the individual men early today.
And the first heat of the individual men, it was just one person, Ben Smith, who ended up finishing underneath the time cap with a time of 16:28, I believe. So I expect to see quite a few of these ladies not finish, but even more so, like it's more important in that the second heat, like you talked about earlier, Jeff, is that swing heat, where if you want to be involved in the next couple of events, you really got to push if you're in heat 2.
Well, Rachel Garibay, your leader, moves her chest piece. She'll be back out in the back of the stadium. So she's the first female to begin round number 3. And there goes Rachel out of the stadium. That second female, the pink top and the green and black printed tights. Again, here's what we're looking at. 4 rounds for time with a 20-minute cap with a 400-meter run, 3 legless rope climbs, and the 7 snatches at 130 pounds.
And you can see Rachel climbing that little hill, and it wasn't such a big deal in round one, but that hill seems to get bigger and bigger round after round. And now she's going to make her way around the second half of that 400 meter. You can see her shaking those arms out, trying to get the blood back so that she can get back on the rope and try to keep a consistent pace up and down the rope, and then make short work of the barbell if she's got it.
So a pretty healthy lead right now for Garibay. They only want to make that turn, and that's the back turn before making your way back into the North Park Stadium. So now trying to get blood back in the forearm, making that final turn on the back stretch. And behind her, that is Kinza Kekman out of Bosnia-Herzegovina, and she is in lane number 22, currently unofficially holding on to second place here in the opening heat.
And Jeff, we've got under 7 minutes left in this 20-minute workout. You can see Garibay still trying to get her arms to refresh so that she can get up that rope for her 3 legless climbs.
Well, she played it smart in the second round, I think, Rob. She knows that I think her strength, at least in event number 1, and what we're doing here is going to be on that barbells. Kekman flexes for the crowd coming in, trying to get her way to the top 75, but Garibay maybe being very calculated, taking her time on the rope climbs, because she is pretty proficient with the barbell. Once she got on that, she did her quick singles. But she knows she's been in this position before, being a Games veteran from a year ago in the Affiliate Cup competition. So we talked about in the last round, don't kill a minute off your time going before you should.
You're exactly right. You've got to, and you can see her take a little double step there and try to think about, let me make sure I've got everything I need so that I can get to the top and make the touch without losing all that effort going up the rope and not getting credit for the climb.
Smart move there. She saved that kip to the last about 5 or 6 feet to get those last 3 pulls. Here comes Kekman. Really nice hand over hand. Now she'll get a nice kip with the hip.
That's a strong finish move. You can see she was about almost 2 feet from the bottom. She used a huge kip and a lunge with that right hand, go up and touch and then come right back down. So you don't really waste time at that last pull. That was a great move, super efficient, and saved a lot of energy.
Oh, Garibay getting a nice jump. And it's hard to get a jump off those crash pads. We're all used to being in the gym, going off the hard surface. You can get a pretty big jump, but that mat absorbs a little bit of your jump. Let's see. She's having to start that kip a lot earlier here in the second, and I believe she got no rep. She pinched those legs a little too soon, and the judge called it.
And that's what we're talking about. So let's take a look at the clock and see when she's able to go back up. So she came down about 15:15. Let's see how long that is and how costly it is before she gets back up there and attempts that next climb.
Now, Kekman down on the other end. I believe she has 1 rope climb remaining as well. Those are your top 2. I believe Emily Rolfe may have pulled ahead. And Rolfe was the early leader leading Garibay. Remember that first round, Garibay came in third, but is able to make her way ahead through round 2, but stalling out a little bit on the rope climb.
So, Jeff, we mentioned Garibay. She came down off the rope at 15:15, so now that's a full minute of resting to get refreshed, and that's exactly what we were talking about before, is that those no reps, they are so costly because you did all the work and got no credit, and now you've just got nothing to do but stand there and watch the clock burn away.
So about 3 feet away here, and a nice job that time by Kinza Kekman out of Bosnia-Herzegovina in lane number 22, and she's going to be onto the barbell, so she's going to move ahead of Rachel Garibay. So in the middle of your screen in the green top, that's your current unofficial leader, Kinja Keckman. Rachel Garibay still waiting for that final rope climb. It's been a minute and a half, and she may have tried to make another attempt.
That's just crushing. It's so hard because you're watching the clock just run away from you. And even if you're the fittest person out there, you've got nothing to do but stand and wait.
Well, she was about halfway up the rope when she started that kip now, and it's going to end up being a minute and a half. She's already about 2 minutes and 15 seconds behind Keckman, who got to the barbell. Keckman now in the pink top, stripped off the T-shirt there and the tights. And again, Rolf was back on the snatches as well. A little over 2 minutes before our 20-minute time cap.
And you can see some of the girls who are doing a better job on the rope climbs, maybe a little bit lighter, a little bit faster up the rope. These squat snatches at 130 pounds are so taxing, especially on the lighter, smaller framed athletes. So this is the yin and the yang of a good CrossFit program, is that it's going to advantage some people in some parts of it, and it's going to disadvantage others. And I think that makes this workout really, really interesting to watch. And we've got 90 seconds left here, and Garibay still waiting to recover on those rope climbs.
You know, Rachel Garibay may be smart to just wait to the 19-minute mark, even though you're going to kill some more seconds. We know she can move through the barbell, but if you can't get to it, it doesn't matter how proficient you are at the barbell. And again, just heat one of 3 heats here to try to make the first cut, as the event is named, or the top 75. Really smooth that time. And Keckman did a smart job like you talked about, Rob. She's probably pacing down a little bit in the snatches down to make sure she hits every rep that she can.
That's exactly right. What we saw with Vellner in our male heat in the last group, we saw him miss 2 reps, and it was mostly because he was rushing. And then when he was forced to slow down because he missed a few reps, he was able to hit those reps rep after rep. So it does make a difference, your pacing.
She'll cap out, but she will get the unofficial heat win. Less than 30 seconds remaining in the 20-second time cap.
With about 20 seconds to go. 15 seconds.
Shinja Keckman out of Bosnia-Herzegovina going to have a heat win. Ended up getting 3 full rounds, and Emily Rolf may have gotten ahead of her as well. We'll check all the official, but Keckman will grab her breath on the back end of that run. So a nice job by the national champ from Bosnia-Herzegovina, and we'll see where Rachel Garibay fell. Still may be good enough for a top 75. We'll have to see how it plays out in heats 2 and 3. But not one female finished.
Not one female in heat 1, and I think it's just indicative of how difficult that is. It's such a hard event, especially on our ladies trying to climb the rope, and it's so difficult to go out there and be able to do running with high-skill gymnastics and weightlifting all at the same time.
Well, again, that is the end of heat number 1. Again, 3 heats remaining, so some 100 athletes remaining trying to qualify the top 75, trying to get to the night events here on day number 1 of 4 of the CrossFit Games. Again, heat 2 coming your way from Madison, Wisconsin momentarily.
Representing Greece, Anna Schreiber. National champion from Malta, Jessica Borchico. National champion from Egypt, Aya Koye. National champion from Bulgaria, Elisa Porakova. National champion from Colombia, Maria Pamela Quintero. National champion from the Philippines, Kristen Levy. National champion from Bolivia, Martha Berhal. National champion from Portugal, Sarah Figo. National champion from Bolivia, Carolina Chivas. National champion from the Czech Republic, Sofia Karskova. Representing Iceland, National champion from the Ukraine, Ghana Jose. From the United States, Lindsey Vaughn. Representing Venezuela, Lauren Gonzalez Perez. Representing Switzerland, Alicia Joy Weichel. Representing the Russian Federation, Anastasia Zayev. National champion from Austria, Thessalonica. Representing the United States, Liz Reed. National champion of Cyprus, Delphine Ruscolo. Representing the United
Welcome back into the North Park at the Alliant Energy Center. So we get set for heat number 2 of women's event number 1. I'm Jeff Brightwell and my broadcast partner, Rob Orlando. And Rob, we saw a lot different event than we did with the men. No one finished in heat 1 for the women. And really, I think the sticking point were the legless rope climbs.
No question about it, Jeff. The second round of legless rope climbs, the first round was done in 4 minutes, plus or minus, for some of our leading ladies. And when they came up to the ropes for round 2, they literally ran into a wall. And what we saw was a lot of the women could not get past the rope climbs in round 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's a look at what we had here in First Cut. 4 rounds for time, the run, the rope climbs, and the 7 squat snatches. Again, it's 130 pounds. The main site workout is 125 pounds for the females. You know, if you got open gym or anything at your local affiliate, you want to give this a try today.
And we're looking at 4 rounds of 400-meter run. So it's a mile of running. We've got a dozen rope climbs and 28 snatches. It's a pile of work to all squeeze down into 20 minutes or less.
Now you see the remainder of the athletes making their way in. A lot of the national champions here. A lot of the flags around the Alliant Energy Center in the North Park Stadium today. As we look at our lane assignments, you're going to see a few familiar names here in heat number 2. Rachel Garibay and Emily Rolferly, the standouts as far as athletes you knew in heat 1. But you're going to start to see a few pop up here. And there's a big one. A podium finisher in lane 16 last year, Laura Horvath, who struggled a little bit at some of the sanctionals this year, but made her way to the games. We'll see if she's able to use that games experience here this weekend in Madison.
She was so impressive the last time she was at the games. It was unbelievable to watch this athlete come out of nowhere and just surprise everyone. So it would be great to see her come out with a strong start in our first event.
Meg Reardon in lane 24 as we continue to look down the lane assignments here, and we are going to have about 44 athletes here in heat number 2. They'll go from lanes 4 to lane 48. So Laura Horvath in this heat, Paige Semenza, Brenda Castro, Meg Reardon, Bethany Shadburn, some of the veterans and some names that you'll recognize. Now just waiting on the start.
Stand by.
Sahad Badebs out of the UAE right there in lane 4, and she was the first one out of the stadium here at heat number 2. And so they'll go back to their corresponding lanes. Everything relative here, at least in the first round, when they break out on the run. But Badebs out to a pretty good pace here in the green right out front.
Wow, that is a strong start. And what we saw with all the first group as they come out on the first run, everybody's looking to jockey for position. They're all trying to come out quickly. But in round 2 and round 3, the pace dramatically drops off. And that's just what a 4-round workout with all this volume is going to do.
Boy, she is blistering the field right now. We'll see how her rope climbs and snatches are, but she's having no trouble with the run, that's for sure. Look, we talked about it earlier in the men's first heat. If you're coming in and realistically you know you're done after the first event, it's like being the big guy on the warm-up run. Why not come in first at some portion to say you led at the CrossFit Games?
Yeah, no, you get that one shot where you're out there in front and, hey, we're coming in hot. Let's do this thing.
Here comes the remainder of the pack, and Badebs will make the turn on the left, and she had the furthest lane to go. We'll see what it looks like when she gets on the legless rope climbs. Why she's racing through those.
Shot straight up the rope. Touch at the top.
Well, that's 1 of 3.
She means business.
That looked really, really confident. I mean, that was extraordinary. She was up the rope, back down at 1 minute and 35 seconds. That means that her run pace was probably on somewhere in the order of about a 5.5-minute mile pace if you were to stretch that out. She was flying. The question is, can she maintain that speed and intensity? And it looks like here we're going to slow down a little bit on the rope climbs. We're going to pump the brakes a little bit, but hopefully she gets credit for that rep.
Now she looked down to make sure. Now she'll hang on. She'll get the touch, and she gets credit after that second touch. Now, if she's smart here, and I know she's not a Games veteran, but if she's smart here, she'll really take her time before the third one. You don't want to stall out. You're so close to advancing now to the barbell.
That's exactly right, Jeff. If you wait 15 or 20 extra seconds, you could potentially save yourself over a minute if you have a missed rep. We watched Rachel Garibay in the first heat. She went up the rope twice, came down, tried to go back up for a third, missed the rep by coming up about 18 inches short at the very top, and that cost her well over a minute. And if I remember it correctly, I don't think she got back to the barbell. So it was a really costly miss.
Now she's going to stall out. Here's where the reality begins to hit. Meanwhile, Laura Horvath, last year, the surprise, got on the podium at the Games. Let's face it, struggled a little bit at Sanctionals this year. But the early lead and no trouble with the barbell. And this is not where her weakness is. The barbell, really not an issue for Laura.
Now she's throwing that thing around like a PVC pipe. It looks like it's no big deal whatsoever. You can see arms completely straight, using the big muscles in the hips to pull off the floor. Catches it with the arms completely locked out, stands up every rep. That was a good first round for Laura.
About a 3.5 minute round number one as Laura Horvath will begin her run on round number two. She'll begin her second run out the back of the North Park here at the Alliant Energy Center.
And she's got a good 30 or 40 meter lead over second place, and I imagine with her ability and skill and just her her experience level, having been to the Games last year, she should be able to maintain this pace and intensity round after round, especially if she can keep getting up that rope, because the barbell is not an issue. The issues, I think, for Laura is going to be climbing that rope round after round.
And behind her in second place in the pink top and the black tights, that was Meg Reardon out of the U.S. That's a familiar name. And there's a veteran move, has the chalk tucked away. Still has a little while till she gets back in the stadium, but go ahead and get those hands chalked up.
And Jeff, this
So right
event
now,
is so grip intensive, and it's, especially for our ladies where they've got the rope doesn't change thickness from male to female. It's one size, and then these ladies that might have smaller hands than the men, it's that much more difficult to get up and down the rope. So I think it's something to consider that it's so hard to get up and down the rope, for 4 rounds. And most of these girls are ripping through round 1. It's really round 3 and 4. It's hard to convey that to the audience of how difficult that is, because your hands, they just go. There's nothing, you can't hang on, you can't will the grip to do anything.
So Horvath and Reardon, 1 and 2 here in heat number 2. Zinja Keckman got 3 rounds in heat number 1, so that's what they're trying to beat, 3 full rounds. She got back on the run. That's Bethany Shadburn. So 3 familiar names, Horvath, Reardon, and Shadburn. 1, 2, and 3 unofficially here in heat number 2 is Horvath up. Not much of an issue with the first rope climb in round number 2 as Meg Reardon makes her way up.
And Jeff, let's take a watch as Laura goes up. Watch her shuffle her bottom hand as she moves up the rope. I was watching her on her last climb. She's not doing it now. She was swinging up and then shuffling her bottom hand. And I've never seen anybody do that, but it's really smart because she was taking up a little bit of extra rope each time she moved. Really smart move.
Meanwhile, Paige Semenza, no trouble, just hand over hand all the way up. Did not have to institute the kip yet. Meg Reardon will get a couple of extra shakes in the arm, let the blood and the circulation get back down there. And again, coming back into the stadium in round number 2 was Horvath, Reardon, and Shadburn. One more, and she has the touch, and so Reardon back to Horvath in the black top. So Horvath maintains the lead, getting to the barbell, and there's Reardon on the left in the pink top, the black tights, Horvath in the black top and the green and black tights. In the middle of your screen, she'll get the first snatch, so she'll have a 1-rep lead. And again, you can see the pace has fallen off, as you talked about, Rob, significantly, just like Rachel Garibay in heat number 1. She had about a 3.5-minute first round already at about 3.5 to 4 minutes here in round number 2.
That's exactly right. We knew that was going to happen, and then you're watching round after round. It's only going to get worse, right? The rounds are going to get longer because you're going to need more time on that rope. So really, because you've got the rope where you're forced to rest. You're standing there looking at the rope, and the clock's ticking, and you're recovering sort of because you're just waiting till you can go up again. My strategy would be to get through the barbell and then to move quickly on the run, because you know you're going to chew up a lot of clock when you get back to the rope. So the idea for Laura here would be get through the barbell and then hustle on that run so that you can spend the time that you need resting at the rope.
So you went from a 3.5-minute round to about a 5-minute and 15-second round number 2. That's how crushing this is if you're not really proficient in your overall fitness. If you have a sticking point, whether it's on a rope climb or a snatch, you've seen our leader, Laura Horvath, go from 3.5 minutes to a little bit over 5 minutes. So that's about a 2-minute drop-off in just one round. But still on pace to finish the event. She'd be the first female. No one in the heat number 1 was able to finish it up. And so Horvath back out of the stadium on her 3rd run. And the pink top there is Meg Reardon, currently unofficially 2nd in the heat.
And that's only a slightly larger lead than Horvath had going into the 2nd run. I think Meg Reardon's doing a good job of keeping her in her sights and making sure that she doesn't get too far out ahead.
Anastasia Ganina in the green top out of the Russian Federation. Not sure if she's on her 3rd round or maybe just in between starting her 2nd round, but the athlete representing the Russian Federation there in the green top. Meanwhile, Laura Horvath still out front, just past the halfway mark of the 20-minute time cap. The pacing on the run would tell me that Ganina is probably starting her 2nd round on the run. Looks a little bit fresher on the run.
That's a different tempo.
When you have so many athletes out there on a run around a stadium, whether it's here at another competition, it's hard not to get caught up in seeing the other athletes. Really, once you get out of the first round, you have no idea, unless it's someone in a lane close to you, if they're actually ahead of you or you're around ahead of them.
Yeah, you don't know. I mean, the only way you know is when you get back out onto the field of play, especially with the barbells, because that's where you can see your progress across the field of play. But when you're on those runs, there's no indicator that tells you like that person is ahead of you or behind you. I think you've got to do a really good job of staying in your lane and keeping your head down and just doing your work and working at whatever pace that you can go.
So Horvath and Reardon back into the stadium. They've completed their 3rd run now into their 3rd set of the 3 legless rope climbs. There's Bethany Shadburn in the background. She's that 2nd female. In front of her is Tamara Zulam out of Croatia, who stumbles on the turf. Watch out for that line.
It'll jump up and get you.
Here comes Laura Horvath. This will be her first rope climb in round number 3.
Taking big chunks going up the rope. That's big, powerful climb, and especially at this stage of the event. She was taking huge chunks using that double leg kip to get up there.
as long as Laura Horvath completes the run on round number 4, she'll be your leader through 2 heats, and we'll know she will have guaranteed herself a spot at the top 75. Same thing with any of these athletes. If they can complete that run, we know that's a guarantee they're moving on to tonight. Again, Sonia Keckman in the first heat was on the run after the 3rd round, but did not complete it. Horvath, her second rope climb, able to make the easy touch. 1 remaining before she gets back on the barbell, and that's where she'll really move.
At this stage of the event, Jeff, she's still crushing those rope climbs. It's really impressive to see the speed that she's getting up there. She's doing the first 2. It seems like she might take a longer break going into the 3rd one, but she's still moving efficiently, using that kit to march her way up the rope.
Getting a little extra blood of that forearm. Meanwhile, Bethany Shadburn and Meg Reardon, they share the same quadrant in the Zeus rig. An early kip here.
You can see the arms get straighter and straighter. That top arm is completely straight. Now the right arm's completely straight. All the stress is right on the grip. The biceps really not engaged whatsoever. You need to rely on the big muscles and the hips to kip your way up. If you can't use your upper body to do the pull, you've got to rely on the hips to swing.
There goes Laura Horvath on her way to the barbell. This is the 3rd set of the squat snatches. Meanwhile, Meg Reardon, I believe this will be her last legless rope climb. She'll touch the crossbar, and now on her way. So Horvath out front, and I believe Shadburn passed Reardon. Shadburn just throwing that snatch up in the background. So Reardon pink top, black tights with that first snatch. Horvath behind her. And the black top and the green and black printed tights.
I think Laura's, in the top of your screen on the right-hand side with the judge's hand up, Laura's cycle time is significantly quicker. And these reps, although now she's taking a long pause here, these reps are still fluid and smooth. And she's got 5 minutes left underneath the time cap. She's going to easily get through these next couple reps. That's going to put her out there on the run, and that should put her in a great position going into the 3rd heat of our ladies.
Advantage for her as well, Rob, is that she has, as you see Horvath here, Meg Reardon in front of her. Bethany Shadburn kind of in front but off to the left, so she can see who's around her. She can kind of pace off Reardon, stay a rep or 2 ahead. She can really take advantage of the recovery time between the lifts.
And there she's advancing her chest piece. You can see her slide that chest piece forward. That indicates that she's moving into her final round. And she's got 4 minutes to go out on that run. I expect this run to be 2.5 minutes plus or minus based on the last run. And she'll be able to get back in and get to work on those rope climbs.
So Horvath and Reardon back on the run. I'm sure we'll pan out in a second and see where Bethany Shadburn is. She was hanging around those 3. In fact, they're all kind of right around each other in the Zeus rig. There goes Bethany Shadburn. So it's your 1, 2, 3. Horvath, Reardon, and Shadburn out of the back of the North Park Stadium here at the Alliant Energy Center. This is Heat 2. You get a 20-minute time cap, so 3.5 minutes remaining here in the time cap. And as long as these 3 athletes finish the run, they're fine. They're going to advance in the top 75. I'm not sure we had an athlete make a wrong turn there in front of Laura Horvath, but she's back on the course.
You can see Laura look off to her right-hand side like, where did you come from?
That was Sabrina Caron out of France. There's Bethany Shadburn.
I watched Sabrina compete at the French Throwdown when I was there, and I believe that she's competed in every French throwdown since its inception, and this was the first time that she had ever won a bid for the games, in team or otherwise. So it was a really emotional time for her, and I was glad to be there to watch it.
So now here's Bethany Shadburn. We've talked about this. Hanging around Reardon, hanging around Horvath. Now make you move here, and what's going to be the final round as she'll pass Laura Horvath. And looks like she's got some gas left in the tank here on the final round. I think she's played her cards very well here for this game's veteran.
Yeah, the tempo and the run looks a lot more energetic than Laura Horvath, and you can see she's actually picking up her cadence as she's moving her way back into the stadium.
Again, a Games veteran. She was part of the 18.3 Open announcement a season ago. And right now, your unofficial overall leader is Horvath. Really looking like she's starting to labor coming back into the stadium. Those are a lot heavier steps and a lot more labored breathing.
We've got about 1 minute and 45 seconds left for these ladies to get through 3 rope climbs and then to do the best they can when they get over to the barbell at 130 pounds for 7 squat snatches.
The guarantee is, though, is that Bethany Shadburn and Laura Horvath, they know they are going to advance to tonight's events. And we'll see if there is an event or events and what kind of potential cut there may be tonight. But now it's not about making the cut, Rob. It's about getting as many points as you can to set yourself up for this evening. You don't want to be near that cut line when you go into the events tonight.
No, that's exactly what I was just going to say. It's like, yeah, for some people it's just about surviving the cut, and for others it's about trying to build points and put them on the board. And, you know, some of these ladies, they don't want to, it's not just about missing the cut. It's like you want to try to rank as high as you can. You want to take the points and potentially disrupt the leaderboard and or put yourself in possession where you're still hanging around on Saturday and Sunday.
Well, in the first event today with the 150 athletes, there's a 2-point differential between first and 27th. After that, it goes to a point differential till you get to 75th, and then that's where the cut line is. Horvath will take a seat and get a breather. Only 20 seconds remaining here. As long as Bethany Shadburn can make this rope climb, she is going to be the unofficial overall leader with 1 heat remaining. She's got 10 seconds to do it. Just hang on. One more big tip. And she's not going to make it. So close, but she will be your unofficial overall leader. If Horvath got 2, then they're the co-leaders. But she is safely going to this evening. And so it is Bethany Shadburn, Laura Horvath, Mag Reardon, who we watch kind of go back and forth in the top 3 here. And those are going to be your top 3 unofficially with 1 heat remaining.
Jeff, that was a fun heat to watch. It was fun to see the separation and the quality and the caliber and the strength of the athletes as they were going round after round. We saw a 3.5 minute round 1. We saw a 5 and change minute round 2, and round 3 took almost 6 minutes. So there was a sharp drop off from the first to second round. So let's see if that's consistent with our next heat of ladies.
So 3 rounds plus a couple of rope climbs unofficially is going to be what the athletes are trying to beat for points-wise in the 3rd heat. And again, looks like Laura Horvath, Bethany Shadburn both got a couple of rope climbs. But let's take a look, Rob, here at Laura Horvath.
And Laura does a great job of using the leg swing. You can see her kipping. She throws her legs up in the air and then makes a giant pull with her upper body, trying to get herself to take up as much rope as possible as she's going up, makes the tap, and comes sliding down. And she was really consistent, but really where she was able to keep herself ahead was on the barbell, because 130-pound squat snatch is just not that big of a deal. She labored a little bit on the run, and that's where Bethany Shadburn was able to pass her and move quickly. You could see her cadence was just a little bit quicker as she turned that corner, and Shadburn made short work of the rope going up and down twice in her very last round.
So 2 heats are complete of 3 heats here in event number 1 from North Park in the individual women. Don't forget at 2:45 on Facebook and the YouTube channel for Morning Chalk Up. They'll have the live show originating from the Beer Garden. We'll have Tommy Marquez, Brittany Klein, Justin Franco wrapping up and kind of analyzing the first half of our day before we get into the late afternoon and the night events. So make sure to go to morningchalkup.com as well with their interactive leaderboard of all kind of great stats and information on this year's CrossFit Games. Keep it right here because Heat 3 will be coming your way in just a few moments.
National champion of Ireland, Emma McQuaid. Representing Iceland, Tanya Davisdal. Representing the United States, Mackenzie Riley. Representing the United States, Amanda Barnhart. Representing the United States, Brooke Wells. National champion for the United States, Danny Spiegel. Representing Norway, Kristen Holta. Representing Iceland, Sarah Sigmundsdóttir. Representing Iceland, Annie Thorsdóttir. Representing New Zealand, Jamie Green. Representing Australia, Tia Claire Jr. Representing the United States, Carrie Pierce. National champion of Canada, Caroline Reason-Thibault. Representing Slovakia, Karen Fayor. Representing Canada, Caroline
We get set for a heat number 3, the final heat of women's event number 1 here in the North Park Stadium at the Alliant Energy Center. I'm Jeff Brightwell. My broadcast partner is Rob Orlando. And Rob, we've seen 2 heats so far. Waiting for one of the females to complete it. We had a handful of females get into the rope climbs on round number 4, but we kind of went old school today, Rob. We went to main site for event number 1.
Yeah, event number 1 is pulled directly from CrossFit.com, which I absolutely love. And what we've seen, Jeff, is that this event is fair and balanced. And what I mean by that is that it doesn't favor the big guy. It doesn't favor the runner. It doesn't favor the high-skilled gymnastics. It kind of gives them all a little bit of advantage here or there, but it's very fair and balanced regardless of what kind of athlete you are. So I think this is a great way to start off the 2019 Games.
And I think it plays on the mental game too, Rob. Are you willing mentally to pace down, to slow down on maybe a portion of this event that you're not great at, and then throttle up? If you're not great at the rope climbs, take your time because you're going to make up the ground on the barbell, vice versa as well.
Well, that's exactly what we saw in our last group. We had a group of leading ladies that came out and did round 1 in 3.5 minutes and lost almost 2 minutes into round 2. So they were 2 minutes slower in round 2 than they were at just the first round. So if you potentially throttle back a little bit in round 1, you might be able to pick up time over the course of the rest of the event.
And you see the lane assignments. Plenty of veterans, former champions. Lane 32, there's Katrin David's daughter, Sam Briggs, in lane number 35. That's your 2014 Games champion, or 2013, excuse me, Games champion. And you're going to get into those middle lanes where you see Tia Claire Toomey. She'll be in lane number 23. Annie Thor's daughter, she'll be in lane number 25. This should be a very, very fun heat to watch here with so many champions involved. And really between Toomey and the 2 daughters, whoever can finish highest or maybe win the Games this year, who's going to be maybe crowned after 2019 as the greatest female CrossFit Games athlete?
And potentially, this is a very strong cast of ladies, and I'm excited to see how this event plays out in particular, because I think it's indicative of what's going to happen all weekend.
2-time champ there in the all-black, Katrin David's daughter. And we're underway in the final heat of event number 1 here on day 1 of the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games as the final field of females underway. And as expected here, pacing up a little bit on this initial run.
Yeah, what we saw in Heat 2 was a sprint right to this first little berm where they were climbing up and over. And what we saw in Heat 2, round 2, was a very sharp drop-off. The run, it goes down to a crawl. And what we saw was a lot of our lady athletes struggling on that second round of rope climbs. So the first round it might be a little bit of a throwaway. I think what's more telling is our second and third round.
See a lot of the veterans just staying in the pack, pacing off of each other. It's all relative to the lane you're in. Be hard to tell any separation until we get into round number 2. And for any indication, in heat number 2, the first round, Laura Horvath finished in about 3:30. So that'll give us a little bit of a time mark to see where these women will stand here in the final heat as far as the overall lead.
And we'll see these women start to take that dive off to the right-hand side of your screen. They're going to make their way over to the mats, the crash mats, where most of them will probably grab some chalk, dry off the hands, and then make their way up the rope for 3 legless rope climbs to 15 feet.
Well, we're seeing some blistering paces here on the legless rope climbs already, and I know it's round 1 and they're fresh. These are a lot quicker rope climbs than we've seen in the prior 2. It's as expected, a lot faster than heat number 1, but even heat number 2, very amped up pace as Katrin David's daughter makes her way to the top.
very fast. They're coming out of the gate really hot. But like I said, Jeff, nobody's going to win this in round one. You're not going to win round one. You've got 4 rounds to complete here. So let's see how this pace changes over the course of the next 2 rounds.
Tia-Clair Toomey, the first to the barbell, trying to win her 3rd straight, get her 5th straight podium. Well, we've already seen Mayhem win event 1 for the teams. Frazier win event 1 for the males. If Toomey wins it here in event number 1 for the females, it's again the story of things change a lot in the format, but the results kind of remaining the same. But still 3 more rounds to go, but Toomey the early lead.
And she's got a great pop on the hip. Let's take a look at the barbell come into the hip crease, and then she snaps the hip open and dives underneath it, catches it with those arms locked out. That's really efficient, and she's done with round 1 in 3 minutes flat.
So that's a 30-second lead over Laura Horvath's initial round. She did it in about 3.5 minutes in heat number 2 just a few minutes ago. Boy, and looking back on the field of play, I don't know if anyone else has moved their chest piece. Toomey is opening a commanding lead here in round number 1. An absolutely dominating lead. And, boy, you talk about throwing the gauntlet right off the bat on a Thursday afternoon. Here comes Carrie Pierce. She'll be the 2nd out of the stadium. Carrie Pierce, Rob, one of those athletes, always gets kind of hung around that top 10, that top 5 area, looking to maybe break through and get on the podium for the first time this week.
She's so strong. There are Instagram videos of her doing these like core routines, and you know, for fun we try them every now and then. It's unbelievable what she's able to do, and the control that she's got over her body when she's hanging from a bar or doing anything gymnastics. She is so strong.
And if you talk about a wheelhouse event for an athlete, Carrie, a gymnast at the University of Michigan, then got into powerlifting and bodybuilding. So a very proficient gymnast, and with the barbell, this is tailor-made for her.
Yeah, from what we've seen, it's not won or lost on this run. So it hasn't really, you know, the runners haven't done exceptionally well on this event. If we're going to call them specialists and say that they're really good at running, they haven't done exceptionally well here. What we've seen is the most well-rounded. Like Matt Frazier comes in and beats everyone else by over a minute. Well, why is that? That's because he's pretty good at all of it. He goes out and he runs a strong pace. His Olympic lifting is a 10 out of 10, and he was up and down the rope so smooth. And we're looking at Tia do exactly that, making her way up that rope, starting into round 2 of her rope climbs.
Unofficially, about a 12-second lead right now for Tia-Clair Toomey once she got on the rope for Carrie Pierce to come up behind her and then Carrie to get on the rope. But right now it's Toomey and Pierce, your top 2. And they're right next to each other, so this is going to be fun. They're going to be able to keep an eye on each other, Toomey being in lane 23, Pierce being in lane 22. There's Pierce in the background. Now Toomey is off the rope. There goes Pierce just on the right side. You can see those feet dangling. Now we move over to Annie Thorisdottir. Can Annie Thorisdottir make another roar before her career gets on the back end? She shows no signs of slowing down on the podium 2 years ago, though.
Well, she still looks as competitive as ever. I mean, she's out there and smiling and having more fun, it seems like, than everybody else. It's just she's still getting stronger, getting fitter, and she belongs out there with the best.
Tia-Clair Toomey, you talk about quick singles here, Rob. This is very, very impressive for Tia-Clair Toomey. We saw a lot of most athletes do singles, but a little bit more paced out, a little bit slower, and it's a grab and go. It's almost like Isabel here for Tia-Clair Toomey.
You know, the cycle time is crazy how quickly she's moving. So that's 6:43 she's done with round 2. And let's compare that with the last heat where the leaders weren't done with round 2 until 9 minutes. So she is 2 minutes and 17 seconds quicker than the previous heat. She is absolutely flying through this event.
And he Thor's daughter done with her rope climb. She'll make her way to the field for her squat snatches. So Toomey, the only one out for the round of 3 run. And we'll just see when Carrie Pierce gets done, if she maintains second, just how far behind she is. But Toomey continues to make a huge statement here on Thursday. There goes Carrie Pierce moving the chest piece. So you're looking at nearly a minute lead. About 47 seconds is the lead now for Tia Claire Toomey. So Toomey out of the back of the stadium now, and there goes Carrie Pierce starting their 3rd round. Again, 3 full rounds plus a couple of rope climbs are what your leaders have in the book so far.
You can see Tia just shaking out the arms, trying to give the hands and the forearms a second to relax. She's taking a glance over her right shoulder to see if there's anybody there. Is there anybody that she needs to worry about? But I think her cadence and her tempo, it actually looks very relaxed. She doesn't look like she's laboring all that much. I mean, granted, she's in the 3rd round, but it looks like she's got a very comfortable running position. It doesn't look super labor intensive. It seems like she's just trying to tempo this thing so that she can make up ground and keep the same rhythm on those rope climbs.
There are only 2 females out of the back of North Park, Tia Claire Toomey and Carrie Pierce, and Toomey with a very big lead, but Carrie Pierce has a huge gap between herself and the rest of the field as well, as Pierce making that back turn before she gets back in the stadium. So right now it is Toomey and Pierce. They're in a league of their own, at least in event number 1. Pierce and Toomey are lapping the athletes here in the 3rd heat.
And I tell you, I love Tia's style right there. That was awesome. She turned the corner and walked in between those 2 pieces, her name marker. She walked over to the rope, didn't chalk up, just grabbed it and climbed up. That is a veteran move. That's somebody who knows, like, don't waste any time grabbing the chalk. Just get to work, because it's time spent. Like, if you get to the bottom of the rope and you look up, you might as well just cost yourself 15, 20 seconds. And every time you do that 3 or 4 times in a workout, you can add a minute just like that. So it's a great move to walk through your nameplate, get on the field of play, and get right up the rope.
Toomey, a rope climb ahead of Pierce. Pierce has 2 left. Toomey has her final remaining before she gets onto the barbell. Here in round number 3 of 4 rounds, a 20-minute time clap. We have just gone past the halfway mark. This is the final rope climb for your 2-time defending champion, Tia Claire Toomey. And let's not fail to mention Toomey, after last year's games in the offseason, making the move to Cookeville, Tennessee. So has some pretty good training partners down there, and Rich Froning and Matt Fraser.
It's great to be surrounded by athletes that are going to push you day in and day out, where you'll get the most out of yourself. I heard Glassman talk about this forever ago, more than a decade ago, that how do you get better at rowing? Row right next to somebody. And
right.
You know, by putting the pressure on yourself and having somebody to work with, you'll get way more out of yourself than doing this by yourself.
What was his old quote, the old school quote, Rob, that if you're riding a bike by yourself, your wheel is always in front? So you need that, you need that training partner, yeah.
You got to have somebody to chase.
Yeah, Tia Claire Toomey in the 2nd round looked like she was doing Isabel, and still a pretty good pace on these singles. She's still taking an extra second. Well, that was her 7th, so that was understandable. Carrie Pierce now just getting to the barbell. But Tia Claire Toomey now beginning her 4th and final round, and Carrie Pierce is about 6 snatches away from getting on her final round. That's a little bit out in front.
All right, Jeff, here's some split times for you, just so that you have an idea of how fast Tia is moving. In Heat 2, the fastest person was done with round 3 at 15 minutes and 50 seconds. And Tia just finished round 3 in 11:30. She's 4 minutes and 20 seconds ahead of the previous heat.
Well, making her case already, and that's what champions do. We've seen Mayhem, Freedom, and Fraser do it already today. Things have changed for the top athletes. You know, when the format change came up last year, Rob, you know, and it's always, change is difficult for a lot of people, but you knew it doesn't matter how the format changes. Your fittest athletes are going to make it back, and they're still going to be dominant. It opens up the field to a lot more competitors, which is great. It takes the floor down a little bit for inclusion, but the ceiling remains the ceiling.
Yeah, the winners are still going to be the winners. There's no getting around that. The males and females who are competing at this level and who are the best in the sport, it doesn't matter what kind of a roadblock you put in front of them, they will figure out the fastest way through it.
Tia-Clair Toomey, a little bit over a minute lead now on Carrie Pierce. So we'll see a handful of the females finish. They still have over 6 minutes, over 6.5 minutes for the time cap. Toomey just went by on your screen, and now here comes Carrie Pierce. She's still on the back stretch, but still safely in second place. And Pierce just out of the stadium. That's actually that first, it's not on the backstretch yet. It's coming around the first turn of the backstretch. Meanwhile, Tia-Clair Toomey back on the stadium floor here at North Park at the Alliant Energy Center with a little over 6 minutes remaining.
Let's see if she'll do the same thing again where she walks up, no chalk, reach up, and get to work.
Nice big jump for the defending champ, Tia-Clair Toomey. Needs no kip at the end to make her way up and get the first rope climb out of the way.
What I noticed on her last round, Jeff, was that she did 2 really quick and then took a break. So she gets those first 2 out of the way. Now it looks like she might slow herself down a little bit, knowing full well that it looks like she's comfortably going to take this event. But she, in her last round, she went up and down twice, came down, rested about 45 seconds, then went up for her last round, her last climb.
And a reminder, in about 10 minutes at 2:45 Central Time in the U.S., that is local time to Madison, Wisconsin, in the Beer Garden. If you're on site, want to stop by, Justin LaFranco, Tommy Marquez, Brittany Klein will have the Morning Chalk Up studio show on site. That'll be carried on the Morning Chalk Up Facebook page as well as the YouTube page. They'll recap action through event number 1 for the teams and the individual men and women. And again, if you want to go see them live, they'll be out in the Beer Garden. So that's the Morning Chalk Up show live from the Beer Garden on site in Madison, Wisconsin, as Tia-Clair Toomey back to the top of the rig. That's 7 more snatches, and she'll be the first female to complete this event. And no surprise, she'll have 100 points in the overall lead. Carrie Pierce still with 2 rope climbs in the background in the pink top and the black tights.
And this is an opportunity for Tia to get her breath and make sure that there's no missed reps. There's a big step forward, but she caught that, saved it. Here's Carrie Pierce finishing her 3rd rope climb. And now I think it's probably time for Tia to put it in gear and start putting together those singles. And don't let Pierce have any opportunity.
Well, Pierce has 1 more rope climb, so she's safe right now. But Pierce has to be careful. Take her time, labor a little bit for that 2nd rope climb. You don't want to fail number 3 and let people start passing you. Toomey, meanwhile, is going to have the easy. Well, she makes it look easy, 100 points in the bank. She's put in the work, there's no doubt about it. But the only one on this third of the this half of the competition floor at North Park. There she goes, the first female to complete it with over 3 minutes remaining in the time cap. Your two-time defending champ, Tia Claire Toomey. There goes Carrie Pierce. That's her third. And she'll have 98 points once she finishes these 7 snatches.
Yeah, sorry, I thought she was on her. She had done her second climb, working on her third. So, yeah, I was a little bit ahead. Tia was way out in front. There was no challenge there whatsoever. But Carrie Pierce, 98 points, is going to be a strong finish for her as well.
It's got to do a lot for her confidence. Again, she's that athlete that's always been hanging around the top 5, top 6. Looking for the breakthrough years. Pierce, no trouble. Nice cycle time. Should have 4 remaining.
So Carrie Pierce now with 3 reps. There's 4. Athletes, we are 18 minutes in, 2 minutes to go.
So Pierce about ready to wrap it up. Carrie Pierce will be in about 18:15. So that's about a minute 18 behind your overall leader, Tia Claire Toomey. That's just how dominant Tia Claire was. You see Catherine David's daughter, a 2-time champion, in the background.
We've got about 90 seconds left to go. And just as I'm sitting here watching the event unfold and I'm watching these women who are so fit and so capable, it just shows you how good Tia is in a field of qualified ladies to be that far out in front. Really, really impressive start.
So a few athletes left. There is a sprint to the finish for 3rd place overall and 96 points. The nice slide there at the end. That was Jamie Green who slides across the finish line and should have 3rd place. The David's daughter still back on the ropes with under 40 seconds remaining. So we've had 3 females. This is Firuza Sagafi. All right, she gets in. This is a big, big statement for her in event number 1. She grabbed herself 94 points. 10 seconds remaining. And that is the end of event number 1. So I believe we had 4 females. I'm not sure who that was in the sprint with Jamie Green when she slid in, but 4 females will complete event number 1. And Rob, through one event, with all the changes, it's still Mayhem, Fraser, and Toomey at the top of the leaderboard.
Well, no surprise that we've got those, our outstanding first place for event 1, on team male and female. But what is surprising is to see Sarah Sigma's daughter. We're looking at her on screen right now. We're seeing some of these perennials that they're just always around. They're so strong and so fit to DNF that event. I think it's surprising a little bit, but there's still a long weekend. There's all Friday, all Saturday. There's still so many events left, but a very impressive start for Tia.
Well, as we see as Tia Claire Toomey, how she won this one, Rob, she got out to a very big lead very early and never let off the pedal.
Not once, Jeff. She finished round 1 at about 3 minutes, and we saw a huge drop-off going into round 2 for most of the other athletes, but she was able to keep the same pace. She finished her next round by 6:43, and she just didn't lose much. She was steady from start to finish, ended up finishing in 16:56, blew everyone away, and great start to the weekend for Tia.
Tia Claire Toomey on the floor. She'll be standing by with Nikki Brazier.
Well, you were able to pull ahead early and stay ahead through this entire event, even lapping a couple of the other athletes on your final run. How does that set the tone for you here for the rest of the weekend?
I'm really happy with that performance, but, we don't know what's coming, and you just have to take advantage.
What was it like being out there with so many other women? We've seen more athletes here from more places in the entire world than ever before. How does that change the experience of day one for you?
Oh, it's awesome. It actually brings me back to my first day. And just seeing their faces and all the excitement, it's just really rewarding and also an honor to be a part of.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone.
So your overall leader, Tia Claire Toomey, 100 points in the bank after event one. It's the kind of the unknown, unknowable. We don't know what's in store later tonight. If we have one event or two event, or officially there are rumors there will be another cut tonight. We'll see how it is, but only 4. Haley Adams, well, your team champion a year ago, is in the top 4.
What a cool leaderboard that is. It's and Jamie Green with the slide across ends up taking that position away from Haley Adams by, what is it, hundredths of a second. It's an incredible finish for Jamie Green.
Well, you can tune in to the Morning Chalk Up YouTube page or Facebook page. The live show from the Beer Garden coming up in about a minute. But for Rob Orlando, I'm Jeff Wright. We'll be with you a little bit later as we resume team competition from Madison, Wisconsin. Welcome back to Madison, Wisconsin, as we continue our coverage of the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games from Morning Chalk Up. Hope you enjoyed the studio show at the Beer Garden. Tommy and Brittany will be back later tonight to wrap up day one coverage from the Beer Garden, so drop by and say hello. But I'm Jeff Brightwell. My broadcast partner is Rob Orlando. And Rob, through events number one, the usual suspects, Mayhem, Matt Fraser, and Tia Claire Toomey on top of the leaderboard. And we come into event two here for the teams, thinking there may be a cut after event two. Not positive, but we think we may pare it down to 11 after this event.
Well, there's still so many unknowns, and the weekend there's still so many events left on the table. But right now, Mayhem Freedom out in front with a strong first place. And, now we're heading into event 2 and 3, so we've got 2 events back-to-back. If they can finish out Thursday in first position, that's a great start to this weekend for these guys.
2 events back-to-back, so that does mean 200 points are on the line. There could be a whole lot of movement in the leaderboard here with this rope worm and then the total clean and jerk. And here's how it's going to start here. And here's the standings after event number 1. Mayhem Freedom, of course, with the 100 points. Exterminators out of Australia in second. And CrossFit Krypton currently in third. Don't see a ton of surprises, at least in the leaders. However, the bottom of the leaderboard, and it's just one event, a podium team from a year ago, OC3, right now sitting in last place. They've got 200 points, no time to panic, but they need to have a couple of good events back-to-back here to make sure they make a potential cut.
That's not the start that you're looking for on a Thursday when you've come in and you know that your team is strong, and it's definitely not the position that you want to be going into the tail end of day one, and it's certainly going to weigh heavily on their minds.
Well, here we go, Rob, event number 2, the rope worm.
I mean, the rope worm, so what we're looking for here is for time. We're going to do 7 synchronized rope climbs, which is something that I don't think we've ever seen before. But we're going to do 7, 5, 3 synchronized rope climbs, and then 42, 30, and 18 worm thrusters. We've got an 18-minute time cap here. And the rule, Jeff, with the synchronized rope climbs is that everyone has to touch the top buckle at exactly the same time. So if you get there first, you have to hang out and wait for your teammates to come up with you.
Well, you better know your team, and hopefully you've practiced. I'm sure you haven't practiced synchro rope climbs, but you better know who's good and who struggles on the rope climbs here. Underway in Heat 1 of event number 2 for the team competition on day 1 here at North Park at the Alliant Energy Center. And again, the ropes with the Zeus rig, not side by side. They're in the 4-rope quadrant, so you'll have to make sure and look over. And you see right there having to hang on to the top and wait for a couple of teammates.
And 7 is a decent number on the rope climbs. It's not a small amount of rope climbs to start this thing off. So you need to make sure that everybody's proficient. It's not legless like we saw the individuals do. So at least they can rely on their legs. You'll see the athletes locking their feet around the rope. So you're using the big muscles in the legs to do the climbing instead of the arms. But it's still time under tension. You're hanging on that rope and you're waiting for your teammates to get up there at the same time as you.
Very steady pace as expected on these 7 synchro rope climbs. These aren't legless, as Rob just mentioned. You can use your legs, but still a lot of time under tension as the 2 males there waiting, and they will drop down. So right there is Invictus currently. They have 12 points after falling today. They are currently in 13th place. They are 2 spots away from the cut line, 14 points out of the top 11. Again, there's nothing official, but you would assume after day 1 there's going to be 1 cut, and that would be down to 11. That's just the assumption that we are making. Nothing is official.
Yeah, there's lots of question marks this year, and that's part of the game. And the teams and the individuals, they just have to deal with not knowing. And CrossFit has always been the unknown and unknowable, and there's just more proof of that here at the 2019 Games.
Well, no team yet is off of the rope. Still very steady, very patient. Plenty of time, 18-minute time cap, and they're just 2 minutes into the event, starting the 7 synchro rope climbs. First time we've seen synchro rope climbs here at the CrossFit Games at any level.
Yeah, I don't know that anybody's ever even practiced this. This is not something like, I mean, maybe some of these teams have, but it's not something that I've ever I've never been to a gym where I've seen teams or competitors force each other to go synchronized. So it's something that's pretty new.
There we go. Invictus X is the team that is off of the rope along with OC3 Black, but Invictus X, who needs to make up a little bit of ground on the first set of thrusters. And it's 42 to get through.
And Jeff, let's take a look at that worm. It's 358 pounds, and the segments are broken up. So we've got 100 at the end, and then 70, and then another 100-pound section, and 70 at the tail. So you can see that's the way they're staggered, male-female, male-female. It's 11 feet long, 12 inches in diameter, but it's one of those things that at this stage, at year after year now, these athletes have had some exposure to it. So it's not a new piece of equipment. Most gyms that have a competitive team have a worm, and they're making these thrusters look easy, even though it's really heavy.
And a lot of times, Rob, with an odd object like this, the worm, even though some of these athletes, a lot of them have used them, whether in practice or if they've been on a team before in games or any other competition, sometimes it's not the segmented weight, but the varying heights of your teammates. If you have an outlier, someone much, much shorter than the rest of the team or much, much taller, that can really throw a wrench into the system.
Well, we're looking at it right there. We've got, the males are significantly taller than the female in the middle, and that makes this thing so much more challenging because the males end up carrying more of the weight, and she has it on her shoulder, but she's not supporting all that much weight, and it makes it difficult because of the height difference, not because of strength level.
This is Team Invictus. In lane number 9, Lauren Fisher, Reagan Huckabee, your females. Rasmus Anderson, Tommy Venus are your males, and they're a little out of sync. When you get into these team competitions, whether it's the athlete in front, the back, or in between, one person really needs to call the cadence. Right now, they are just a little bit off sync. And they have fallen down to third. OC3, who needed a good finish, able to jump up in first place right now. Still a long way to go. 18-minute time cap. This is the set of 42 worm thrusters. They will advance at the halfway point. So the teams that have advanced one line are at least 21 reps into it. And it looks like OC3 Black walking their worm. Before they have finished, they'll be on to the set of 5 synchronized rope climbs. And OC3 Black needs an event, a big event. And Invictus X now making their way back. One of 3 Invictus teams, but Invictus and Invictus X right now on the outside looking in.
And you can see the entire team taking their time to come back to the rope. Everybody get organized. Make sure you've got the chalk on their hands that you want. And then once they get organized, I would imagine that we're going to see these guys work as a team to try to knock these things out efficiently. And try not to waste too much time under tension, hanging from the ropes and waiting for teammates to get up there.
So this Invictus X team, Sam Dancer, very familiar, Holden Reftwell, the captain of last year's team. But the females, Margot Alvarez, announced that she would retire from the individual competition. They were able to talk her into going team. Christy Aramo, we've seen her 3 times individually. She was, in fact, 9th place in the top 10 at last year's CrossFit Games. But it's OC3 Black and Invictus X currently tied for first. Project X is in lane number 8, and they are 1 rep out.
And we can see OC3 Black. Every one of them reaches up. They all took a quick look. Make sure that we're all making contact at the same time so you get credit for the work.
Back down to Invictus and Lauren Fisher taking off. Reagan Huckabee down there. So Fisher, the only athlete, and they probably discussed this. You go first, we'll catch up. That way you don't have to hang out too long on the rope, or we don't have to hang out too long at the top. So pretty good communication there. They all get to the top relatively at the same time. Huckabee, the last one to get there, but not too far behind. Team JTS compete. They're out of Lancashire in the United Kingdom. They qualified for Reykjavik, the CrossFit Championship. Again, after the 5 reps on the synchronized rope climb, they'll be on to 30 worm thrusters.
Top of the screen, we've got our first team making their way up towards the worm. They're going to jump into their set of 30 reps of thrusters, and OC3 Black is going to sling that worm up onto the shoulder, get organized, and I imagine their team captain is going to call the cadence. We've got Andrea Nisler, Taylor Williamson, Joe Persanti, and Luke Schaefer from OC3 Black getting to work on their 30 worm thrusters.
Right now, they're 6. That's 7 reps ahead on the worm thrusters of Invictus X right next to them. Females in the red tops and the males in the black, but OC3 Black on the front of your screen. Now, when they walk forward, that means they have completed 15 reps of the thrusters. They advance the worm at the halfway point, and this is the round of 30. And so they have completed 15, and OC3 in the top of your screen still remains in first place. They came in last place after event 1 today. So a heat win would be very, very big for them. That would put them at least in the middle of the pack with 1 heat remaining. And you've got to remember, they've got a 2-minute reset before the 7-minute clean and jerk.
Yeah, so they'll have a 2-minute break just to kind of get themselves right. And now, keep this in mind too, Jeff, that if you finish this event, call it in 14 minutes, then you have the balance of the clock. So you've got 4 minutes until the cap, 18 minutes in this event, and then you've got 2 minutes to rest. So, you know, you could potentially have a much longer rest if you finish this one ahead of the cap.
Well, OC3 Black, they are a veteran team. 3 times of the games, 30 years ago, 9th in 2017, 5th in 2016. They were originally Team Rollins back in 2015 at a Quad City CrossFit. They were cruising in the Central Regional in Minneapolis that year, leading Mayhem, Rich Froning's first year going team, by a significant amount of points. They had a freak kneecap injury on some GHD sit-ups that knocked them out of that competition. Are they likely, Bill Grundler and I were at that regional, likely would have won that Central that year, and no telling how they would have done at the games.
It's always unfortunate to see a team, you know, fall out, or an individual fall out due to injury, because you're left with the question of what if, and how would that have shaken the leaderboard up, and what would that have done to the competition floor. So it's always unfortunate when you miss the opportunity to compete due to injury.
Here is Team Invictus out of San Diego, California, stacked with games of veterans. Tommy Venus calls it out from the front of the pack there. Always tough to stay under tension during your rest period, but it does beat picking up that worm again.
One of the things I was noticing, Jeff, was to your point about the height of the athletes. OC3 Black, the worm, when it's up on the shoulders, it looks like it's a 2x4. It's completely flat. It seems like all the athletes are almost identical height. It's not the case for some of the other teams, but OC3 Black, that thing was perfectly level as it was sitting on their shoulders.
Taylor Williamson and Joe Persanti, the longtime vets for OC3. Luke Schaefer was there in 2015 with CrossFit Kilo, and Andrea Nisler was on Timberwolf's team 3 times. She was on OC3 team last year. They continue to hold the lead, though, over Invictus X and Project X. If they were to win this heat, which they are in pretty good shape right now, on the point system, that would give them 58 points at least of 1 heat remaining. Currently, they sit in 14th place with 9 points. That puts them 21 points out behind Project X. Potentially, again, nothing official. We have not heard anything, but potentially a cut down to 11 teams after events 2 and 3. So Invictus X, led by Sam Dancer, will now make their way to the worm thrusters after their final set of synchronized rope climbs. But on the left side of your screen, OC3 Black with a commanding lead at this point, at least a minimum of 6 reps ahead of Invictus X, and that continues to climb as they advance to the last 9 worm thrusters.
So they've got 9 reps here, and again, that's look at how flat that worm is. Everybody's in perfect unison. There's no part of that thing changes height more than just a few inches, pops up over the head, lands on the opposite shoulder. Doing a great job of working together, and their height actually plays to their advantage.
Once they get across the finish line, they'll have whatever time's remaining in the 18-minute cap. They're going to have the time to beat. They'll race down the field, plus a 2-minute reset, and they're going to get in a shade under 13 minutes at 12:52.85. So they're going to have over 7 minutes of recovery time before they get into the total of the clean and jerk.
And anytime you're going from one event with a short break right into another event, and I've done this a handful of times in my competitive career, it pays to finish early and to try to just squeeze as much rest as you can. In fact, the last time I competed, we went from a sprint type event right into a 1 rep max clean, and I think the break was about 2 minutes, and I saw a bunch of athletes down the line putting their shoes on and tying up and getting wristbands, and I just thought it was better use of my time to stand still and just completely recover. So if you can finish early, you can dip your hands in the ice bucket, get yourself relaxed, and try to recover the best you can.
Invictus X raced in at 13:38. They were a team 1 spot out of 11th place. Project X had 30 points, so Invictus X was 7 points out trying to get in. But there's Project X, so they stay close, and they likely will stay ahead of at least OC3 Black and potentially Invictus X. We'll see if anyone in Heat 2 gets in between those 2 teams. But that's 11th, 12th, and 14th place so far through 1 event. And here comes Invictus, who is in 13th place. So the bottom 4 teams helping themselves out a little bit in case there's a potential cut tonight. Three teams still on the floor. That's Team JTS Compete that was at the top. And there they are in the green tops. Again, out of the United Kingdom. 15th back in 2017. They had a couple of event wins back in 2017. So JST Compete is across, and they are finishing 14:56. Again, an 18-minute time cap. I believe we have CrossFit Vondel Gym here on the worm thrusters.
And with that judge's hand out, it signifies that they have less than 5 reps remaining. I think this might be their last one here. And you'll see them drop the worm and cross over.
So Vondel Gym's in at 15:28. They are out of the Netherlands. They qualified to the fittest in Cape Town. Their second games, they were 33rd a year ago. They are the only true affiliate team in the competition in the new system. So many super teams, all 4 of their athletes train out of Vondel Gym. And now Pro 1 trying to finish things up within the time cap, which they should.
We still have 2 minutes under the time cap. They should be able to comfortably get underneath that time cap, get some rest in before the clean and jerk event.
Well, OC3 finishing 12:52, so they can end up having about 5 minutes of recovery time. They won the heat, not the event. There's still 1 heat remaining. And again, we'll have a 2-minute reset after the 18-minute mark. So these teams, all these teams are going to have a little bit of extra recovery time with 90 seconds remaining here in the 18-minute cap.
Judge's hand in the air. Let's go ahead.
So final 5 reps for Pro 1. 14th a season ago, as they won Brazil, and that's how they qualified into that sanctional. So all the teams, all 7, finishing under the cap. Pro 1 will finish with a little over a minute to go, so they'll have just about 3 minutes and 5 seconds before we get into event number 3. Oh, Rob, first time you've seen synchro rope climbs.
Yeah, first time, and I don't know that. I mean, I certainly didn't see any missed reps. I didn't see any no reps. It speaks to the ability of these athletes to adapt and try to work together. But I've never seen this before in competition, and I think they did a great job with a new little wrinkle thrown right at them.
Let's take a look back at OC3. They got out to an early lead, and this is a veteran team that's worked together for a long time, and it really showed up here in event number 2.
You could see everybody making sure that they were all touching at the very top at the exact same time. We talked about it a few times during the show that the height of the athletes actually plays a part in the ability to throw that worm around. And OC3 Black just put on a clinic and finishes with a time of 12 minutes and 50 seconds.
So it's going to give them a minimum of 58 points, and that is if everyone in Heat 2 defeats them. But if they can move up, that's going to help them. Again, they came in last place of just 9 points, 21 points out of a potential cut tonight. The next cut, by the way, will go from 14 down to 11, so 3 teams will be cut. Nothing official about it being tonight. Could be after this afternoon's event. Could be at some point tomorrow, but helping themselves out. And Project X was that gatekeeper in 11th place. And now we get out the barbells again as we go to 7 minutes of clean and jerk.
Everybody loves when the barbell gets heavy, and this is event 3, so now we've got another 100 points on the board. Clean and jerk, 1 rep max for each athlete. You got 7 minutes to get it done. They can lift in any order that they want, and you can go up as many times as you want. The only rule here is that the barbell can never get lighter. So as the barbell is climbing up in weight and as they're adding, the barbell can never step itself back down.
So again, a 7-minute time cap for your 4 athletes. The key, I'd imagine, Robin, you've competed plenty of times, 1 rep max lifts, is to try to warm up fairly heavy. Get 85, 90% probably if you can in the warm-up area, so you don't waste a lot of time trying to build up. 7 minutes of 4 athletes, not a lot of time. That might be, what do you think, one or 2, maybe 3 lifts per athlete?
I think if you're lucky, Jeff, you're probably looking at 3, maybe 4, depending on how quickly you can jump up. We have to imagine that the girls are going to lift first, and they're going to have to jump on the platform. The barbell starts unloaded, which you've got probably 30 seconds of loading time just to get it going. So there's layers and layers to this thing, and you'll see the 2 guys right there, OC3 Black. They're the ones that are going to load the barbell, get it all set up. But you've got to be ready to go right at about 70-80% of your 1 rep max right out of the gate.
Looks like we're going about 135 here for the first female for OC3. And that's going to be Andrea Nisler, the 30-year-old. Gets it up 21 seconds. And now Taylor Williamson. And this should be easy for Taylor. So a big key too, Rob, is to get one in the bag.
Yeah, you've got to get on the board. You can't miss a lift, they're, especially at this stage. And you'll see that now there's a 50-pound jump. So we went from 135 to 185, which is a huge jump. But you got the first one on the board, and now you can let it roll.
Yeah, that's good for Andrea. Back here of Margot Alvarez. Looked like she had 175 on the barbell that time. Yeah, Taylor Williamson made the 185 look pretty easy there. That was Christy Aramo in the fail behind.
The guys actually have, they've got to communicate too, because they've got to make sure you're loading the barbell left and right and making sure that everything is lined up for whoever's going to make that lift.
Taylor Williamson, OC3 Black on the left side of your screen. Nice job on the 205 off to the right at 185. Looks like Christy Aramo for Invictus X in the pink top. Nice power clean there by Vondeljum. Their female athlete in the green.
everyone else that I've watched has been squat clean and split jerk. That was the first power clean I've seen. And here's Lauren Fisher at 235. And she'll stand that up, adjust the wrists, adjust the hands. Let's see if she can knock out that split jerk, and she just misses it behind.
Well, she did enough to get herself under the bar, maybe ducked a little too far forward, and the bar went behind her. But definitely had the quickness on the feet to push herself under the bar, so she may make another run at that one. It's Taylor Williamson again for OC3 Black. 2:15. Pretty quick there for Taylor. Nice footwork. So Rasmus Anderson gets one.
Our Invictus team, they're jumping in and getting something on the board. So now you've got credit for those lifts, and now you can start piling on more weight.
Back to Vondel Gym. Now OC3 Black. 225 on the barbell. Quick little push jerk. $195 will go up for Ninke van Overland, the captain, the 25-year-old and the game's rookie.
Now, this is one of those things where you're torn. Do you let that athlete have another shot at it, or do you try to add some more weight, get the guys going? Because you're coming up on the 4-minute mark. It's not leaving a lot of time for the guys to get a couple lifts in each.
7-minute time cap, so 3 minutes remaining. Back to OC3 Black. 275 goes up. Invictus with 1,040 pounds already. OC3 Black curling at second with 970. Project X 910. The leaders on the top of your screen in blue. Invictus has the overall lead so far in heat number 1.
Easy jerk. You could see how fast he was under the bar. Arms totally straight. There was no hesitation there. That's a great lift.
295 on the board for JST Compete. And that goes up a little push jerk there. It's going to be interesting when we go back to Invictus to see Tommy Venus, who was big in the liftoff a couple of seasons ago. He was the youngest male back in 2017 in his only games appearance.
We've got 2 minutes left on the clock, Jeff. So now, you know, maybe you've got 30 seconds per lift, plus or minus. So maybe you've got 2 lifts for each guy still on the board. There's not a lot of time. This is where, you know, you need to know yourself really well, and then your female partners need to jump in there and get that barbell loaded up with everything you need on it.
So that was Tommy Venus you just saw for Invictus. Got the 335 back to Project X. Nice job by the Australian team there, the male member. Back to JST for a 310. Jack Cornwaite. And Jack Cornwaite, their captain, the 28-year-old, gets it up.
I feel like there's another 25 pounds in that guy. His power clean is just, he's pulling the bar up to his nose.
This is Joe Scally for Pro 1. 315 on the barbell here for OC3. He stands it up, he's got it, and he shows control. Nice job.
That was a great lockout. Strong shoulders up high.
Back to Tommy Venus. Yeah, I'll do a 355.
Got 40 seconds left. Now you can see the mad dash. Everybody trying to load the barbell, get that last lift in, try to squeeze whatever pounds you can out, and see if you can put yourself in position to separate yourself away from some of the other teams.
And Bondel needed that one. Invictus, 1140 on the barbell. Now here is OC3 at 325, just could not control it. Sam Dancer with less than 10 seconds. Nice push jerk. Of course it would be Sam Dancer, the mad dash for the push jerk.
Of course, with 1 second left on the clock.
So we see OC3 Black, your unofficial winners in Event 2. We'll wait for the final numbers here on Event 3, the 7 minutes to get a clean and jerk total between your 4 athletes. But big lift there for Sam Dancer. We have 1 heat remaining. Let's take a look at this.
And Invictus, so strong. That's 335 pounds. And you'll see the speed and the power up overhead. Arms completely locked out straight, catches it. That was a great lift from Invictus.
And here's Tommy Venus.
And at 355, good catch up top. Little press out, trying to keep that thing locked steady. But 355 at that stage, that's a huge lift.
Well, those are events 2 and 3 for Heat 1 of team competition with 1 heat remaining. They'll reset things, and we will go back to some rope climbs and thrusters. But here's how it pans out. Invictus with 1150, Pro 1, 1080, OC3 Black, a nice third-place finish at 1050. So they get a first and a third heat result, trying to get themselves back up above a potential cut line that would come at 11. But Heat 2, your top 7 teams through 1 event earlier today on the way here from Madison, Wisconsin. Well, we get set for heat number 2 of event number 2 and then event number 3 from the Reebok CrossFit Games, as we'll see the top 7 teams in team competition. Mayhem Freedom, as you see in the middle, currently in first place. They have 100 points in the bag from earlier today.
Here we go, ladies.
Starting off, 7 synchronized rope climbs between your 4-person team, and didn't seem really, Rob, to give anyone any trouble in heat number 1.
No, Jeff, I don't think we saw a single no rep. It seemed like everybody, the lines of communication were wide open. The teams made it a point to get to the very top and make that touch at the exact same time. So it really didn't create a big problem for anybody.
Key is just be steady on these, complete the rep. This event, I think, obviously from the first heat, it's going to be run on how proficient you can be in your worm thrusters.
I 100% agree with that. You know, I was just thinking that because we have to be much more deliberate on the rope climbs and we all need to touch at the very top at the same time, that slows the first portion of this down significantly. Because if it was individual and everybody was climbing the rope, like relay style, that makes this much more of a sprint. But you can see that the tempo is very controlled here. So where you want to make up your time is when you grab the worm. That's where you really need to hustle.
And the teams obviously got together in the warm-up area. Even there's room to practice, but no one, I don't think, practices synchro rope climbs because I've never even thought of doing synchronized rope climbs. But you can tell these teams are letting maybe someone not as proficient at rope climbs go ahead and get that head start, catch up, so you're not hanging out at the top for too long, even though you get to use your legs.
Yeah, you'll see the athletes, the competitors there, they're grabbing the rope with their feet, so they're climbing the rope with the big muscles in the legs, and they just use their hands to hang on. They're not using the small muscles of the forearm and the biceps to pull themselves up, legless style like we saw the individuals do earlier. So we've got the advantage where we can use our legs, but still it's time under tension, and you don't want to hang out there if you don't have to.
Here comes your overall leader and your defending champ, CrossFit Mayhem Freedom. They had 100 points earlier today in event number 1, and now they will get on to the worm thrusters. Rich Froning, Tasia Persevich, the returners from last year. China Cho added this year. Dre Strom has been at CrossFit Mayhem, but on the team for the first time, and this is what they are doing the thruster with.
Well, we've got an 11-foot-long worm that weighs 358 pounds, and it's actually broken up into segments of 100 and then a 70-pound segment and then another 100 and a 70. So you'll see the men and women staggered, male, female. And one of the things to consider, Jeff, that we talked about in the last heat is the height of the athletes. If you have, two males that are significantly taller than one of the females, it puts a lot of stress. It makes the worm not level, and it puts added stress on the taller athletes. So it's something to think about. And what we noticed was OC3 Black, the worm was almost dead straight, so that the worm is sitting on everybody equally. And I think that plays a role in getting this done quickly.
Again, 42 thrusters in round number 1. They advanced the worm at the halfway point. So 21 thrusters done already by CrossFit Mayhem Freedom. They're a couple of reps ahead, as you see the team right there. Again, Froning and Persevich returning from last year's team. Cho was added to Mayhem Freedom. Dre Strom, a athlete up in Cookville, and he's been to several regionals, but his first time at the games.
Jeff, it just occurred to me that, maybe we've got some people who are tuning into this CrossFit Games for the very first time, and maybe they're not really familiar with what this is. So that the thrusters, we've got to get a full squat. We've got to get the hip all the way below the knee, and then we've got to throw the worm up and over the head. And all of that has to happen in synchro. So everybody has to be below parallel at the same time, and the worm has to go up and over the top at the same time. So it's a high-skill movement that you need to practice with teammates in order to get the lines of communication open, but really it comes down to just blowing apart the legs and working as a team.
Middle of your screen, there goes Mayhem Freedom on their way back to the rig as they will get set for their round of 5 synchronized rope climb. Here's Team Don't Stop with Travis Williams on the right side of your screen, currently tied for 6 inside the cut line if we make a cut down to 11. And again, last year they were kind of all over the radar. They had a really nice finish, 6 overall at the 2018 games. But it was almost as if it was a home run or a strikeout in each event all over. And with only 14 teams, you mentioned it earlier today in event 1, you cannot have those wild swings this year.
You just can't, otherwise you'll fall off the leaderboard too quickly. And especially with this year and all the cuts that are coming, it can happen in the blink of an eye, where you're out there on the floor, you have one bad event, and that's it for the day. Your weekend is finished.
So Mayhem Freedom right now, your leaders in the heat. This is the second heat of 2. OC3 Black, who came in last place, won the first heat in event 2 with a time of 12:52.85.
Central Beast now also in the mix as they start their climb.
Here's Mayhem in those white leader jerseys. Persevich on the left, Cho on the right.
Freedom going into this event with 100 points. Exterminators with 93. With 86.
Bottom of your screen, Don't Stop on the way back.
The rope climbs look very controlled. There's a stark contrast in these two pieces of this event, where the rope climbs are very deliberate, and we're all going to spend a couple seconds right there at the very top, make sure we have our touch. So it's slower moving, and then we get to the worm, and you really need to hustle to get those 42, 30, and 18 reps done.
So Freedom leads the way. Mayhem Freedom, followed by the Central Beast CrossFit Alliot, who came in 4th place after event number 1 today out of the UAE. Won the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. That's how they qualified for the CrossFit Games. And they got 4 Games veterans.
I've actually been to CrossFit Alliot in Dubai, and I was there just for a single day. I was working out there with my friend Phil, and it was like an all-star cast of CrossFit Games athletes that were all just training. I mean, you looked around, and it was Annie and BKG, and it seemed like it was a who's who list, and everyone was doing their own program. But they were all training under one roof. It was really a great event and a great day, and it just happened to be like a random Tuesday that I happened to be there.
All four of their teammates have been to the games, but 3 have been with teams. Mia Ackerland's been with Fabriken. Krostad has been with Max Pulse. Lebro has been with CrossFit Solid. Heska went in 2015 as an individual. They do have team experience, but here's the team with a lot of experience and a lot of experience at winning the Affiliate Cup, and that is CrossFit Mayhem. And again, they have a 12-rep lead on the Central Beast and CrossFit Alioth. Again, 18-minute time cap as Mayhem Freedom will be on the second set of the 30 thrusters, so it'll be a set of 15 here as they advance the halfway point.
8 minutes in. We are 8 minutes in. Alioth right behind the Central Beast.
Here are the Central Beasts. Nicole Holcomb, a 2-time Games veteran. Emma Chapman, Zach Sauter, Joseph Tortora, who was on CrossFit Grandview's team back in 2015. Qualified through strength and depth.
And you see there's a conversation going on between the judge and the athletes, and the judges are really skilled. They know what they're looking for, and they're having there's a line of communication where they've got to get their point across and do it quickly because the clock is running. You don't want to get in the way of progress. And I know that there was it seemed like a little bit of a heated discussion there for a couple seconds, but clearly they've gotten that sorted out.
Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead.
Get a 20-rep lead here for Mayhem Freedom with the split time at about 8:48. Again, 12:52.85, the time to beat by OC3 Black. There's an 18-minute time cap here in event number 2. You mentioned it. You referred to it in heat number 1, Rob. There is a 2-minute reset before the 7 minutes of clean and jerk total, but the quicker you get finished, the more time you have to rest.
Absolutely. I mean, if you finish this thing in 12 minutes or so, you've got bonus time just to sit around and rest while everyone else is still out there breathing heavy and fatiguing themselves. So it pays to, honestly, it pays to be a winner, right? Like, get off the floor, get your forearms rested up, get your legs loose so that you can recover and go into event 3 fresh.
3 synchronized rope climbs and 18 thrusters for Mayhem Freedom to bank another 100 points. They would have all 200 points in the first 2 events as long as they get in ahead of OC3. And right now they have about 3 minutes to go.
You can see Rich casually look over to his left, make sure everybody was tagged up. He latched his feet on. Not much stress there. You can hang out for a second or two, make sure that your teammates are up, and then everybody slides down at the same time.
Central Beast on your screen right here on their way back, currently in second in the heat. They came in 5th place after event number 1 earlier today.
Central Beast making their way back to the ring. Here comes CrossFit Krypton.
And remember, for the Central Beast, who are in 5th place, if they can stay ahead of OC3, they would knock out 93 points. So again, you've got to think not only for the immediate factor of making sure you stay in the top 11, but the teams, let's be realistic, if you're in the top 5, barring a disaster here in events 2 and 3, you should make the 11-team cut line. But you got to think in the long game, you got to start logging some points here, stay in contention in that top 5. We're going to see cuts throughout the weekend before this thing gets down to the final 5 teams at some point.
Well, we heard Matt Frazier talk about that in his post-workout interview where he won the first event. He said, look, I thought I was going to be safe. I was pretty confident in that. But the important part is that I'm out here earning points, and I want to get out to a lead, and I want to try to accumulate as many points as I can early so that if you do have an event somewhere down the line, that you've already built up somewhat of a lead.
No rep there for Mayhem Freedom. They only have about 3 reps remaining, and they are going to log another 100 points. They are still a minute 10 seconds ahead of OC3 at this point.
Meanwhile, Central Beast and Krypton in a seesaw battle for second. All eyes of the CrossFit Games on Mayhem Freedom. Another no rep.
Now they dropped the worm, and they're going to have another 100 points. Rich Froning and his Mayhem Freedom team get in right around 12 minutes unofficially. So they have all 200 points at 12:01:38. So you can switch the team up. You can switch the format up at Mayhem Freedom. 200 out of 200 points through 2 events. And the Central Beasts will try to knock out 93 points if they can get in the next 20 or so seconds ahead of OC3, who had a 12:52.85.
Let's see if they've got what it takes to really squeeze the gas pedal.
Well, they're not going to beat OC3. So this is really big for OC3. They're going to get 93 points out of event number 2. They came in last place with just 9 points. So OC3 winning heat number 1 will get second place overall here in event number 2.
13 minutes in.
And the next time to beat was 13:38. So the Central Beast will get a third place finish. So a very good finish here unofficially for the Central Beast. And the Central Beast should be logging 86 points here in event number 2.
That's a really strong finish. They look great on that last. It looked like a little bit of a miscue. It seems like a couple of the athletes, even on Mayhem Freedom, they kind of messed up the last rep. Looked like Rich wanted to do another one, or the teammates behind him wanted to do another one. They weren't quite clear on how many they had left, but they all seem to be working here, getting the work done well under the 18-minute time cap.
CrossFit Krypton should be the next team to finish up. They came in third place. Kind of a very quiet third place finish earlier today while you were watching Mayhem Freedom and some of the other teams. And they have a former champion, Camille LeBlanc-Bazinet, the one on the far right. You recognize her if you're a fan of the CrossFit Games, if you've been around. If you're new, that's her on the far right. Jessica Griffith, the female, the blonde in the middle. Then Alex Smith and Cody Mooney, who are Games veterans, the 2 male athletes here for CrossFit Krypton. And speaking of CrossFit Krypton, how about old Ben Smith today, winning that heat and getting in the top 10. And here is his affiliate, CrossFit Krypton, making their way in. 14:34, third in the heat.
And then they've got 3 minutes until the end of the time cap, and then another 2 minutes on the reset. So they've got 5 minutes to kind of get themselves together, get organized, recover, and then go into a 1-rep max clean and jerk.
So all 7 teams finish heat 1, and all 7 teams should finish heat number 2. We have a team still back on the rig. Don't stop on your left. Alex Alioth on your right side of your screen. They are both under 5 reps remaining as they will switch places in 4th and 5th here in the heat. Not overall in the event, but in the heat. A stumble by Don't Stop, and there goes Alioth. They'll make their way on to the finish line of the end zone of the North Park. 15:34 now, Don't Stop. You had that little miscue, and Travis Williams leads team Don't Stop into the finish area at 15:41.
And now, Jeff, I'm seeing so many of the athletes, especially after event 1, and now we're into the late part of the afternoon in event 2 and 3. It is hot out there, and it might not be scorching on the temperature on the thermometer, but the field of play is always significantly hotter. And with the AstroTurf, and it's just out there baking in the sun, it seems like the athletes are crossing the finish line and diving toward that water bucket where they can immediately get themselves cooled down. So I bet you the heat is playing a role, even though the thermometer is not all that high.
Well, let's face it, if you're in the stands, it's a great afternoon. They're sitting about...
Invictus Boston with a few more reps to go. Judge's hand in the air for Invictus Boston. Exterminators approaching their work. Underneath 16:54 to be exact. And now the Exterminators have
I think we're having a little bit of technical difficulties, so I'll try to pick up the pieces here a little bit. And what we're looking at for event 3 is our clean and jerk. So now we've got 7 minutes for the entire team to establish a 1 rep max on the clean and jerk. And anything goes. You can power clean it, you can squat clean it, split jerk, push jerk. You just got to get that barbell overhead. There's only one rule, and the rule here is that the barbell can never go down in weight. So let's say you load it up with 135 and somebody misses a lift. They can keep trying 135, but the barbell can never come down less than 135 pounds. So now we've got 7 minutes. You'll see the gentlemen load up the barbells for the first lady lifters. We're going to try and get the first lifts on the board, get credit, and then immediately start to pile the weights on because 7 minutes flies by. And that's a 185-pound power clean. She gets set in the front rack. Good split jerk from CrossFit Alioth. These are some of the strongest ladies that in the competition. I know that Mia Ackerland has a 270-pound clean and jerk as a 1 rep max. So I expect to see some big numbers thrown around there. Mayhem Freedom, both ladies on the board with 165. And that's exactly what you want to do. There's Mia Ackerland at 205 pounds, CrossFit Alioth, just popping that bar up over the top. There's 195 pounds, Mayhem Freedom, easily locked out overhead. You can see very quickly we're getting the barbells up near 200 pounds or over 200 pounds. There's an easy push press from the exterminators at over 200 pounds. The team don't stop. Everybody's loading the barbells. There's Mia Ackerland at 225. Another really easy lift. She's so proficient. She's got Olympic lifting in her family. And it shows her ability and skill level, her mobility. There's Camille LeBlanc-Bazinet, making easy work at 205, CrossFit Games winner in the past. Mayhem Freedom at 215 pounds, squat clean. Easy push jerk, no problem whatsoever. There's plenty left in the tank. You got 2.5 minutes in. What we saw on the earlier heat was that around the 4.5, 5 minute mark is when most of the men jumped in. So the men actually got 3, maybe 4 lifts apiece, and now we see our first male stepping up at 220 pounds. This is the point that they've got to keep on the board. They've got to stay on the gas pedal and start piling the weights on. Here's Mia Ackerland at 245 pounds. Great technique on that split jerk. Throws the bar up overhead. That's just 25 pounds off of her 1 rep max, or at least what's posted.
Kind of made it look pretty effortless there, Rob. Nice job by her. Again, a 7-minute time cap here.
You know, one of the things to be aware of, Jeff, is that now we're halfway through the 7-minute event, and that's 235 pounds from Invictus Boston, but we're halfway through. The men are going to have to start to put their weight on. There's Phil Hesketh with 275. Gets that locked out overhead from CrossFit Alioth.
Right now, about a 220-pound lead on Mayhem Freedom. Here's Rich Froning at 275. Now Jessica Griffith could stay on the cleanup. And things will speed up now, Rob. You're going to start getting into the 7-minute time caps, and they're in the back half of it. In fact, less than 3 minutes. We saw some teams rush, especially Sam Dancer got in just under the cap. So things going to speed up. Here's 3:15 for Rich Froning.
No big deal.
Here's the game's rookie, Dre Strom. Multiple regionals, kicks out wide on the clean. Quick split, nice job to get up under that one. So now Mayhem Freedom moves just 10 pounds ahead of Alioff at 1070.
And now we've got 2 minutes left, and what we saw in the previous heat was that we had a handful of lifts remaining. So most of the guys, here's Rich at 335. He'll easily stand up that clean, and his split jerk just looks effortless. One of the things that I've always loved about watching Rich is just, even when he's at or near 90-95% of a 1 rep max, everything always still looks super efficient. There's no wasted motion, and there's power in the efficiency.
Dre Strom, another wide split, but he gets the clean up and he gets the jerk off his shoulders very quickly.
We've got 90 seconds left. Maybe 2 lefts remaining for each of the males, if they hustle.
Rob Forte on the front of your screen in the black shirt for the Exterminators. A nice job there, very efficient. 3:45 now for Rich Froning, and it's up. Roy Gamboa, quick split at 3:30 for Don't Stop. Not going to be on the technique video, but he gets the job done at 3:45. It just cannot control it.
And now you've got a choice. Do you let Rich try to go again at something higher, or do you let him try to get that lift at 3:45?
You've only got 30 seconds to do it. Invictus Boston and cannot get the cleanup. We heard a 360, and it's Rich Froning. He's got time. Can he stand it up? No. Close, just couldn't. He had it on the arms, just couldn't get the stand there. Nice effort by Rich Froning.
And he's such a competitor. You know that lift is going to haunt him.
And in the background, if the lift has started, usually that means you can complete it, so that lift will count. So we'll see how the standings play out here if Mayhem Freedom held on to the lead. If they did, they'd be at all 300 points through 3 events. Very proficient in event number 2 and the rope climbs and the worm thrusters. And able to throw around the heavy weight here in event number 3.
You can see Alioff just getting signed off on their scorecard, making sure that everything was accurate. You want to make sure you get credit for all the pounds. Here's Mayhem Freedom, 225-pound easy squat clean and the split jerk. Arms completely extended. There was no hesitation there. That's a great lift.
That was Peja Persevich.
Grip and rip, and the easy step back. Never even moved his left foot. Get that 345 pounds.
Well, with all the super teams, it's Mayhem Freedom who is the most super of them all through 3 events. Here's Nikki Brazier.
You guys are moving some seriously heavy weight out there, and it's been a really good day for the team in general. Great performances across 3 events. Just take me through the day a little bit. I mean, how are you feeling after being out here in the hot sun after 3 events?
Feeling pretty good. We do a lot of training and volume normally, so this is a good day.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously this latest event, we saw you putting up some serious weight, but we also saw you tackling rope climbs. You were on Big Bob this morning. So what were those numbers like in comparison to what you can typically hit, maybe fresh?
I actually think I do a little bit better tired. I think I speak for all my teammates. So this was kind of cool that we normally practice this way, and we got to do it again in competition.
Absolutely. Congratulations, guys. Great day 1. Nice job.
Thank you.
Well, Rob, we'll wait and see how the official standings fall out. If anyone got a last-second lift to get ahead of Mayhem Freedom, they did. It was Invictus But Mayhem Freedom today, if there were 300 points available, they get second place overall in event number 3. So out of 300 points, they get 293. Not a bad day's work for Mayhem Freedom.
They're off to a great start, and this is exactly what we wanted to see. We want to see Mayhem Freedom come out swinging and lay down the gauntlet, and let's see if there's anybody else that can chase them and keep up for the weekend.
Now we'll see if there is an announcement later today if there is indeed going to be a cut down to 11 teams. We've not heard anything, but we will see if indeed there is any kind of a cut. In about 15 minutes, we resume with individual event number 2. Stay tuned here. We will return.
to 66 push press with 2 kettlebells. Lightweight, 35 for the men, 24 for the women. 1 in each arm. After that, after you've done 66 push press, we're going to end with 132. Feet of handstand walking. You'll complete the 132 feet, the length of the field, and cross the finish line. That 4 time is
Welcome back to Madison, Wisconsin as we get set for individual competition. The teams have wrapped up for today. We cut down to 75 earlier today. We're about to get ready to cut down to 50 as the sun begins to set here in Madison, and what's been an outstanding day weather-wise for day one of competition. And now we get set here as the sun begins to go down. Still plenty of daylight here. Maybe the temperature will cool off just a little bit, but Rob, we'll get down to 50 athletes after these couple of heats.
Yeah, Jeff, men's event 2. It's aptly named Second Cut. This is where, we've already made that first deep cut, and now the cuts are going to continue, and we're going to drop out some more athletes from our list.
Standings after event 1, Matt Fraser has 100 points. Chandler Smith, the rookie, grabbed himself 98 points. And the wild card, Ben Smith, said, hey, I'd like to go throw down and see what will happen. He's in 8th place with 86 points.
Love seeing Ben in that position, especially given the fact that he had a bunch of injuries earlier this year. And, he made an appeal to the community rallied around him, and now he's making good on that. So, nice work, Ben.
Here's what they have ahead of them, Rob, and as we talked about off air, maybe a little bit similar to what we see in Jackie in some senses.
Yeah, Jackie is one of the known CrossFit girl workouts where it's one round, it's a sprint, a 1K row, 50 thrusters with an empty barbell, and then 30 pull-ups. Here at Second Cut, it's going to be an 800-meter row, 66 kettlebell shoulder to overheads, and they're on the relatively light side with just 35 pounds in each hand. And then we're going to finish with a 132-foot handstand walk. Our time cap is 10 minutes. My guess, when I kind of did this in my head and I played it out, somewhere between 5 and 6 minutes, depending on the kettlebell to overheads.
Here's a look at the lane assignments, and again, another pretty big heat here as you take a look. There's Alex Vino in lane 17. Ormislav Olengovich was up in the first 10 rounds, and I believe we may see the other wild card here in the first heat as well, Hunter McIntyre. We'll see if his name scrolls along here as well. Some quick cuts. That means a quick turnaround as far as getting these heats organized.
I did see Hunter's name, so he did make the cut. He's in this first heat.
Came in 46th place earlier today. Few notable men did not make the cut. None of the top 10, but a couple of Games veterans failed to make the first cut. And there's Hunter McIntyre's nameplate. He'll be in lane number 15.
Stand by.
Here we go, underway, an 800-meter run row for these athletes, Rob, because you've got to get through it quickly because the kettlebells are relatively light. Should be somewhere in the 3-minute range, I would imagine.
That's exactly what I was thinking, is that if you're pulling a really hard 1K pace, it's somewhere in that minute and a half for 500 meters. So if you stretch that out a little bit, you can figure it. It's somewhere in that 3-minute mark that I would expect to see the athletes getting off the rower and then heading over to the kettlebell to get to work on those 66 reps overhead.
And you can really gas out your legs here, Rob, because on the shoulder to overhead, yes, you do use your legs, but at the relatively light 35-pound kettlebell, you can use a little bit more of that arm strength and not have to rely, at least on the first, say maybe 22 or so reps, have to really kick in with the legs.
I think you're exactly right. I think what we'll see is a lot of push press, really, really fast cycled push press with the kettlebells. And then as they make their way across the floor, it might turn into a little bit more of a push jerk as the shoulders fatigue. But make no doubt, this is a sprint workout. And you're in that very painful 5 to 7 minute window.
So a lot of rowers on the competition floor, heat 1 of 2. See about a 138 pace there, and that's what you predicted, around a 130 to 140 pace for most of these athletes in heat number 1.
I love when I'm right. It doesn't happen often, but I love when I'm right.
If you're new to CrossFit, you talked about people tuning in for the first time, maybe getting into CrossFit, starting on the C2 row. It's not always the speed you pull that can really wreck you, but it's those strokes per minute. You want to have a very powerful stroke, recover on the way down. You can go the same speed doing a lot less work.
Yeah, you can see two competitors side by side, one doing 35 strokes per minute, and another one doing 25 strokes per minute and pulling exactly the same split time. So that there's power in efficiency. And when you look at a really accomplished rower pull on an erg, it just looks like, it doesn't look like they're doing a whole lot of work, and they're making huge leaps in terms of their speed.
Here's an athlete, and they have 100 meters left. The hands will go in the air for the judges when they have less than 100 meters to go, and a lot of them are getting there at this point. In fact, most of them now are less than 100 meters remaining, and now you have our first few athletes. And we're going to start now on 66 shouldered overhead. They will advance every 22 repetitions.
Jeff, let's talk about these kettlebell shouldered overheads. So we're in that front rack position where the elbows have to come down. The kettlebells have to be below the chin. That's the standard that we're looking for. And then you have to reach full extension up high. So your head has to come through and your elbows have to be completely locked out. Those are the standards here with 35 pounds in each hand.
We'll see how smart these athletes played on those final 22 reps. Look straight up, get that chin as high as possible.
I'll tell you what, they get up some ground.
Now the majority of the field moving.
Just now starting to move forward. That means they've completed 1/3 of the work. They're at 22 reps in. Every 22nd rep, they're going to move forward. You can see really fast. It's very cycle, the cycle speed on those, and he rests them on his shoulders as he moves forward. Look at the cycle speed here. It's catch and throw. He uses all of that down energy to throw the kettlebells back to the top. That is a perfectly executed push press.
It's Bronislav Olinkowicz, who we talked about earlier today. Great strength with the barbell. We've seen him on social media. He's a guy everyone watches, snatch and clean and jerk. Got in the top 75. Now we'll see how he is in gymnastics once he finishes his last 22. This could be a sticking point for Bronislav once he gets to the 132-foot walk. And again, you have to do it in 44-foot sections. If you fail, you have to go back to the beginning of that 44-foot section.
And now the shoulders are completely gassed, and you've got to make yourself get across this 44-foot section to get credit. So if he were to fall right here, he'd have to go back to the start line.
Well, did he shove that hand in just in time? I believe he did, so a nice job. He'll take it one section at a time, which most athletes will do unless you are incredibly proficient at gymnastics.
And now we're just at the 5-minute mark. And I love this 66 reps at those 35-pound kettlebells in each hand because it fries the shoulders. And then, hey, let's kick you upside down and get you inverted. But he's making it look easy, making his way across the floor.
How about big Bronislav? When we get inverted in gymnastics and CrossFit, Rob, is Bronislav making his way in his last 40-foot section. As long as he doesn't fail the handstand walk, we'll get in well ahead of the cap and set a pretty good time here in heat number 1. But when I try to explain to people, nice job by Bronislav. He's going to get in at about 5:40. That was, for a guy that we talk about as a strength guy, showed some incredible proficiency there in gymnastics.
That was very, very impressive. It fell in line with what I thought would be the competitive time. He was so fast on those shouldered overheads.
Going back to my point, though, when you get upside down, I try to explain to people whether it's a handstand push-up or a static hold or a handstand walk, basically you're doing a body weight press overhead. Now you're trying to add balance on the way down.
Yeah, it's funny, thinking back to the 2011 CrossFit Games, we had a handstand walk event, and I want to say that Rich Froning won it that year with, and I'm pretty sure it was about 150 feet. And now, it's just commonplace in the CrossFit community that if you're a competitor, you have to learn how to walk on your hands regardless of how big you are, regardless of how strong you are. You have to learn how to walk on your hands. It's a skill set you've got to have.
Now we see the majority of the field making their way down into the final 44-foot section. But Bronislav Olinkowicz will be your heat winner, trying to make the top 50. Well, a little less than 3 minutes, the 10-minute time cap, and about half the field has made it in under the cap. In the first of 2 heats with another 100 points on the line in day number 1. Matt McLeod, he's in at about 7.5 minutes. See if that's going to be good enough to make the top 50 before tomorrow. Here comes Hunter McIntyre. He's going to get in. We'll see how it shakes out. As he goes down, he's going to have to start back over, and he'll have a little bit over 2 minutes.
That's so heartbreaking when you're so close to the line. It's like what we talked about earlier, Jeff, with the rope climbs. You know, you get within 18 inches or so of the top, and you can't quite reach out and make that touch. To have to go back and do the work all over again, it takes the wind right out of your sails.
1:40 remaining here in the 10-minute cap. And getting both hands fully across at 8:31. And you have 1 heat remaining with the top athletes.
Just under about 75 seconds left in the event. This is a 10-minute time cap.
I believe that may be McIntyre in the middle of the field in the pink shorts. He came in at 46, so he is right on the edge. "45 seconds remaining in the 10-minute time cap." Again, it'll be a little while after Heat 2 till we know all the official times and how it plays out in the top 50 advancing to tomorrow. Less than 30 seconds remaining. There's the frustration right there, Rob, as you talked about 8 feet away from getting through.
You can see he's got a little smirk on his face. It's just so frustrating. There's nothing you could do. You just have to go back and, those are the rules. It's the way it goes.
Oh, there's the time cap on Hunter McIntyre. We'll see if he is able to get into the top 50. I think it's going to be doubtful, but Bronislav Olejniczak, 5:40 as the time to beat. The big guy who we know can move some weight really impressed me with this handstand walk.
He was really impressive off the rower, consistent with all the other guys. But then when he took over the lead here with the kettlebells on those 35 pounds, throwing them up overhead 66 times, and he was unbroken. He did not put them down. He never rested. He put them on his shoulders as he walked forward, and then push pressed them all the way through. But what impressed me most was the speed and agility going across 132 foot of handstand walk. He just made it look like it was no big deal.
Well, heat number 1 is done. Bronislav Olejniczak again, 5:40.63. That's going to be the time to beat in heat number 2. It's coming away momentarily from Madison, Wisconsin.
boys, heat number 2 making it out to the competition field. Leading out Elliott Simmons. Marquez Benavides. Don Hosky. Joshua Bistro. Michael Smith. Sean Sweeney. Saxon Pinchak. Logan Collins.
We get set for heat number 2 of event number 2. Second cut will get down to 50 athletes, and the time to beat 5:40.63 by Bronislav Olenkowicz. And Rob, that's what they have. Again, we talked about it in heat 1. As you mentioned, kind of a little bit of similarity to the benchmark workout, Jackie.
The benchmark workout, Jackie, is a 1,000-meter row, 50 barbell thrusters with an empty barbell, and then we're going to go into 30 pull-ups. For this workout, we're going to do an 800-meter row, so slightly shorter. We're looking at about 3 minutes on the rower. 66 kettlebell shoulder to overhead. So we've got a kettlebell in each hand. For our men, they're going to be 35 pounds per hand. And then we're going to finish this with a 132-foot handstand walk that's completed in 44-foot sections. So what we saw in the earlier heat, it's a sprint workout. It's 5 minutes and 40 seconds for our winner in heat 1. And I expect to see that time. That was a really competitive time, only because the speed that he threw the kettlebells around, he didn't take any breaks.
Look at our lane assignments, and this is your top 37 athletes after the cut to 75 earlier today, with Matt Fraser in the lead with 100 points, followed by Chandler Smith and Scott Panchik currently with 96 points in the overall standings. And again, that's just through heat 1. And Ben Smith said, hey, if you'd like to see me at the games, I'd like to throw down this year. I've had a few injuries and some other stuff going on, and the community responded, and he responded in kind with an 8th place finish today. Chandler Smith, the rookie, next to Matt Fraser. And Chandler Smith, 98 points with a 2nd place finish earlier this afternoon.
Jeff, as a competitor and somebody who's been on the floor when the music's playing and it's your turn to go out, this is usually the time that I would look around and wish that I was anywhere else except for on that floor.
Cole Sager with 88 points in 7th place. Pat Vellner right next to him. Vellner in 9th place with 84 points.
10 seconds. Stand by.
You just saw James Newberry. He had a brief lead earlier today. Grabbed himself 90 points. We've seen him progress over the last few years. Scott Panchik sitting at 3rd. See if he can break through this season on the podium as well. But that's Matt Fraser in the white leader jersey. Panchik off to his left in the green. You can see through that kettlebell. And Chandler Smith will be off to the right again. 800 meters we saw in the first heat, as you mentioned, right around 3 minutes will be the time to get off this rower. May see a few faster paces here in heat number 2.
Yeah, slightly quicker, but I think it's going to be marginal at best because you can potentially lose it here if you come out too hot and you start pulling 125s or less trying to sprint. And you could see the look on the faces. They're not trying to crush this part because you're not going to win it on the rower. Where you're going to win this thing is to be really proficient with the handstand walks and to try to make your way across the floor as quickly as possible.
Judges' hands will go with 100 meters remaining as we are a minute into the 10-minute time cap. So probably in the area of 300 meters down so far.
Noah Olson, Will Moran, and Travis Mayer all passing the 300-meter mark.
Chandler Smith, Bob, looks like a guy that can pull some wattage on this Concept 2 rower.
He looks like an inside linebacker. But, there he is out there with some of the most athletic and agile guys in the world, and I'm hanging with him. I mean, he was so impressive in event 1, and I'm sure he's going to do more of the same here. He's built to throw those kettlebells around. I hope that he can walk on his hands.
Matt Fraser rowing about a 138. He's nearing 500 meters already, just a minute 38 in, so about 300 meters remaining. So about a minute remaining for Matt Fraser, and probably the majority of this heat.
530 meters. Elliott Simmons approaching the 600-meter mark.
And Jeff, one thing to look out for, just for the viewers at home, you see the judges standing behind him and just watching. But you'll start to see those judges' hands pop up. When the judge's hand pops up, there's 100 meters left. So there's not a lot left. You'll see the athletes start to advance forward. So keep an eye on the judges and wait to see those hands pop up in the air.
And you can't get too excited if you're one of the athletes. Once you get to, say, 760, 770, 780, you've got to remain on that seat till it rolls over 800. You can't have the old friendly roll over meters and get off the road. Looks like all the hands are up. Here is Simmons. He'll be the first off and the first to grab those kettlebells. You see Matt Fraser in the background, that white jersey going, and they're going to advance every 22 reps. It's going to be 66 total, shoulder to overhead.
And I tell you one thing to pay attention to here, Jeff, is because these kettlebells are light, the potential is there to get no reps because you're trying to move too quickly. And we saw Matt Fraser get at least 2 no reps. You see the judge's hands wave to the side, that's a no rep. So you're trying to move so fast that you don't get credit for the work. Maybe your elbow wasn't quite locked out, but the standard here, we got to get the kettlebells below the chin. If there's 2 no reps in a row, maybe because the elbows weren't quite locked out. So we've got to be careful not to move too quickly.
When you see Frazier, he rests the ball of the kettlebell on his shoulders. Chandler Smith, who was just off to the right, bringing them way down, so maybe losing some time. But Frazier's figuring the trade-off between a no rep or 2 is worth it with the speed he's going. And right now, he is in the overall lead here in the second heat.
We're about 1 minute and 40 seconds away from the heat 1 time to beat. So we've got about 1.5 minutes here.
And so Fraser will break before he picks it up. Cole Sager off to the left side of the pink shorts and the black top. Sager currently in 7th place with 88 points. Here comes Panchik in the green and Adler in the black. Adler surprising maybe some people with a 5th place finish earlier today at 92 points.
I tell you, I watched Matt get at least, on that set of 66, I counted at least 7 or 8 no reps. And it's not that, it's, you know, one at a time, they're no big deal, but when you have to do 66 reps and you had to do 76, it adds up. Those reps pile up, especially when you're going to get yourself inverted here.
Frazier's got about 40 seconds if he wants to get another 100 points ahead of Bronislav Olinkowicz in heat number 1. As long as he can knock out each section without having to go back, he's going to have a pretty good shot to beat it. He'll complete section number 2. So 44 more feet for Matt Fraser. He's got 15 seconds. As long as he doesn't stall out, should have another 100 points. And your 3-time champ and your overall leader, Matt Fraser, will race into the end zone. And he has all 200 points on day number 1.
Strong finish across the floor with that 132 feet. I think it was about 50 seconds from start to finish. So not much rest time in between.
Here comes the remainder of the field. They still have nearly 4 minutes remaining. Right at the finish line, it looked like that may have been Sean Sweeney that went down. James Newberry is in. That'll be big for the Australian. I believe that was Pat Vellner there, shirtless with the black shorts, who did the forward roll and got across. Now Brent Fikowski, and you can tell Brent Fikowski a little frustrated maybe with day 1, especially that event.
Yeah, he looked fatigued in event 1, and right there, as he crossed the finish line, he kind of threw his hands up over his head, and it just doesn't look like everything's firing on all cylinders for him right now.
He was in 19th place after event 1 with 64 points, and that's not going to move Fikowski up much, if at all, here in heat number 2. He should be fine to make the cut to 50, but as you talked about, someone like Kowski's not really worried about making the top 50. He's trying to garner as many points as he can to get back on the podium, and right now he's got a little bit of an uphill battle. Now Chandler Smith laboring a little bit in the background. Came in overall in second place. But the rookie who came in at second is going to be just fine.
We still have over 2 minutes left in this event. You see some of the athletes still chipping away at that final stretch. Each stretch is 44 feet long. And if you fall anywhere in the middle, you have to go back to the start line.
I believe this may be our last athlete. We're just under 2 minutes remaining here in heat number 2. We'll take a look back at the field, and it looks like that is it, and everyone is in heat number 2. Nope, still have one more out there. Spoke a little too soon with just under 2 minutes. About 1:40 remaining here for Smith.
You can see Noah Olson there on the right-hand side of the screen, taking a knee, making sure the next guy on the floor gets some love.
It is very similar, as we've talked about in rope climbs. You get so close to the top. You seem in a 15-foot rope climb to get the first 13 feet fairly easily. It's just to get that last pull. And same thing here on 44 feet. Get that first 35 to 40. It's that last 4 that are so difficult.
Yeah, it's super frustrating too, because then you've got to go back to the line. You've got to repeat that same. You got to do the work over again. You got to go 35 feet before you're back to where you were, and it plays with your mind, and not to mention the fact that it destroys your shoulders in the process. But it's really taxing to have to keep kicking upside down and get to the same point over and over.
Less than 30 seconds remaining, and it tests your proficiency on the handstand walk. Remember the old regional standards, and sometimes games past, you only have to go 5 or 10 feet, so you can get your momentum, throw yourself forward, knock those out, come back and restart. You've got to be able to handstand walk now to get that 44 feet. He's going to get capped out here in heat number 2, but Matt Fraser unofficially is your heat winner and your event winner. He's going to have 200 points and be your overall leader as we cut down to 50. And Brett Fikowski, we'll see where he is on the leaderboard a little bit later today, but a 5:37 just edge out Bronislav Alenkovitz, and Bronislav should have second place unofficially, so that is big for Bronislav. He's going to move up the overall standings.
And Jeff, what we saw early was Matt Fraser on the rower. He was pulling about what everyone else was, and when we got a good look at the monitors, everyone was pulling about a 138 for 500 meters. So if you've ever been on a rower, you can kind of picture how hard that is pulling. And then once he got to the handstands, I don't even think it was 45 seconds from end to end. He kicked down for just a few seconds, got right back upside down, and made short work of the course, taking the first place.
And that's how close Brent Fikowski was, and that fall set him back. You mentioned he really looked gassed a little bit in event number 1 today, and you can tell the frustration here in event number 2. He is going to have some work to do. Meanwhile, down on the competition floor at North Park, Matt Fraser is with Nikki Brazier.
Well, 2 for 2 on day 1 is a great way to start the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games for you. When it comes to an event like this, where we see high intensity, lightweight, but high gymnastics skill, how do you approach it differently from, let's say, event 1?
Something like this, it's all about the transitions. It's such a short event, it's keeping you cool on the row, that's a good bait, and then just trying to get as few no reps as you can on the thrusters, and then kick up whenever you feel ready.
Yeah, speaking of when you were kicking up, you were in the lead and you maintained the lead, but there were a couple guys putting pressure on you toward the end. How do you balance the need to win versus that need to take a break, shake it out, make sure that you're fresh to go?
Having guys on your heels, it definitely gives a motivation to get back up, but we do handstand walks all the time, so you know how to listen to your body, and when you're ready.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, you're three-time champion with the event win, just edged Bronislav Olinkowicz, and he is going to have 200 points. And here are the results for event 2, and it is Fraser and Olinkowicz 1 and 2. Jankowski with a third-place finish, and James Newberry and Ben Smith in the top 10 coming into this event. And Ben Smith, the wild card, logs an 8th and a 5th-place finish on day number 1.
Yeah, some big names up on that list, but Matt Frazier coming out and earning 100 points right off the bat. Great start for him this weekend.
That is the end of men's competition on day number 1. Just 2 events for the men, and we're going to cut down to 50 again for the official results and leaderboard. You can go to games.crossfit.com, and for a lot of fun on a leaderboard, you can go to morningchalkup.com. We'll be going back to the studio show a little bit later as the crew will be in the beer garden. If you're on site in Madison, make sure and stop by and say hello to Brittany and Tommy and Justin. They'll be in the beer garden all weekend long with some live update shows on the action from every day of the CrossFit Games. Rob and I will be back in a little bit, in a little less than 20 minutes. We'll start individual event number 2 for the women that comes your way at 5:48 Central Time in Madison. I'm Jeff Brightwell alongside Rob Orlando. We'll talk to you in just a little bit.
what Trifecta is doing is it's good, clean product that is high quality, and I know that there's nothing extra added into it. Now I have more time to spend recovering or being in the gym or doing more accessory work, or honestly spending time with people I don't really get to spend time with because I'm in the gym so much. It is hands down the biggest help any athlete could ever ask for.
Just a few more minutes, so we'll be kicking off at 5:45. 5:45, we can take D1, second cut.
Well, the sun beginning to get into the evening hours here, a little bit before 6 o'clock on the lake in Wisconsin. What a great place to hold the CrossFit Games. Provides a lot of venues. We'll see if we get in that water before the week is over. I bet we will. I'm Jeff Brightwell, Rob Orlando, my broadcast partner. We are going to go to individual women event number 2, and Rob, appropriate lane second cut, because we're going to get down to 50.
And that's exactly right, Jeff. We started with almost 150 ladies, and we cut half the field after event 1, and we're going to make another deep cut. So this event is aptly named Second Cut.
Well, no real surprises earlier today in event number 1 as far as any of the veterans not making that cut of 75, but we see it happen here, and we'll find out. No surprise, Tia Claire Toomey with 100 points. Carrie Pierce had an event really designed for her earlier today, and I think this event here could really favor Carrie Pierce. A nice combination of some gymnastics, a little bit of strength. The surprise, really, how about Haley Adams, who won the 16, 17-year-old division last year with a 4th place finish earlier today.
Yeah, that was an amazing finish with her and Jamie Green, and I think the difference in time on that event was 0.06 seconds. So it just tells you how close they were.
Here's what they have ahead of them in second cut. Got to get off that rower and get on those kettlebells.
And what we're going to do here, Jeff, in our second event is an 800-meter row. And I imagine this is going to take the ladies a little bit longer than it took the men. The men were off the rower in about 3 minutes. I expect it to take a little bit longer for the ladies, 3:20 to 3:30. 800-meter row, 66 kettlebell shouldered overheads. So we're going to hold them in the front rack and push press those overhead or push jerk them, whatever fastest. And then we're going to finish this with a 132-foot handstand walk that's done in 44-foot segments. The kettlebell weight is 12 kgs per hand, which is 26 pounds in each hand.
Here are the lane assignments, and there's Sarah Sigmund's daughter in lane 18. Very disappointing earlier today. That puts her in the first heat here in the late afternoon. So probably the biggest name. There's Mackenzie Fincham in lane number 30. But Sarah Sigmund's daughter could really use a big event number 2. She came in, looked like she was ready to make a push maybe for a 3rd podium after missing the last couple of years, and still plenty of time to do it for the entire weekend, but she'd like to really bounce back here in event number 2. Underway, and we'll start it off with the 800-meter row. When the judges' hands go up, it'll be 100 meters remaining. We talked about Sarah Sigmund's daughter right now in 40th place, 35 points. So she's got some ground to make up, not only for the weekend, but potentially to make the top 50.
You really can't afford to have this a big trough in any of your performances. You've got to be at or near the top of the leaderboard, especially since the cuts are coming. If you're anywhere near that bottom line, it adds layers of stress and complexity to an already difficult situation. So Sarah's got her work cut out for her. She's going to have to put the pedal down here.
Right now, she's only got an 11-point lead above the top 50 right now. Now, there are 2 heats to go, but you're in the first heat. Winning heat 1 would be huge for Sarah Sigmund's daughter. Brenda Castro in this heat as well, and Brenda Castro right now has one of those final spots. In fact, coming in, she was right on the cut line at 75, so she's got some ground to make up if she wants to move up 25 spots.
You know, Jeff, as the camera pans from left to right, when we're looking at the field of ladies, you can see the judges behind. The judge's hand will pop up when there's 100 meters left. Because right now it looks like everybody's high, but the judge's hand will pop up. That gives the viewer an idea of when there's about 100 meters left, just a few pulls, and the athlete has to stay on the rower until it ticks over to 800 meters. And you can see right there, we're looking at about a minute and 56-second split for 500 meters. So that tells you that she should be off the rower somewhere around 3.5 minutes.
Well, what you're looking for too, Rob, as they go across the field of play is, yes, the athlete's pulling hard, trying to keep that good tempo, but you don't want to see the look of just extremely heavy breath or exhaustion on the face. You need to go quick, but comfortable, right there at 30 strokes a minute, right around where you want to be with less than 300 meters remaining.
So for any viewer that's sitting on a Concept 2 row or that bottom left number when your screen is set up that way, the bottom left number tells you your strokes per minute. That is the frequency of your pulls, and you don't really want to let that get out of hand. You don't want it to be in the 40s. You want a controlled pace, especially here where if you blow yourself up early, the event is so short that you'll never recover.
Well, you kind of alluded to this being similar to Jackie, where you're not going to win this event on the rower, but you could blow yourself up. We all see beginners do Jackie for the first time, and you warn them. Do a little bit over a warm-up pace on your row. Inevitably, you see the beginner do a sprint, and then they just die on the empty barbell.
And that's what you heard Matt Fraser talk about it at the end of the event in his post-workout interview. He said, you got to control yourself on the rowing. You can't come out so hot. And as you're working your way across the floor, now Sarah Sigmund's daughter making easy work of those kettlebells, 26 pounds in each hand. But now it's time to hit the gas pedal and really pick up the pace.
Standard for this, lockout at the top. You want the kettlebells, the hands below the chin. You'll see a lot of the athletes, especially maybe some of the veterans, they'll look up slightly, get that chin up just a little bit like they will when they do pull-ups to make sure they don't get any no reps. Sarah Sigmund's daughter in the middle of the field there. She is with the lead. Boy, she has got a torrid pace right now.
And Jeff, one of the things that we saw, and I don't want to talk too long about it, but one of the things we saw Matt Fraser get 7 or 8 no reps because he was moving so fast. And with these lightweight kettlebells, these lightweight movements, the speed becomes so quick that you're not paying attention to the details. And you might not get the elbow quite locked out, and that's going to be costly no reps. So I saw Sarah get 1, but so far this set has been very clean.
Well, she'll keep him overhead as she walks forward. She can get right back into the final set. Again, 22 at a time. When she gets on the 132-foot handstand walk, they'll go in 44-foot increments. A good time to break here because you're going to be fatigued in the shoulders, but you got to keep enough to do those handstand walks.
Joining at that final marker, that signifies the last 22 reps of those kettlebell push press.
Rioba also advancing in lane number 9, but that competition getting tight there through the middle.
Sigmund's daughter looks like she'll have one more set, and it looks like a calculated break by Sigmund's daughter.
What I would probably be doing is to try to give myself just a couple reps, maybe 10 reps or so remaining, so that I could set them down, shake out the arms just like that, and then kick upside down and start making work on those 44-foot sections, keeping in mind that if she falls, she has to go back to the beginning.
Well, she stalled out for a while at the beginning there. We'll see if she can make it all 44 feet, but she stayed in that first 3 feet for a little bit. Sometimes it may be better to come down and restart, but it looks like well, we'll see. She's about halfway down to this 44-foot second. She'll get across. So the early lead as she'll kick back up. She got a no rep there because her hands started in the white. Got to start behind that white line.
Stretch of the handstand walk.
And you can see this 44-foot section is the strike distance on the field. And you'll see her start to get close to the second white line. The white line's right in front of her there. If she were to fall here, she'd have to go back all the way to the beginning of that 44-foot section. So you gotta, especially as you get down into the last 7 or 8 feet, falling down there is really costly.
Well, she'll be back up safely behind the white line this time. And if she can hang on, she's going to have the heat win, which is exactly what she needed. Again, she was 10 spots ahead of the cut line that we have coming after this event in the top 50. Oh, that's a big no rep with about 5 feet remaining. Now the frustrating part, you've got to tell yourself here, Rob, wait another, like we talked about on rope climbs, wait a few more seconds, don't have another no rep.
you got to have instant amnesia as well. You got to put that out of your mind and just completely move along. You've got to walk yourself back, shake out the shoulders, kick upside down like it didn't happen.
Sigmund's daughter will be in. She's going to be about 5th in the heat unofficially, which should keep her safe. There'll be about 37 athletes in heat number 2, so if that puts her unofficially around 42nd, she was 40th. That'll keep her inside the top 50. And that was, of course, with the assumption of everyone in heat 2 beat her. She'll finish ahead of some of the athletes in the second heat, maybe more than just a few as well. We still have over 2 minutes remaining in the 10-minute time cap. There was Rachel Garibay there in the green shorts getting across.
We've got just under 2 minutes left in this event. There's still quite a few athletes out there on the floor making their way across and doing the handstand walks.
Garibay was 49th coming into this event with 26 points. She was just 2 points safe on the cut line. We'll see if that finish is going to be good enough to keep her alive for Friday. A minute 20 remaining here in heat 1 up to the 10-minute time cap of second cut. Now they have 1 minute remaining. Majority of the athletes, at least in the final section, if not finishes, few still finishing up that second 44 feet.
And you can feel like it's like an unbroken set of double unders where you get to that last 5-6 reps and you just praying that you can make it across, you can get those reps done, you can get these last couple of feet and get yourself across the line. But you don't have to go back and repeat the same work over again.
Final 30 seconds here of heat number 1. Few athletes remaining. If you're not near finishing now, you're going to cap out. You've only got 10 seconds remaining. And we'll just make it in under the time cap of 10 minutes. Sarah Sigmund's daughter waiting for. So the majority of heat number 1, Rob, able to get in with the handstand walks. That's really, if you don't blow yourself up, where this is going to be won or lost.
Yeah, that's what we saw with the men, and the women were consistent as well. You're going to come off the row. Everybody comes off the row at plus or minus 10 seconds. The shoulder to overhead, as long as you don't have too many no reps, that's going to be pretty consistent as well. Some of the athletes took a little bit more frequent breaks, smaller sets, but it really comes down to the handstand walks and how proficient you are getting upside down.
Camille Hellman will get the heat win. 6:54.50 the unofficial time. Sarah Sigmund's daughter had the early lead, and then no rep in the last 44 feet right here is what cost her.
And you can see her come down. She had about 5 feet left, and she's all smiles, going back, having a little chat with herself as she goes back to that line. Super frustrating, but there's nothing you can do.
Camila able to hang on. I kind of like that smile out of Sarah. You know, in the past, sometimes maybe a little frustrated, but, you know, remain calm, went back and got it. She knows that finish likely is going to get her in the top 50, and there is the Heat 1 results. Sarah Sigmund's daughter at 7:17, 5th overall, and that should keep her safe in the top 50. One heat down, one heat remaining, coming away in just a couple of minutes. Rob and I will be back from Madison, Wisconsin. Getting set up for heat number 2 of 2 heats in event number 2 here at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games, the individual women. And you see national flags all over the Allied Energy Centers. We started the day at just shy of 150 athletes. We cut to 75 after event 1, and second cut means exactly what it says. We'll be down to 50, and here's what they have ahead of them, Rob.
Second cut, we're looking at 800 meters on the rower, and then we're going to follow that up with 66 kettlebell shoulder to overheads. And most of the girls have been choosing either a push press or a very quick push jerk. And then it finishes with a 132-foot handstand walk, and then it's cut up into 44-foot segments. Our time cap is 10 minutes. I have a feeling, Jeff, that most of these women are going to blow through this in that 7.5 to 8 minute range.
Here are the lane assignments, and you're going to see the big hitters. There's Danny Spiegel in lane number 8. We'll be keeping an eye on her. There's a 2-time champion, Catherine David's daughter, in lane 10. Meg Reardon, lane 12. Really nice effort earlier today in a very nice race in event number 1. Haley Adams in lane 22, your defending champ in lane 20, Tia Claire Toomey, and another event that I think could really favor Carrie Pierce here. She is in lane 21, a good combination of, you know, the rower, the kettlebells will be light for Carrie, and she's got that gymnastics background.
What we saw early, Jeff, is that the handstand walks is where this thing is really won or lost, and making sure that you get credit for all the work and not falling down with 10 feet or less left. I think that's going to be the deciding factor on who takes this heat win.
37 athletes here in heat number 2. Laura Horvath in this heat as well. We'll keep an eye on her. She did very well today as far as moving the barbell. We'll see how she does getting inverted. She struggled with the handstand push-ups a year ago and even this year in some sanctionals. We'll see how she does on the handstand walk. There's Sam Briggs, still in the games. And there is Carrie Pierce, second place, but Tia Claire Toomey earlier today. That was a distant second place to the defending champion. But this could be the year we see Carrie make it onto the podium.
And this is a really good event for her. Strong shoulders, really good gymnastics. I think this will play out well for her.
10 seconds. Stand by.
On to the rower, 800 meters for these 37 athletes. And again, you're thinking, what, about 320, 330 on the 800-meter row?
That's just about right. I think we're going to see some of the ladies. If we get some shots of the screens, you'll see what they're pulling. And my guess is that it's going to be somewhere between 145 and 155. So that puts them off the rower somewhere in that 320 to 340 range. But you're not going to, you can only lose it on the rower. You're not going to win it here on the rower. So the idea would be to pace it, throttle back a little bit, give yourself more energy in the second part of the workout.
Well, as we alluded to in heat number 1, we all remember the first time we did Jackie in the 1,000-meter row, and we were all told, pace it out, don't go fast. But, you know, when you're new and you can get off the rower first, you think you're pretty tough in class, and then you do 5 empty barbell thrusters and know you've made a terrible mistake. You think, hey, I'm the first off the rower, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, well, I'll see you in 30 seconds.
Right.
300 meters, Danny Spiegel saying she is surpassed.
And what you want to look at is a comfortable look on their face. They are working hard, but if you see discomfort on the face of an athlete here in this 800-meter row, you know they're already in trouble.
A lot of this comes down to tempo as well, Jeff. And you talked about it in some of the earlier heats. Is not going too fast. You're looking at like 30 to 32 strokes per minute. And that's like a comfortable pace that you're getting work done, but you're not blowing yourself out. It's not an 800-meter sprint. This is just, it's kind of like bait. We heard Matt Frazier talk about it. They throw that out there, and they say, let's see who's going to make the mistake. Who's going to go out and try to sprint through the 800 meters, and it'll essentially cost them the event because they will never be able to recover.
Nobody with a more comfortable look on their face in an event on a rower there than Sam Briggs was. first part, just an easy warm-up row for her. And there's your defending champ, Tia Claire Toomey, trying to be the first woman to win 3 CrossFit Games.
Be the first athlete off of that rower.
Haley Adams hitting 600.
Jamie Green to her left in the dark top.
650 meters.
So the hands go up with 100 meters remaining. We're at the 2:30 mark, so in about the next minute or so.
Spiegel with less than 100 meters to go.
About a little over 100 meters. I believe they just said Danny Spiegel with less than 100 meters to go. So the Games rookie setting a pretty torrid pace. You see Catherine David's daughter and Carol Ann Reed and T-Bow off to the left in the black top.
Finishing up, make some noise, Madison.
Danny Spiegel is in less than 3 minutes.
That's right up there with the men's times. And now what we'll see here is 66 kettlebell shoulder to overhead. So we're going to push press those overhead. So you need a little bit of dip and drive. They're light, and that means they're going to move really quickly. She has to pay attention to her movement to make sure that she doesn't get any no reps.
Middle of your screen, white top, that's the white leader top. The red leader shorts, that's your defending champ, Tia Claire Toomey. Carrie Pierce just off to the right in the pink top, white shorts, and to the left in the green shorts, black top, that's Jamie Green.
David's daughter takes over the lead. Catherine now at first.
Catherine David's daughter, as we hear in the background, is moved ahead of Spiegel. Now we're going to have a nice little race here. Tia Claire Toomey's going to come up. She's going to put the kettlebells down along with Carrie Pearson. Catherine David's daughter just cranking them out.
And you can see the athletes advancing forward. Every 22 reps they move forward. That gives the viewer an indication of who's winning. Right now, Catherine David's daughter, white shorts, pink sports bra, making easy work of those reps. She's going to set them down, shake out the shoulders, leave herself with a couple reps left before she moves on to that 132-foot handstand walk.
And the top 50 will advance after this event. This is the second of 2 heats. Danny Spiegel was your early leader in this event. She came in 25th place. Catherine David's daughter, who overtook her, was in 21st place. Here's Sam Briggs, pink top, green shorts. Annie Thor's daughter, black top, white shorts, middle of your screen. And our first few athletes on the way to the handstand, a 44-foot section.
And you can see Catherine right there trying to catch her balance. She's got 44 feet, and if she were to fall right here, she'd have to go back to the beginning, to the start line, and do it all over again. So it's important that the athletes get all the way across the floor with no mistakes.
6:50, 4:50, the time to beat by Camila Hellman in heat number 1. And I believe Catherine just made it across before she went down. We have yet to see in either the men or the women in any heat anyone attempt, which I think would be foolish, to go 88 feet in one unbroken stretch.
Based on the fatigue, just looking at the field of play and looking at how fried the shoulders are after those 66 reps, I just don't even know that it's possible. I mean, maybe it is, but I feel like it's smarter to kick down, get the blood back in the arms, and then kick back up, even if it costs you just 10 seconds.
Only in a bet would it be smart to try to go 88 feet, but not in this competition. All right, we're going to have a new time to beat if she can get across that finish line unbroken, and she will. So crush it by over 30 seconds. Get a 10-minute time cap. We said 6:16 was that unofficial time. Here comes your overall leader, the defending champ, Tia Claire Toomey, in the red leader shorts, the white leader top. Danny Spiegel across in the green shorts. She had the early...
And then we saw Tia Claire get across the finish line. We're watching the rest of the ladies try to finish this thing up. We're at 7 minutes and 20 seconds in. There's about 2 minutes and 40 left on the clock. And most of the women are working their way across the floor, and they're in that last section of 44 feet for the handstand walks. It's really an issue of shoulder fatigue. That's one of the things that, you have to just stand and wait. Once you hit that failure point, if you try to kick up too soon, there's no way you're going to make it across that 44 feet and cross over into the next zone. So you've got to just stand and wait. It's like doing handstand push-ups. It's very similar to that, where you basically run out of reps. And then the only thing that you can do is wait. And right now we're looking at 8 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. We've got 1 minute and 45 left to try to get underneath that 10-minute time cap in this event.
Jacqueline Dahlstrom approaching that blue line.
Another couple of athletes sprinting that finish.
Got about 90 seconds left. We heard Jacqueline Dahlstrom get across the line. Got to watch her compete at the French Throwdown just a few weeks ago. She did a great job there. Quietly and unassumingly put herself in the top 2 or 3 spots. Strong weekend for her. We've got 1 minute left. We're at the 9-minute mark. We're looking at Sam Briggs here trying to get across that line. Sam's going to cross with 9:16 as her final score. Just a couple of ladies left on the field of play.
30 seconds remaining.
And just 15 seconds left. Handful of ladies trying to finish this thing up. In event 2 of day 1.
They're all done for the day, I'm sure. She's going to get an interview. And we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Danielle, congratulations on your first event winning here at the CrossFit Games. What about this particular event put it sort of right in your wheelhouse and got you across the finish line first?
My shoulder stamina, especially being able to go right into handstand walks no matter what. My shoulders felt destroyed, but I knew I could.
Well, moving forward here, obviously we're going through cuts for the very first time at the CrossFit Games. How does that shape how you approach a weekend full of events?
It's my first year here, so it was amazing to make it past the first cut.
Anything in particular that you're looking forward to? We got a lot of mystery surrounding what's to come. What would you like to see?
What would I like to see? We already did snatches. I really like heavy snatches, and I love handstand walks.
Bring on the handstands. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle Brandon. Sometimes tells me we will definitely be seeing you back here tomorrow. All right, you guys, that is an official wrap here on day number 1 of the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. We'll see you back here tomorrow and do it all over again. Bye, guys.
Again, waiting to see if we have the overall standings after event 2 before we sign off. But again, Daniel Brandon gets that overall 100 points here. Now let's take a look how it all plays out. There you go, Carrie Pierce, your overall leader, 194 points. Annie Thorisdottir moving up to 2nd place, and your defending champ, Tia Claire Toomey, is currently in 3rd.
That's great to see a cool leaderboard like that. Carrie Pierce coming out swinging on day 1. We knew that 2nd event was going to be really good for her, and now she's sitting atop the leaderboard after day 1.
So that's how they stack up right there. Carrie Pierce again with the overall lead before day 2. We'll cut it down to 50. Again, games.crossfit.com is the official website for the leaderboard. You can go to the Morning Chalk Up website, morningchalkup.com, for their leaderboard and the live show beginning momentarily on Facebook and YouTube. For day 1 of the Reebok CrossFit Games, for my broadcast partner Rob Orlando, I'm Jeff Brightwell.
His package. Yeah.